Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. Thank you for joining me today. It's wild out there, guys. This is a wild situation. I hope you guys are having a good day. I was setting up my screen, so sorry for the lateness. I apologize, but I'm glad that you're here. And hey, Ella, I have got some thank yous about, and a happy birthday to Snazzy. Happy birthday, baby. Hey, Penny. Hey, Proud Mimi. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Berkey. Hey, T. Lee. Kelly Barrison. Northern Beans. Hello, Michelle. Evelyn Pickwick. Shannon. Stay humble. Good to see you. So glad you guys are here. Culks. Oh, my God. I've been wanting to talk to you. I love you, baby. How are you? Culks, I got to text you. Because I might be going to a fest that your brother's going to be at in Tampa. You just heard this happen this morning? Culks. Where have you been? Where have you been? How could you? Where have you been for a week? How could you? You are wild. Staff contractor number 1. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you, Steph. We do have a counter on the board, but I think it's wrong. I think I need to redo my counter. Okay, so help me out with this. We're going to count down. What are we counting down? How many hours? An hour and 40. 014000. Set. Start. My audio's breaking up. Oh. Is it bad? All right, well, I'm going to turn off the counter then. It's probably the counter that's effing me up. Hold on. Is it better now? 5 by 5. Why is it so bad? It might be better now, though. Can you hear me okay? Hello, hello, hello. Better? It was like that from the beginning. But it's clear now? Okay. I can't open up any more windows. Can't open up any more windows. I got too much open. All right, guys. So on the bottom right, you have live on Fox. On the bottom left, you have live on JLR. So we are going to be covering a couple videos that I haven't seen yet. We're going to get up to speed. But we do have an hour and 40 minutes until this counter. We have a new video to go over from Savannah as well. I'm glad it's better. I'm glad it's better. I need more RAM. I just got a new computer. I don't know what to do anymore. I just can't have enough RAM, I guess. I've been watching JLR as well. Well, if you guys could hit the thumbs up, that would be great. Yeah, we're going to watch Savannah's video right now. I put it up as a short if you guys want to check it out later as well. So does anybody know, are we clear on, let me pause this a second. Are we clear on whether the guys, this is what I don't know. Are we clear on whether the guys that poked around yesterday actually left? Did we ever see those investigators leave? Oh, I love that, Miss Mamakins. I'm glad you liked that video. Hey, Rhonda. Who's this guy? What's he talking about? Hold on.
Yeah, we would have heard. Listen, there would have been a video, there would have been a photograph, there would have been something. A lock of hair, a drop of blood, something mailed to somebody so they could verify, yes, in fact, these people have my mother. Kidnappers want to get paid quickly. They don't want this thing to linger.
You know what, though? That guy checked the mail. How do we know they didn't mail something? That guy went and got the mail. So, like, we don't know if those guys ever left, when they left, because this morning JLR was showing something with water shooting up. Did you see that? Did y'all see that? I've just been wondering, like, did they leave? Keys, I got to thank you as well for my super chat before I even began. Snazzy came in hot with $52 because she's 52 today. Happy birthday, Snaz. Thank you so much. And hey, Sazza, good to see you today. Hey, Googie, good to see you. Keys, thank you for your super chat. She said, where is Nancy? Someone knows something. I don't know, guys. Do you guys still think that what are the odds that a water line is going to bust after they're poking around in there? A sprinkler malfunction? So what are they doing back there that they've effed up a sprinkler? Obviously, they're digging around or something. Because that was a lot of water, right? They drove in a big H2O truck early AM. I think they're doing something back there. And this drone footage we're getting is not really showing us much. Take a look down here on the bottom right. I mean, is anybody back there or is it just the security guard at this point? They malfunction like that all the time. It's sprayed for 20 minutes. That seems awfully weird. I think the H2O was used to flush out the septic. I see people saying, like, why no press conferences? Dude, it's the FBI. They don't talk. We're not going to hear anything from the FBI until there's, like, an arrest or something. I really do believe that. Hey, Jen Fisher. Hey, Ark. Backed up water system. I don't know. It's pretty wild, though. Just give me a second to get Savannah's video pulled up here. God, my computer's running slow today.
Desperate search for Nancy Guthrie. Just moments ago, Nancy's daughter, Today Show host Savannah Guthrie, released a new video message on the situation. Take a listen.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place.
Hey, Steph.
We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where.
She says, we need your help. We have no clues. We have no car. We have no clothing description. We've got nothing. How can we help? We need your help. In doing what? Exactly.
And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation. And we need your help.
Eric Jasper says she definitely doesn't say we know who took her, though. Nikki says it bugs me that she said we understand to those people in the video, but now they're asking us. I don't feel like that is for us for some reason. I don't know. It just doesn't. We don't even know if the ransom means anything at this point, right? We don't even know. Oh, is Twat Waffle. I got to give a shout out to Twat Waffle. Twat Waffle sent me my favorite candy, Reese's Big Cups. Thank you, Twat Waffle. They came today. Thank you so much. I don't know. Let's play that again. She takes a lot of big size. I'm actually going to go ahead and make this bigger so we can really see her face, okay? Here we go.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt.
My sister, brother, and I, and that my mom has my mom has felt.
Because we believe that.
Thank you, Curious Cats.
Somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help.
We believe our mom is still out there. Well, if you say that, of course she's out there. She's either alive or not alive, but she's out there. I mean, she's not at home. We don't know where she is. Cindy Arnold thinks she's really struggling and scared. Kalisa thinks she's talking to someone else. I mean, we have no clues to help. If you see something strange. No grid searches. I mean, what's going on here?
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you,
this whole thing seems strange to me. You got to give us more to go on. I mean, we don't even know if Nancy had on the same clothing that she had on at Annie's. We don't know last proof of life other than from Annie and Tommaso. Who saw Nancy prior to her going over to Annie's? That's what I want to know. That's one of my questions. Radicand says, I think this video is Savannah appealing to anyone close to the kidnapper to put pressure on the kidnapper's associates. Danger Girl, they had a sewage truck at Nancy's house today. We don't know why. So we had them poking around in those manholes yesterday, and then a sewage truck today. There's got to be something. Weedmonger, don't worry, Savannah. Jay is here to tear you a new one. Weedmonger, fuck off. I'm not tearing anybody a new one. I should wear my new shirt, though. Because first of all, I'm a delight.
You report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
I want to bring in CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez, who's live for us.
I don't know. I mean, this might not be the most popular opinion. I don't think she looks as distraught. And I don't know if she's trying to appear a certain way for the kidnappers, if you will. I mean, I just think that she doesn't look as run down and as she did in the last one, where she said, we'll pay, like, okay, we give up, you know, like, we'll do whatever, we'll pay you. I am an effing delight. Something is not right. Why only this case? Cash Patel. Nah, he's not coming to investigate. He was already there. He was already planning on going there. Cash Patel ain't looking at for nothing but over his shoulder. Over his shoulder. So here is the drone footage, though, that they're showing on Fox. And they're saying it's live. We can listen. Let's see what Josh Ritter is saying. This is Josh Ritter.
Currency that you can actually spend if you're the kidnapper. And that transaction itself can also be monitored. So I'm sure the FBI is on top of all of this. And perhaps that's the reason why we're seeing some hesitation on the part of the kidnappers or even on the part of the Guthrie to finalize the transaction if what's taking place.
Joshua, thank you. And we're just praying for everyone there on the ground that it comes to a peaceful and successful resolution shortly. And I will say there's something that if you want to weigh in on, but I think that, many people have.
See this drone footage? We can't see those holes where they were. Where were those men set up? Back here? I'm not even sure.
Posited that the ransom note, at least the first one, the alleged ransom note, was AI crafted. And thus far, companies that have created AI have been pretty good about very specific subpoenas. So potentially putting in that exact language and then ascertaining.
What do you think of that? They could put the ransom note into an AI and see if the AI program wrote that note by the tree line back here. And they're not showing us back there.
If that was a result that someone specific got.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Those digital platforms will be compliant. All right, guys, more to come. We continue to monitor all the breaking news on the search for Nancy Guthrie. More on the 5 next.
Okay. Let's go over here. JLR is playing her video again. We're going to listen to this. This is Megyn Kelly 1 hour ago.
Set the scene for us on
with Brian Etten.
Set happened at Annie's home.
Yeah, Megan, it kind of came out of nowhere. I was over at Nancy's house, which is about 10 minutes away, and I got a call like something's going down.
And he's reporting from Annie's house in this video with Megan. Could they have left when we were distracted by the faux trespassing post? I don't remember seeing them leave either. They could have.
At Annie's house. So I raced over here. This is Annie's house behind me. And when I got here, there were 3 deputies that had just arrived. They have private security here. NBC hired private security, I'm told.
Maureen.
And it seemed coordinated because the security guard just moved out of the way, let the 3 deputies in. And they had blue gloves on. They had some camera equipment that was in a case. They went inside and they were inside for 3 hours. They closed all the blinds. I could see them taking pictures. Yeah, there you go. Right. That's some of the stuff they brought out. I could see them taking pictures in the garage. You could see a flash from a camera, and then you could see them move throughout the house to other parts of the house because you could see the flash from the camera coming from around the blinds.
And it took about 3 hours?
Yeah, they were inside for 3 hours, and then they packed up and they left. They didn't say a word. And NBC is reporting today that it was consensual, that I guess it was worked out with the family that they were going to show up, which really...
Okay, so I guess there was not a search warrant. We just got that clarified. Annie and Tommaso gave them permission to go in their house that night.
Really doesn't surprise me because, again, just it didn't seem, it seemed like they knew they were coming. The security guard moved out of the way. They knew how to get into the house. There's no one at the house right now, so they went in on their own. And it all seemed like very coordinated.
Where is Tommaso?
Brian, where's the family?
It's a good question. We don't know. They were here. Savannah was at this house early last week with her sister, her sister's husband, and Cameron was here also. And this is where they filmed the first video because we saw them bring the ring light and the tripod in. And somehow they left without anyone really noticing. And it's interesting, there were more security guards here specifically hired by NBC when Savannah was here. There were 3 security guards. And then when she left, now there's only 1 security guard just sort of keeping an eye on the house and, telling people to stay back.
So NBC got her 3 security guards? What? So all 3 of them were staying at, or I guess, I don't know if 4 of them, but Savannah, her sister, and her brother were all staying at Annie's. I think Annie and Tommaso have a daughter.
Well, it's interesting to watch NBC in the mornings on the Today Show to see what they're reporting on this case, because there's no question in my mind it will have been blessed by Savannah. There's zero doubt that they are asking her, are you comfortable with this? Are you okay? They would not want to upset her or report, get out ahead of their skis or go someplace where she didn't want it. And
well, Daily Mail actually found out where she is and put it in an article. So the cat's out of the bag. Maybe they'll have to go to another Airbnb. They're staying in like a $1.2 million Airbnb.
They were the ones who broke the news that the search of Annie's home was consensual as opposed to, via search warrant. So to me, I'm deducing, though I can't confirm it as an independent fact, that she doesn't want it looking like her sister or anybody living in that home, like the brother-in-law, are in any way in trouble. But that does not jive with Ashley Banfield's reporting about them considering Annie's husband, Tomas, and that he may, quote, may be a prime suspect in this case. We're still investigating that too, Brian, and whether the brother-in-law is coming under the scrutiny of law enforcement. And all I can tell you is that I have reason to believe Ashley Banfield was onto something. I don't know that he did this. I do believe her reporting that they are taking a very serious look at him. And he's been out of the picture. I mean, he has not been in any of the videos. Has he been seen at all, Brian?
He hasn't been seen since I think it was Tuesday of last week. We got some photos of him outside the house here. He's very recognizable with this big beard. And he was outside with his wife, Savannah's sister, Annie, and they were in the car together. But it's now been almost a week. And something else interesting, you mentioned how they the authorities went and retrieved the surveillance video from the gas station and that they were looking for someone.
Yeah.
That gas station is a Circle K, and it's right around the corner from Annie's house. It's not close to Nancy's house.
Right.
It's right around the corner from Annie's house.
Remember, they were
and
the wrong one.
It's where it's positioned is where you would have to drive to go from Nancy's house to Annie's house, which I think is really interesting. It's literally like 1 minute away from here.
Here's what I want to know. I want to know whether anybody's been asked to give and or has given a polygraph. Not a peep about that. Is that correct? No one's saying a word.
Not a word. I interviewed yesterday a former homicide detective for Pima County who was there for 20 years and is now retired. And it's interesting what you were reporting in the beginning of your show. I mean, he says the same thing, that there's been so much turnover there that it's a mess at the sheriff's office, and that most of the homicide detectives have like 2 years experience. And so he's concerned a lot of the veterans like him have left just because they've been upset with the department for different reasons. And there was a different sheriff and then another sheriff came back, and it's been a mess there. But he was telling me that in his 20 years there, they never once administered a polygraph. That wasn't something that they did as a sheriff's office ever, not even once. But I know. But I don't know if now that the FBI is involved, maybe they would be doing that.
We won't hear anything from the FBI.
I don't know, because
they never talk.
While they suggested it was a joint investigation at the Thursday presser, FBI, Pima County, my understanding is it's Pima County running herd on this, that it's their investigation, their running point. And so that may tell us some unfortunate things. Here's the other thing I want to know. The Sunday discovery that Nancy was missing allegedly came down to someone at her church noticing she wasn't there and calling the family, which then sent the family to Nancy's home, which led to the discovery of the crime scene, however it looked. They haven't really told us what was inside the home. The Daily Mail and you also, we talked about this last week, reporting that Nancy Guthrie was actually was no longer attending the church that they said she was, and that in fact she'd been going virtual for the past 5 years since COVID, that she'd been participating in the live stream that this church offers, leading us to ask, how would anybody have noticed that she wasn't on the live stream? Because it's not like a Zoom where you can see people joining. Now, we did actually try to join it this weekend and realize that there's a chat. You can join a chat. So it is possible that somebody was in the chat. Look, maybe it's my own bias. The thought of my mom not only joining a live stream, who's 84, but actually then getting in the church chat during the mass and chatting, like it's an impossibility. Yeah. But maybe Nancy Guthrie is a lot more tech savvy.
I can't.
And my 84-year-old mom could be. She had an Apple Watch. So I want to know whether the investigators have tracked down the alleged parishioner who's purported to have made the phone call. Brian, do we know whether that's happened?
It hasn't happened from what we know. And that's been one of the strange things about this is we've all, me and then all of my other colleagues, we all talk about it out on the street. We've all been trying to figure out this church element. Everybody has been to the church. Everybody has talked to the pastor. And the pastor has said that she went to the church, but that she hasn't come back in person since COVID, that she goes virtually, and no one seems to know that she went to another church. And the church over the weekend at their service, the pastor talked about Nancy, and it appears that's the church she goes to. And what I thought was interesting, Megan, is at the last press conference, the sheriff never brought up the church again. It's almost like he said that the first time right after this happened, but then no one ever talks about the church anymore. So I don't know, the sheriff made a lot of weird off the cuff remarks and mistakes. Like, I don't know if that's just something he said initially, and now there's another reason that the family was concerned that has nothing to do with the church. I just don't know.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital.
Still, all of the unanswered questions. We're going to skip her little ad here.
Yes, I'm sure we have. Okay, which is not actually a yes. That's not actually a yes at all. It's actually kind of disconcerting. And yet another thing that either they do need to do or they've done, and he's just not telling us. We don't know. So Brian, what about today? The deadline now for this 5 p.m. $6 million payment is looming. And the Savannah and siblings video from the other night said, we will pay. It said, we'll pay.
Yeah.
But they've had no proof of life. They don't know whether these people actually have their mom. And so do we believe that they're actually going to pay $6 million in Bitcoin? Like, has any law enforcement spoken to this or shed any light on what the next step should be?
Yeah, I mean, Savannah said they will pay. Whether they end up doing it, we don't know. And it's interesting. You mentioned the local affiliate was reporting. I think you said it was 1 million and 6 million. That's a little different than what I've learned. I learned it was 4 million and 6 million, and 4 million was the first deadline on Thursday at 5 p.m. and 6 million is the deadline today. But that was in the first note. And the second note, while we don't know exactly what it says, there are some indications that it, based on what Savannah said in her video, the second note may have alluded to Nancy not being okay. And that's why I'm hearing they're not calling it a ransom note. They're just calling it a note. And there was no demand for payment in the second note. It was just a message to the family. It wasn't like, and you can still pay this amount by this time. So
weird.
I don't, and also, is there a third note that we just don't know about? But that's the other thing I've been wondering. Maybe they're just not reporting on it yet. And Savannah's video is responding to a third note.
I wonder the same, because some of the messaging is so like controlled and calculated. It almost seems like they're saying something they were. Can we watch the Savannah video one more time? Let's just watch it one more time.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
So, first of all, it's incredibly grim. They're all very grim-faced. There's nothing about their expressions that telegraphs they've gotten any sort of hopeful news. We understand, she said, we understand, in a sad, like, contemplative way.
Hey, Teresa.
We beg you. She's begging them now.
Thank you for the pizzas, Stay
saying,
humble.
give us our mother back so we can celebrate with her. Again, that word celebrate sticks out like a sore thumb, and it's the only way we'll have peace.
The celebrate and the peace. Remember that from the last video? That was weird. Thank you, Stay Humble. And I also want to thank Pam G for the generous PayPal yesterday. Thank you so much, Pam G. I appreciate you guys. If you want to send a tip, the link is pinned. It will go right to me. Thank you guys so much for your support.
Which is another word associated with, I think, people who are, grieving, having a settlement of the grief, even if it's a sad settlement, but just a settlement, like what's happened and you can be at peace with it. To me, that's what she was telegraphing. But you're right, we don't know what was in the note. Wait, but Brian, the $4 million would make more sense to me than 4 and 6 makes more sense to me than 1 and 6. Because I have to tell you, I've had this conversation behind the scenes with a few different people. Let's face it, $1 million is not much for Savannah Guthrie. She can lose that easily. And
right, just pay it.
Not really even feel it. So like, if that were the initial demand, I think they would have just paid it. They would have just paid it on Thursday. 4 million is that's a lot more.
Yeah, and I'm confident in my reporting. The person who I spoke to saw the note himself. So I'm sure it was 4 million and 6 million. And I can't remember if I talked to you about this last time, but the other thing that was in the first note, there's two things. One, the location of the Apple Watch inside Nancy's room was very, very specific. And the other thing is they specifically referenced a damaged, smashed floodlight in the backyard, which has since been removed up on the back of Nancy's house, which is smashed. So those two things were on in the first note, which appears to be why they've been taking all of this so seriously.
But Brian, don't you think, like, okay, so the floodlight is visible from the outside. People were crawling all over the property, and especially, Monday. I think the first notes came Tuesday. So you would have just had to see it on sometime Sunday or Monday. Or prior to that, potentially you could have seen it prior to that. If you were a contractor taking advantage of the family's pain here and you'd been inside the house, you might know about that floodlight, and you might know where she keeps her Apple Watch at night. The thing that I can't get past is if I stole somebody and I needed to give proof of life so that I could get millions of dollars, I would ask that person questions that only that person would know the answers to. And I would put that information in my note. Like, information above all would be proof of life, not where, like.
Boston, thank you for becoming a member. I'm so happy to have you. Thank you, Boston. Appreciate you, girl.
Who would say it's the Apple Watch or that a floodlight had been damaged as their it is I.
Right.
I've got your person proof.
It is
right.
I.
Yeah, it's a good point. You'd think there'd be something more specific, and then initially, they really wanted to open these lines of communication, but you'd imagine if there really is a kidnapper, they would be hesitant to do that because, the FBI is trying to track. And I don't know if you knew this, Megan, but we found out through the news director of KOLD, which is where both notes went, it wasn't submitted through like an email. It came through a news tips form that you fill out on the website.
Stop it.
You know what I mean? Like you can fill out your name.
Okay, so hear this. Wow. So the tip was actually not sent to the family. It was sent to a tip line. What ransom person sends a tip or sends the ransom demand through the tip line? That's got to be able to be traced. So if you go to a news outlet and you can like submit a tip and you fill out an online form, that's what they're saying that they did. And they're saying that this is sophisticated? What?
Where both notes went, that it wasn't submitted through like an email. It came through a news tips form that you fill out on the website.
Weird.
You know what I mean? Like you can fill out your name, subject.
Both notes or just the second one?
Both notes.
Wait.
That went to KOLD at least. I don't know if it's the
They use the news tip lines? Oh my God. I thought it was an email. Like directly to the news. I thought it was an email. I mean, I'm sure the station gets an email, but they would definitely get the IP. That is wild. So they use the tip form at TMZ too? All of these outlets? What?
What?
Kalisa, I never heard the tip. I never heard that before. We heard email this whole time. We heard email the whole time, but I think this is a new detail I'm hearing anyways. 3 days.
same with TMZ. So I think that makes it harder to track. And they used, a scrambler for the IP address because it was different IP addresses both times.
Oh.
So if they, I don't know that you can attach a picture.
Brand new, an hour ago.
Mm-hmm. I know. And I don't even think you need a picture though. Like if somebody had a relative of yours or anybody or mine or anybody listening, we all know certain things they could ask the relative.
I guess
like
I missed
if
that.
anybody who I know very well, a family member, needed to prove through a kidnapper that it was them, that they were with the kidnapper, they absolutely could do it.
I totally
with
missed that.
information, with references, with like family jokes, like it would be easy. And so just the fact that this person has gone with something so weird, like an outside floodlight and the location of an Apple Watch, what is that? That proves to me you've been to the house and it looks like you've been in the house. But think of the number of contractors an 84-year-old has going through her home. You can do very little as an 84-year-old. She probably has somebody help her change her light bulbs. She definitely has somebody change her air filters. Her air conditioner goes on the fritz. Somebody comes in.
Hey,
the
Becky.
person who may have changed the roof recently, as the neighbor observed. It's
got to be someone. This is not cartel. Come on now. The tip line. So what happened was they sent these things to the local news and the local news did not go public with it. So then they sent it to TMZ, and then because they knew TMZ would go public with it. People may think a tip line online form is less traceable. I wouldn't think that because they build that right into their webpage.
It's like the list is so long, but now we're talking about somebody who's taking advantage of the family's pain and not necessarily the person who's causing it.
Well, or is all this just a sideshow, Megan? I mean, I've been thinking about this all weekend. You know, is all of this just something that the FBI has to look into and that Savannah and her family have to respond to? Because you put yourself in their shoes.
They don't know.
Just in case, how could you not? What if in the 1% chance it is true, you know, you want to respond, you want to try, but is there a whole nother side of this investigation happening that, like you mentioned at the beginning, we just don't know about?
We don't know.
I mean, them coming here to the house, you know, at 9 o'clock at night on a Saturday out of nowhere. The only thing that I'm skeptical about that, though, is that it was these 3 sheriff's deputies who were just kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I saw the raid at Nancy's house. I shouldn't say raid, but I saw when the FBI team showed up, it was like insane. I mean, it was a full-on FBI.
Mm-hmm.
They're in their special outfits. They're in the fancy vans and the evidence unit, and the tape goes up, and it felt so organized. Here on Saturday night, it was just these 3 deputies. I mean, I hate to say this, but their cars were a little beat up, and they get out and they kind of wobble in. And like, if this was so serious here, why didn't the FBI come here? Like, there's a lot I can't figure out.
Yeah, join the club, Mr. Enton. There's a lot we can't figure out. That was just an hour ago. I think there's a whole ass investigation going on that we don't know about. Let's take a listen to this video. This is from Fox. This is an expert talking about there still could be data in the security footage. Let's see what they say.
Right now, what will happen to Nancy Guthrie at 5 p.m. Arizona local time today? The ominous second deadline is hours away. It's one of the most high-profile missing persons cases in decades. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus, day 9. And some sudden return to the scene activity, the home where the missing mom of NBC host Savannah Guthrie's mom was at last for dinner before she vanished, also a place they went back to and are going back to, and a whole lot of other action and movement to get you brought in on. Savannah and her siblings are making their 3rd cryptic plea.
I think they're going to play it again.
Whoever is holding their mom.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace.
1 hour.
This is very valuable to us.
1 hour, guys.
And of course, we know that there has also been a video from the brother who you saw on her right-hand side, Cameron. And as that video was released, new scrutiny over the investigation itself after the sheriff leading the case, the Pima County Sheriff, this is one of the biggest ever in the state of Arizona. He's in charge, spotted courtside at University of Arizona basketball game. Now, they are #1 in the country, which would tell you you definitely could have watched this on TV. It's raising some
Maybe he
fresh
already had
questions
tickets.
about focus and urgency.
Who
Sheriff
cares?
Manos now acknowledging some missteps on his own in securing Nancy Guthrie's home. As Fox Digital reports, staffing shortages delayed the launch of high-tech search aircraft for the hours after 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was first reported missing. In moments, we'll hear from former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan. We'll dig in deep with Stuart. First, though, senior correspondent Alicia Acuna reports live from Tucson. Alicia.
I don't want to watch her. Hold on.
Hi, Harris. No confirmation yet.
I think it was big enough to pay
Unseen data.
For example, you have a lot of neighbors saying, oh, my Ring camera never registered anything. Doesn't mean that technology has not logged the ability to see it, but didn't think it was big enough to ping that app we may use. So there still could be data there. Cameras facing the Guthrie house right now show very little activity, but I promise you there's an enormous amount of activity going on the digital side.
And Harris here on day 9, still no suspects officially or persons of interest. Back to you.
Alicia, thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner
That
and
was
Kaylee.
nothing. What a joke. Okay. Former FBI agent makes bold prediction on Guthrie case. Let's hear listen to this one. The account. Oh, that's another thing. TMZ reported that the account is empty. They have the account number. Let's see what JLR is doing.
Want to go see what's going on?
All right, let's go see what's going on with JLR first. Let's do this. We'll put this down here. We'll watch him for a second.
Let's go look. Let's go investigate.
We're with JLR investigating. We have 1 hour until this timeline, this deadline. You guys don't forget to hit the thumbs up and the like button. Please. Please, please, please. It helps. Let everybody know we're
doing the
here.
rounds, just like the others.
I'm going to go grab something to drink, you guys. I'll be right back.
There he is. He just arrived. So I think their job is to go around to the sides of the house just to make sure nobody's around. Nah, he didn't use the bathroom. We did that.
We could always go back and watch that water. It happened this morning, but I don't know what time.
Let's go back up to our bird's eye view. One of those rounds. They got to go around the side of the property, make sure nobody's lurking around the house, stepping on the property, anything suspicious activity in that nature.
What do you think will happen after the 1 hour mark? Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you. It was just before lunch. He has the water video on his ex. Thank you. Thanks, James. Oh, it is sprinkler. You can see it. I thought it was more water than that.
And the sheriff just went onto the property here. I don't know if this is a timer or something broke it. The water's shooting up. The sheriff went to the side of the house to look at something, and they came back. Sheriff deputy. This is, I don't know what's
Here's the
happening
water.
here. I've not seen water shoot up like this at all, or any water at all, since I've been here for days. So, is there a water break? Timer? Sprinkler system broken? What's going on here, folks? Water is shooting up.
No Cash Patel.
Nancy Guthrie, and the sheriff just went onto the.
Cash Patel is busy looking over his shoulder. That guy always looks scared. He always looks scared. All right, let's mute this because that generator is that'll rattle your brain after a while, eh? All right, let's watch a few more updates and discuss. I mean, right now, all we can do is speculate. You know what I mean? And listen to other people's opinions so that we can discuss this and have any, different ideas of what the hell could be going on.
We'll hear from former FBI Special Agent Stuart Kaplan. We'll dig in deep with Stuart. First, though, senior correspondent Alicia Acuna.
It's the same damn clip.
And Harris here on day 9. Still no suspects officially.
Okay, that one sucks. Hold on. Here we go. I got a bunch of updates here.
Nancy Guthrie's suspected kidnappers are reportedly asking for $1 million via Bitcoin. U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro, a former colleague here, explained that request for cryptocurrency might indicate a high degree of sophistication from those abductors.
I believe they're very sophisticated in terms of.
Oh yeah, I wanted to play this because she's about dumb as a stump. Who is this lady? Who's U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C.? This lady, she needs to pack it in and retire. Listen what she says about why she thinks that this is sophisticated.
Sophistication from those abductors.
Listen.
I believe they're very sophisticated in terms of, the IP address using VPNs, messages that could be going through other countries and other IP addresses. Then, it's not the old money drop anymore. It's Bitcoin, the Bitcoin wallet. Then it goes through a blockchain. It could go through other countries. There was a lot of thought that went into this. They're using, technology today. Old crimes are being committed in new ways because of advanced technology.
Okay, in the blockchain, everything is registered. Everything is registered in the blockchain.
It's hard for us to figure this out.
Well, with us now is award-winning tech journalist, the cyber guy, Kurt Knudsen. Kurt, all right, walk us through how difficult it might be for authorities to trace Bitcoin as opposed to traditional payments.
Well, we originally thought, Guy, how are you? We originally thought that Bitcoin was sort of untraceable, but there have been some cases that have proven otherwise. So there is.
See, this is all misinformation, y'all. She's a former judge. She needs to back it in and retire because using VPNs is not sophisticated. Like my granddaughter could probably use a VPN. She's 6. So let's listen to this guy. He's saying tooting the same horn.
There is actually a way to trace it, not always, but many times, and it doesn't happen overnight. Many times it happens weeks, months, sometimes years after an event when authorities were able to get access to it. The event that really showed us all this was the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack. I don't think you remember this, but there was a ransomware attack on this part of our oil infrastructure in the States. They went ahead and paid it, but what was interesting is they were able to get about 80% of it back, and that's highly unseen in the sort of cryptocurrency world. And the way they did that is, like the Guthries, if indeed this does happen, if indeed they convert $6 million in U.S. currency into essentially a wallet of Bitcoin, and then they send that over to whoever these kidnappers are, and they then receive that, they've got to figure out what to do with it once they've got it. And that's where the real traceability comes into play. And it may be that it sits there for a month or 2 months or 3 months or beyond, and it may be that it's transferred to 4 parties or 400 parties. But what happens is when investigators stay on it, there usually is a real great benefit to tracking Bitcoin. And that is when Bitcoin is used, since there's no real, there's no bank associated with it, there's no government associated with it. But the way it works is it's a very public facing transaction. So they can continue to watch this money well after it is sent. And that might be some hope later down the road at A, finding out who did this, and B, getting some of that money back.
Yeah, that's an important point. I want to ask you about the communications and the cyber of it all as it relates to that. So the fact that they've received these ransom communications, and again, we've had several experts saying that we don't know of the authenticity of these communications, but they've received communications. How difficult would it be for investigators and the FBI, with all of their resources and all of their technology, to trace the communications themselves back to whoever's sending them? That's a part of this that I find really interesting, that they've received communications, and with all that technology, they still can't figure out who's sending them. They can't track them.
What? Z says, I just realized I'm among a ton of liberals. I didn't catch that vibe the last couple days. I don't know where you're getting that vibe from. You ain't getting that vibe from me. I don't talk politics, yo. I don't.
And that tells us the level of sophistication of who we're dealing with. So it makes me think, as a cyber guy, like this rings so closely to how ransomware attacks work. And this works where they're cloaking email, and that's what they're doing. They're cloaking an email, so it may send it from here to here to here to here to here, and it's a bunch of nonsense destinations. But at the end of the day, it gets where it's going, but it makes it incredibly difficult to track that email message. Not impossible, but incredibly difficult.
Kurt, could you do it? I'm sorry to jump on Joey there, but I'm just wondering, you're the cyber guy. If they brought you in, could you do it?
No, I don't have that, but I'll tell you who does. And there really is no better organization than the FBI globally at pulling apart this data and really deciphering what they're trying to get out of it.
Ruby.
Not only when it comes to Bitcoin, but also when you're talking about 41 cell phone towers within 3 miles of the Guthrie house in Tucson. You've also got about 202 to 204, depends on who you look at for the count, of automatic license plate readers. And they're combing through this data. And then, something interesting is, even though a video camera may not on our app tell us that it saw anything, if it's our camera, it doesn't mean that it wasn't logging something not worth telling us. So investigators have a real talent at taking apart these logs of devices that are very common in our lives, and then pouring that data into AI now and saying, what do we have here? What patterns are we seeing here? What cameras activated at least the idea that there was something to look at, but not enough to present it to the person who owned it and has an app?
But wouldn't the motion on the camera be the motion probably before they fucking hit it? Hey, Colette. I think it's because the Fox News guy was annoying. Liberal? But also, what the hell? Topic is missing elderly lady. Damn. Let us true crime in peace. I know. I like you too, Shelly Bean. And you know what? Back in the day, they used to not ask who you voted for. Like, why can't we just go back to that where everybody just keeps it to themselves and shuts the fuck up? Every time something happens that's big like this, it's always a political, like, left and right. Right. I mean, wouldn't we suspect that's where the motion came from, was probably the back door? We also had Ashley say that the back door was wide open, remember? You guys hit the like button and subscribe, please.
So it's a lot of stuff there that's, it may seem like nobody's doing anything right now, but I'll tell you right now, they are very busy with all of this data behind the scenes. It just doesn't happen overnight.
Kurt, this is kind of a simple question, but I think it really, we can sit here and try to solve this case all night long, and in some ways we will, and we won't be able to. But we have 1 million people watching this right now, millions that are wondering how this connects to their lives. We talk about how these kidnappers, if they exist, are sophisticated in the sense that they have masked their IP address and use Bitcoin. My question to you is,
what the pure fuck's going on? Did you guys hear that dog? That was not my dog.
do you have to be knowledgeable in these things to be able to do this, or can you just open up and have a conversation with ChatGPT and learn how to do this? Well, I mean, can open AI sources now tell you how to do this?
Joey, really good question. These people know what they're doing. This isn't something they just read yesterday on ChatGPT and said, oh, this is how I do it. No, you got some people that know what they're up to, whether they have done a kind of, physical ransom like this with, from someone who's loved in America, a mother of that person, to really, the question is, why did they target that? But yes, they have indeed the skill set in place here. And I might, if I were an investigator, be looking back saying, all right,
welcome, Manda.
What rings a bell of someone who knows this much stuff about, this level of sophistication? And that, for me, it goes back to a lot of cyber crimes that have cost companies, not individual families, millions of dollars.
Kurt, really appreciate your time. A lot of really interesting insights there.
Okay, not really, but here's TMZ. What is this one that I saved? Let me see. No, that one's old. I think it might be this one. Hold on. Let's check this one out.
Some people believe TMZ, other people don't. Some people believe TMZ actually legitimate got something. It's BS. It's a prankster. It's a hoaxster.
All right. I'm just trying to make sure nothing's going on there on the scene. We are about 45 minutes away from the deadline of the ransom deadline.
Those terms up until they laid out the new timeline last night. That's a long time. And the sheriff is saying that there is additional DNA evidence that they're waiting on the results of. So clearly they did find something else inside that was DNA related. We just don't know what. Jonathan, let me start.
See, we had said that too. Remember, it was reported he said, oh, we got the DNA back from the porch. Thank you, Mandad. Welcome in. He said, we got the DNA back from the porch, but we didn't hear about any DNA from anywhere else.
Start with you on that. It's a long time, 41.
Yeah, sure. You know what this kind of points me towards, Megan? First of all, we're putting so much attention. Everybody is looking at ransom, that it's easy to overlook the other possibilities. And the fact that you honed in on this is really good, the 41 minutes, because that could be the time period when somebody was looking for something. So they go into the house, there was no robbery. But
so listen to this and listen to this carefully, because we had that 41 minutes where they looked around, and then they took that away. Miss Mamakins, I actually have. I don't know if I have the endurance.
But were they looking for something else? Is there paperwork? Is there something going on that we don't know about with Miss Guthrie, and somebody was in there trying to find something in particular? Because any other reason for them to be in there for that long, it's not like they're going to interrogate her before they kidnap her. So it would be a quick in and a quick out typically. So it almost appears just from this timeline that somebody may have been in there and then perhaps.
Oh, okay. He's talking about the 41 minutes from when the doorbell disconnected to when her pacemaker disconnected. The 41 minutes. What were they doing? Why would they be so comfortable being in there, right? Thank you so much, Shortcake. Jay, I've been waiting on your live all day. They make my whole day. Thank you for creating this group. Aw, thank you for being here, Shortcake. You're so sweet. And make sure you guys have hit that like button and subscribe. Please. Thank you.
She woke up and there was a scuffle and it took a dark turn. That is happening.
Okay, so that's a scenario to think about. Nancy comes in. Hey, Sarah Lee. She comes in. She gets changed. She goes to bed. Was she startled in her room? Oh, thank you, Lizzie Bones. Love you, baby. 2 days in a row. This is bananas. It is bananas, but I love being able to see you, Lizzie Bones. Because you moved up to an OG, Franny Melville. Thank you, Joy Sexton. Okay, so imagine that, though. Did she have a scuffle in her room? Now let's keep listening. These are some really interesting scenarios.
Happened before. I've read case studies where that's occurred, and then they have to go down a different road, and in this case, it could be a fake ransom. So I'm not sure, but I think that this kind of alludes again to the fact that whoever was in that house had been there before. I just have this suspicious feeling, and that they were doing something other than just setting up to abduct an 80-year-old woman. So I think this is something that is causing me to pause for just a moment.
The reference to some unspecified DNA found inside of the house that's now being tested makes you wonder exactly what was it? You know, was it just they swiped the door handles and the windows and maybe Nancy's bedposts for touch DNA? Or was it actual bodily fluids? Without putting too fine a point on it, it is the case that sometimes when you take someone's life, they'll relieve themselves. They'll lose whatever urine or feces are in their bodies.
Right, Elaine.
But not in every situation. But that would certainly, if there was any evidence of that, I feel like they'd be treating this case differently, Chad. I feel like they'd be talking about it differently. But I don't know, because his first move was to call in homicide detectives. And there was additional DNA inside that house.
Listen, I'm not one to hold back. And something that we haven't discussed, Megan, is it possible that a sexual assault also took place? And again, I hate to even breach the topic, but is that a possibility? Listen, 2 counties over from where I am, 2 or 3 years ago, had the exact same situation. The only difference was this lady here was 89 years old, but it was a person on drugs, sexually assaulted her in the middle of the night, brutally murdered her. Now, she was still there, but is that a possibility? 100%. That's still a possibility. The thing is that when he says, we are still processing DNA and being so vague, it could make us go down a rabbit hole. There's all sorts of options that we have.
What do you make of it all, Jim?
This was a clearly successful abduction. It was if it is a kidnapping, it's poorly undertaken. You don't spend 41 minutes as a kidnapper in the place where you're taking your victim. You get in and you get out, and that's why I'm leaning away somewhat. And a lot of the questions about this alleged, ransom letter, I know they're finally come back to be identical. But again, a successful abduction for whatever reason. Is it to hide evidence? 41 minutes. Was there an argument of some sort? And I'm not going to point the family, but is it someone known to this woman? And they started having interaction of some sort, and the person snapped out and hit her. Oh my God. Now, if it's a stranger, leave the body there, get the heck out. If it's someone known to the woman, what do I do?
Well, I mean, CC Caruso, what a horrible thing to say in public, but unfortunately, it could have been possible. Let's see what JLR is doing here. Checking things out. No more.
Massive police presence.
Massive police presence.
We got
media presence.
Up there. Vehicles up there.
Is there cops even here besides the one? That's what I want to know. I mean, anything's possible. Sadly.
More people have arrived. Look how far down the media goes here. Just look how many cars there. It goes all the way down the block. It's insanity. I've never seen so many people out.
Pam, is that
Literally.
not normal there?
Just shows you.
It's 4:23 local time. The deadline is in about 35, 40 minutes. Why are you scared, Benjamin? Don't be scared,
There's
Benny.
so many.
I got you. All right, let's go back. We're going to keep listening to this for now.
Now, they better take that body and put it somewhere else. Or if she's still alive, who knows what condition she's in. But I got to somehow remove her from the scene. So that 41 minutes does open, assuming that number is correct, and it doesn't change on us again, Megan.
I mean,
that's going to be...
we have no idea what that house looked like inside. Did someone clean up after? I think someone broke in. This is what I think happened. And I'm not even quite sure when it happened, because we don't know who saw her last before that night. When was her last proof of life? I don't think she was let out of there alive. I really don't think she was let out of there alive. I mean, so weird.
Very critical there. So again, a successful abduction, but a poorly run kidnapping at this point. And I have other examples we can talk about of other kidnappings down the line here today, but it's just not being run very efficiently or effectively so far. If their ultimate goal is to get money out of this case, unless there's a lot of things, mitigating circumstance will be things that we're not learning from law enforcement. But successful abduction, not a good.
And yet it doesn't.
I don't know. You're
it
right.
doesn't look like a full lunatic, because they did think to get the Ring cameras or they were Nest cameras, and apparently managed to do that without, getting.
Yeah, I feel like if this was like the fact that the cameras were all busted and they only missed one, right? The one on the roof that had a thing. I don't think someone who's on drugs that's just running around committing crimes is going to go around the home, take that doorbell off, smash the other one to the point where it's going to be, the brick is actually broken. So where was she, in the days before she went missing? That's something we don't know. We don't know anything about her daily routines. We don't know anything about, if she talked to somebody normally every day. What was her, did she have a caregiver? Did she have groceries delivered? Did she have something that was routine for her every day? We have no idea. We have no idea. So bizarre. Like, so many questions. But then you have Savannah coming out today going, I need your help. Like, we need your help. You saw them remove 2 roof cams. Interesting, Grammy Cheryl. Why do you think that?
Being caught, I realized that those were not subscription cameras, so maybe the images were on there, but just were written over. That's what the sheriff said happens with these cameras when you don't have the subscription service. By the way, get the subscription service. I don't think most of us fully understood, that was a thing, but you got to get the subscription service because it's useless to you in solving crime if it just rewrites every couple of hours, as the sheriff said, or writes over itself.
Like $100 a year.
I do want to talk about. I want to talk about the ransom notes in a second, but I got to be honest. I'm with you guys. I'm not totally intrigued by the ransom notes because I don't believe personally that they're from the real kidnapper. Though I could totally be wrong because the more I listen to Harvey Levin, the more I think he's starting to believe that they actually are from the hostage taker. But we'll get to those in one second. I just want to stay on a couple of the items that we discussed with Ashley too. How about the change in the timeline on Sunday morning?
Here
guys?
we go.
I talked about this a bit with Chad yesterday, but I didn't get to talk to you other guys about it. It was, as we played from the sheriff, I don't know if you guys heard this, but the sheriff had been saying all week that it was an hour delay, that the family had been called by a constituent at the church. I'm reading here. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos has said a congregant called Nancy's family at 11 a.m. on Sunday. This is the Daily Mail reporting. A congregant called Nancy's family at 11 a.m. on Sunday after she failed to arrive at church.
Oh.
And then we played the sheriff on camera this week repeatedly saying that, putting the time around 11:10.
The wording was arrive. Hey, Dental Lori. The wording was, quote, Nancy didn't arrive.
That the family got notified and got over to Nancy's house, either notified at 11:10 or there at Nancy's house. They live only a couple minutes down the road. And then suddenly yesterday, it's completely changed to, no, the family discovered her missing at 11:56 a.m., discovered her missing, and then within 7 minutes, called 911. Now that to me seems like a rather large thing to have wrong, like when the family discovered that she wasn't there. And coupled with the new information that Nancy, now this could turn out to be wrong too, a lot of things have, but that apparently Nancy was not going physically to church. She wasn't going to church. The Daily Mail spoke with a woman who said, hold on, I'm finding my quote here. Let's see, a fellow congregant at Nancy's church, reading from the Daily Mail in Tucson, was initially reported to have alerted her family that she failed to attend the morning service on Sunday. Curiously, however, a source has now told the Daily Mail that the elderly mother of the Today Show host had not been at St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church for years. Ever since.
Hold on, let's see what this criminal network's saying.
Well, don't really say the addresses, but
Oh, gotcha.
say the block around the. Just say the block.
You're right.
No, just say the block. The something.
What's he
block.
doing here?
Yeah, no.
You're going
right,
to say
no,
under
you're
construction, right?
Right.
Yeah, just say the 100 block.
Yeah.
And say there's.
I'll just leave it. I think that's about your answer. You're right.
No, go ahead. Say what's going on. There's
this street. There's this street, but that way.
Yeah.
So how about
What's
that?
going on there?
Just look. I'm not saying it might be another murder, but
what happened?
it's close by. We don't know if she ever left the neighborhood.
So you're saying, what are you saying? These homes have what?
They're empty. There's no one in there. So
What homes?
One of them has a garage wide open, so you can still into the house.
And
What's
you
this
also
guy
said
up
there's homes
to,
under
man?
construction. I seen homes under construction too.
Two of them just going that way. Yeah.
I mean, that's
Anyway,
a great.
I just wanted to
I
throw
mean,
that out
think
there.
about this. I mean, you could put a body in one of these empty homes.
The way
Like
these guys are, they're talking shit about me, but at the same time,
He's
hey,
out
the
here rattling
collective-
addresses?
The collective.
Got
JLR's the link, but anyway.
Thank you for that information.
I'm glad you said something.
Oh my God.
I mean, but you would think that they would go and search the properties of some of the homes around here, unless they have another theory.
You would think that law enforcement would have searched. But
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. No, for real.
Yeah, he has a channel. Criminal Network. Let's see what he was saying. Let's go back. Let's see what he comes up talking out his ass about.
Well, we'll continue to wait for this deadline, folks, out front of Nancy Guthrie's home. It's on the ground.
Hold on. I want to see when he first walks up what he was saying.
Happens after the deadline.
Okay, listen.
I'm not saying like I've heard of anybody doing that. I'm just saying in my head, like the brainstorm. I can see some youngsters sort of doing some IT shit, using a property that's close by. That's easy to track.
Okay, he's talking about dumpsters or something. I will show some of Ashley's. We're getting there. We're getting there. I know you guys, some of you don't like Megan, but this is where the info is.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know they were talking yesterday. You know him, Dirty Diana? Half an hour until the deadline. Half an hour. Right, Chris? I mean, I know those cops were, I mean, that first 24 hours. Ugh. Did I miss it? I want to see what he said. How did I miss it?
I just want to acknowledge some people. I see some comments coming through, so thank you very much, Amber Frazier.
I don't know. I can't find it now. We'll go to real time. I have a hard time rewinding.
Waiting for the next development, folks. JLR investigates boots on the ground outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard. Choo-choo. Thank you for subscribing, guys, and make sure you hit that thumbs up. We are watching JLR Investigates, and we're going back and forth and listening to some latest updates of theories and discussions.
Since the COVID pandemic, she has been worshiping online. It is understood that St. Andrews does not have a large-scale Zoom call for online viewing as some religious organizations do. Instead, the church's 9 a.m. and 10:45 a.m. services on Sunday are live streamed, and it is impossible for other participants to know who else is watching. Now, the church responded by saying, all we can tell you is that Nancy has been a member here for many years. She is part of our community and we love her, said Ed Coates, administrative assistant at St. Andrews Presbyterian Church. Quote, we're praying for her. And that's really all we have to say right now. I'm sure the media will know before we will, how the story unfolds, but we are praying for her safety and praying for her family. So this was her church. The Daily Mail and also Brian Enton reporting that she had not been to this church physically for years. So how could a congregant have noticed she wasn't there and called the family to report it on Sunday morning?
Whenever I hear these things, Megan, first of all, this timeline, I'm looking at it as you're talking, I'm going through it, and it's a little odd. The timeline
very odd
that we have versus the verbiage of the sheriff before is different. And there's some things like the camera detecting or being disconnected and then detecting movement. There's some things there that don't make sense. It could be easily explained, but they don't make sense. But I would like to know who the person is that reported this to the family, okay?
Who called the family?
Right. Because
yes, same.
If she's not known to be there or to be on camera, who was it that suspected it? Is it somebody that she usually talks to while she's on there? And they said,
See, all the experts have the same damn questions we do. Donation missed? Did I miss your donation? I'm so sorry, Nanya. Thank you so much.
And they're just not telling us that would make sense. And perhaps it's that simple. But if the church or somebody's reporting that there's no way to know if she's online, yet somebody comes up with information that she's not there, then who was that person and how did they have that information? So there's these things, and also the timeline of the family. This reminds me again of Idaho, where they found all this crazy stuff, and instead of calling police immediately, they called a bunch of friends over to decide what to do next. And so if the family went there and discovered that...
Remember the sheriff said that too? He's like, they called a few people, or they made some calls. Who did they call? Who were they calling to see if they knew where she was? You know what I'm saying? I mean, they wouldn't call Savannah because Savannah's in freaking New York. So who'd they make calls to in that hour time frame that went away? It's very, very strange.
She wasn't there. And it took that long for them to notify police. If the first timeline that the sheriffs went over is correct, that is also very suspicious to me. Why you would get there and take that long to call police when apparently it was odd enough for you to go over there and check in the first place.
International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency.
Oh, what if Nancy made a donation weekly and that was not there? Would they see that immediately, though? I mean, don't churches usually count their collection like after church? I don't know. All right, here is, let's see. We're going to go to Miss Ashley Banfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious, and it has been another day.
Hold on, we're going to go to the latest one she dropped. I believe it was yesterday morning. Wait, we got a new one? Nope, we got 8 hours ago. Okay. God, my time is all messed up.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Banfield and this is Drop Dead Serious, and I am recording this on Sunday night, February 8th, and so this is the 7-day mark. 7 days ago, Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Today Show co-host Savannah Guthrie, was officially reported missing, and it has been a week, right? It's been a week. Instead of clarity in this case, I think it's fair to say the case has taken a pretty sharp turn. There's been alleged ransom demands all week long, different ones, some resolution to one at least, no resolution to the other ones. Law enforcement activity across this case has intensified. It's been on, it's been off, it's been on, it's been off, and that was the day again today and yesterday. Signals that something significant actually might be unfolding, but behind the scenes, right? I'm going to walk you through everything that happened this weekend because the facts alone in this case are enough to raise serious questions. And this isn't about theorizing or sleuthing. This is just about what has happened and what is happening in this case. And there's a lot. This weekend has been extraordinarily busy. And I think one of the strange things is the amount of activity at night. That's not normal. Typically when we're on location, and I've spent a lot of years in the field, you know, things quieten down at night. That's when sort of the security comes in and, you know, people keep a watch on crime scenes or areas of interest.
Don't worry about it.
But there's not usually a ton of investigative work that goes on at night. Not this weekend. That is not at all what happened this week. In fact, in this episode, I'm going to walk you through a few very unusual things that happened. So for starters, they're starting to pull surveillance video from places in between Nancy's home and Annie's home. They're about 4 miles or so apart. I'll tell you who, why, and who actually pulled the video. It matters. Also, Savannah herself with her siblings released a short video on Instagram, and it was cryptic. Some people didn't pick up right away on what felt like a very sad message that they want to be reunited with their mother to celebrate. Others have picked up that they feel like that's a dire message, that things may not be what they had hoped. But again, cryptic, and it's for you to decide. But I will.
Yeah, what do you guys, that's what we kind of have been going back and forth about, right? The celebration thing. Was it a positive thing? We know her birthday just passed. I don't know.
Play that for you, and you can, you know, weigh in how you want to. Fascinatingly,
so bizarre.
All this activity at Annie Guthrie's house late last night, and for 3 hours, and photographs being taken in the darkness, and agents gloved, and all the rest. I'm going to tell you all the things that we know about that new search that was being done at that home, and why, and what time, and the uniqueness of it, as well as ransom letter details, or at least alleged ransom letter details. A TV station posted some of these details and then pulled it back, but not before it got out and it made its rounds. And so we now know some of the details of what these alleged ransom seekers may be seeking. You know, I think there's a lot to be said about the uniqueness, right? Ask anybody who's been in the business of the FBI or of hostage negotiations or kidnap for ransom business. This is not like all the others. It's very unusual. So I say alleged, you know, ransom letters because I'm not entirely convinced these are true. I think these are scammers overseas, more than likely trying to, parasitically get in on something and try and make some money. And then really interestingly, I'm going to show you some pictures a little bit, explain about some underground probing that was going on behind Nancy Guthrie's house today. A lot of talk about what kind of underground tanks these were. I'm going to get into it with you all in a minute. First, though, I've been a broadcast journalist for many years, like decades. 4 decades. And if there's one thing that I've learned, it's this. There are a lot of people out there who are talented and capable and feel trapped. They feel trapped in a career they're in right now and they never wanted to stay in it. But they're there not because they're not capable. They're certainly capable, but they just think it's too late to do anything about it, to change course. So the work starts to feel hollow. The idea of starting over, it just feels too much. It's overwhelming. But if that sounds like you, know this, you are not stuck. It's why I want to tell you about a sponsor of mine, Southern New Hampshire University. SNHU is one of the reasonably soon from FBI, DOJ, or whoever that could be definitive. A lot has taken place in the last couple of hours. That had people thinking.
Okay, hold on. I have to go back a little bit.
Specifically referred to the Nancy Guthrie case and said this. I'm going to read, right? We have some clues that are very strong, and I think we could have some answers coming up fairly soon. I'm not talking about a search. I'm talking about a solution. We have some things I think that will maybe come out reasonably soon from FBI, DOJ, or whoever that could be definitive. A lot has taken place in the last couple of hours. That had people thinking there's movement here because, not only...
She's talking about Trump. And I, for one, I don't put much stock into Trump's updates on this case, but I do find it odd that he's made so many detailed statements on this case. Don't you guys think that's weird? I mean, how do we know? Okay, now I'm putting my tinfoil hat on again. How do we know that, Savannah's husband did consulting for the Clintons, and I'm not trying to get all weird, but how do we know he's not consulting for Trump? How do we know this isn't a fucking distraction from the Epstein files and Trump? I can't say that I haven't thought about that. There's too much shit at once. Tinfoil hat for sure, but how do you know who he's consulting for? We have no idea. And he hasn't showed his face. Shown. It's very strange.
Were the words definitive used, but also agents showed up at Annie Guthrie's home late into the evening on Saturday night. And there was a video released by Savannah Guthrie as well. So there was some thought that there was activity. And what I can tell you happened throughout Saturday. Let's just take it, as the weekend progressed. Saturday, 2 different companies, they confirmed that the FBI had come to ask them for their surveillance video. So a Chevron gas station and a Circle K. And again, these are businesses that are found sort of within the vicinity between Nancy Guthrie's home and Annie Guthrie's home, again, about 4 or so miles between them. So it's interesting to hear that at least those 2 companies, my feeling is that it's probably not just 2 companies. Typically law enforcement fans out everywhere. They go to every single place that might have a video running, including a Tesla, right? If a Tesla is parked in a driveway or even on the street in that vicinity, they'll come a knocking and ask, can we see if you maybe have one of those features on your Tesla that grabs video as movement goes by? But we do know of those 2. And then we learned about this new video that Savannah...
Okay, before we get to the new video, I want to read you what I just found. You guys are asking about Savannah interviewing Epstein survivors. So she interviewed them years ago. It says here, Savannah Guthrie once interviewed Epstein victims. Old clips resurface. Let's see. She conducted an exclusive interview with Virginia Guthrie and other victims. In September of 2019, 2 months after Epstein died by suicide in his prison cell, Guthrie conducted a series of exclusive interviews that focused on women who were essayed and trafficked by Epstein and his network. In one of the segments, Guthrie sat down with Virginia Guthrie. We have Guthrie and Guthrie for her first extensive television interview. In this segment, Guthrie recounted the details of the abuse she faced when she was forced into having, you know what, with Epstein and others, including allegations involving powerful figures. Then we have her husband. We have Savannah's husband then showing up in the Epstein docs. The special interview also featured conversations from others who came forward for the first time to speak of their experiences. So that's that. Virginia has since passed. I don't know. I don't know what to make of all this. It's weird.
Savannah Guthrie released on her Instagram. It's very sad watching these three siblings who clearly are appearing in pain as they appeal to whomever it is sending these messages, these ransom or communication notes through the media. You know, I mean, it is just so unorthodox in terms of the business of kidnap or ransom, because that is a business, folks. It's a global business, and they're not operating the way most do. But Savannah released this short, and I'm going to let you weigh in on the wording of it. But a lot of people in the business of sleuthing through the FBI, people who've worked in law enforcement who deal with kidnap for ransom or hostages have said that this language seemed very coded and very specific. But here's how how she coded her message, how she said her message as she holds the hands of her siblings.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Obviously, you have heard from law enforcement that they have to take all of these things seriously, right? You get ransom demands in, you have to investigate it. And if this all turns out to be, this parasite, these sideshows, these people who are trying to glom on and steal from crime victims, God, I hope they find them. Boy. And I hope they throw the book at them. We've got one allegation against a guy in California who had made his missives allegedly directly to Annie Guthrie and her husband, and he's been arrested. He's facing serious charges. But so far, there's no other news or announcements from law enforcement that they have traced who might be behind these other. First was ransom, second was communications. That's how it's being characterized. And again, very little communication that seems to be open for the Guthrie family to communicate back. And so this is how Savannah and her siblings are releasing their communications to whomever it is that's doing this. But it's very upsetting to hear, we want our mother back so that we can, that we can celebrate with her. It's unusual wording, and we will pay. This is important to us, and we will pay. And to the point about the typical modus operandi of a kidnapper, I want to read you something from Lee Wallace. She goes by Lawyer Lee on Twitter. She's been a trial attorney for 30 years.
Shout out,
Harvard
Lawyer
law grad.
Lee.
She says, Nancy Guthrie's case makes so little sense to me as a kidnapping. As a lawyer, I've been involved in many high-profile cases, and they are way more complicated because of the media presence. Kidnappers usually ask for privacy and secrecy. It would make no sense to kidnap the mom of a media celebrity because you're getting the opposite. So I think very insightful. Once again, how many times have you seen, even in the movies, you involve the police and game over, right? Okay, so Saturday night, just a flurry of activity 4 miles down the road from Nancy Guthrie's home, the crime scene from which Nancy Guthrie was abducted, at Annie Guthrie's home. There were 3 vehicles that showed up. They were unmarked, white vehicles, parked, and
I'm pulling it up. Thank you, guys.
Sheriff's deputies went into the house, but not before some of the reporters who were outside noticed a couple of very important things. First and foremost, one of them appeared to be pulling out some it's hard to say whether it was a very thin, wide, large case or whether it was a folding white table. To me, it looked like a folding white table, but it could have been a thin white or silver case. And it wasn't long before all of a sudden the reporters outside noticed that they weren't turning all the lights on when they went into this dark home. It's late in the evening, into the night. But there were some lights going on towards the back of the house and then going off.
I don't see anything new from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. Where are you guys seeing that? Where is the new statement from the sheriff? Because I don't see it. About a swarm of bees? I don't even know if this is near them. They reported that a swarm of bees was reported near a residence in the area of 4300 South Draper Road. Bee removal en route? Bee removal? What's really going on? Someone needs to go to that address. West Bop Road and South Alden Road. Did you hear me? They're saying that they're getting rid of a swarm of bees and they want people to stay away. What if it's just a lie to keep people away? No, I don't think it's the address of Nancy. I'm saying they have an area they want people to stay away from. Brian Enton says 1 minute ago, new statement from Pima Sheriff, he must have gotten this himself, says they are following up on new leads and we can expect to see an active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residence today. So far, I have not noticed anything at Nancy or Annie's house today. Let's see what JLR says.
They're coming back here.
Here we go.
They're coming back.
They're coming back.
Oh boy. This is what they said. They are coming back. We expect to see an active law. They're going to do a search, I suspect.
We aren't missing anything, y'all. Both houses.
As reported the other day, I shared this. A letter went out to residents late last week informing them that law enforcement plans to do searches around this particular area in Nancy's. I don't know about Annie's, but in Nancy's home here. So that could be something.
Yeah, I'll show you the bees. Hold on. Right, the sheriff posts about bees. It just doesn't make sense. Hold on. They're not going to say, oh, we think that there's, a body out here.
They put out a statement.
Right
so
here.
This is, it looks like, I would say starting, I would say tomorrow. I can't see them doing it.
You know what I think's happening? I have a feeling they are searching this area of West Bop Road and Eldon Road, and they're telling the media they're going to be at the Guthrie homes, so they stay at both Guthrie homes. What do you think? Why would they tell the media, hey, we're going to be at the homes? I think they want them to be, the media to stay put. I think it's a distraction. Look. It even says invalid date. It doesn't even have the date. Look, community alert. Do they do these all the time? On their X? A swarm of bees has been reported at near a residence in the area of 4300 South Draper Road, near West Bop Road and South Alden Road. If you are nearby, please shelter in place and turn off your AC until the situation is resolved. Bee removal en route. Does Pops usually post about that? I don't know. The Big Fish, thank you for your super chat. We have Africanized bees here that will kill you. It's common practice in the desert. Okay, I'm learning a lot of new stuff. Thank you, Kelly Smith, for joining. It just seems awfully convenient. Like, how often does that happen? Does this happen every day? Okay, let's pull up the address. 4300. What is it? 4300 South Draper Road. And that guy said, look in the empty house. And it's right next to a residence. 4300 South Draper Road, Tucson, Arizona. And then what are the other roads? Near West Bop and Alden. West Bop and Alden. Hold on. That's a big area. They usually block off that big of an area. Here's Alden. Hang on a second. Let me find these roads and then I'll show you. Where's Bop? I can't see Bop Road, but I will show you this. Hold on.
So is that a joint?
Here's the residence, right?
Or is it a cigar?
This Draper Road like ends. Look. Hold on. I lost the freaking house. It's over here. Okay, check this out. See this South Draper Road? Like this road ends right here. Do you guys think, hang on, let's see what JLR is saying.
So yeah, I'll be out here bright and early. Definitely coming here. I'm coming here bright and early, but I'll monitor Annie's house too.
Oh my God, it's
and we'll
2
go
minutes.
from there. We'll go which place they
to
go
the
to. I might go to
deadline.
both places at the same time. I think it starts tomorrow. I really
Hi,
do.
Kylie.
First light.
1 minute, you guys.
I think the searches start at first light.
So he's
few minutes.
He's thinking they're gonna start searching in the morning. Bop Road, Hanson Road. Okay, so let's zoom out and look. Hold on a second. Let me get my shit together. I want you guys to be able to see the whole freaking map, okay? Here's Alden Road over here. So why would it be closed all the way from here?
Deadline.
All the way over to Draper.
And for people in the chat, I will show you again what it looks like out here once it gets dark. Pitch black.
Oh, there's Bop. Okay, what does this say now? So Bop's up here. This is the other side of the mountain near Nancy. Well, if you look up here, this is Bop Road. Can you guys see my cursor? So we got Bop, and then we've got South Alden, and then we have this residence over here on
Law
Draper.
enforcement is going back out.
Near a residence
Looks like
in the
he's-
area of
looks like
4300
he's taking that information.
South Draper.
He's taking that tip.
Shelter in place nearby. Chris?
Interesting.
Because bees
So-
fly.
Soft sand right around the home of Annie and Tommaso. Soft sand.
Let's see how far it is from Nancy's.
Sand. So he was over there today, and he's just, sleuthing around, and he noticed the terrain. We shared the terrain too on a live a couple of the mornings ago, just showing you just around the area.
It's
But there was
far.
like these ditches and gullies and water runs.
Well,
and
it's 50 minutes away. It's 50 minutes away. But we have we have passed the time, the deadline, guys.
Your stick down and goes in. It's all thing. Dude, I personally think that's 100% possible around key players. One, this crime occurred. We'll just say the window of this crime was probably from dark Saturday to light Sunday morning. So what can you do in the middle of the night? No light, pitch black. There's your opportunity.
Hey, you never know.
There's your opportunity.
I've never been to.
Something. If there's no kidnapping.
I summoned you, Charles.
Well, yeah,
Charles.
You could be kidnapped out of your home, but I'm talking a longevity kidnapping. A longevity. You could be kidnapped out. She could have got kidnapped and taken, but instantly something happened to her. So we don't know.
Why do you have to turn off the air, though?
He's sharing that information. He's writing it down. He's writing it down on his paper.
So the cops say they're going to be back at both houses.
Let's go see. Let's go. Oh, no, he's leaving. He's walking away. All right, so let's get some scoop and find out.
Okay, we're going to get the scoop from the...
He said.
The criminal network. What's going on
We're
here?
going to get some info about this tip.
He was giving them a tip?
That he gave. All right, Alex, come on in. I'm going to, here, spin it around.
I'm glad.
No, come here.
Oh, Alex. His name's Alex.
All right, so you went over to law enforcement. What exactly did you do?
Just let him know that I was over at Annie's house, but maybe he doesn't know their names, but he's like, who's that?
He didn't know who that was.
I don't know.
Wow.
Just fucking with me. Do they do that on purpose? I don't know.
So he was like acting like he didn't know.
Yeah, he's first he
Weird.
asked me if I was on parole or probation.
He did?
Yeah.
He asked you if you were on parole probation. Why?
They always do.
They do?
Oh my God.
Yo, you go give law enforcement a tip, and the first thing they ask is if you're on parole or probation?
Yeah. Then he took the call.
He
Anyway,
stereotyped you.
You feel me?
He stereotyped you, maybe.
But anyway,
That's
so-
crazy. I mean, hey, law enforcement, I have some information I want to give you. First,
regular in
are you on
California.
probation or parole?
Oh, that's in California. That's regular.
That's crazy.
In the nice neighborhoods and the shitty neighborhoods.
Nice neighborhood. Are you on parole or probation? All right, so what happened?
So I told him that I was over at that gully across the way, and there was like a big old. I don't know if did you post a picture?
Oh, I didn't post a picture. Show your picture and put it to the screen. So he was over there at Annie and Tomasa's home. He didn't go on the property, on a public street.
And make sure you tell it.
Show it up.
If
you could go, there might be enough. Let me see. Hold on. Do it again.
Sorry.
Hold on. We're gonna show. It's like sand, right? It's like almost like.
Yeah, and it's like a big spot, like a bot. Not to say that, but a body size. And I put a.
I don't know if you can see that, folks. Probably not. But it's just like sand.
So anyway, he's gonna send me a link.
He's gonna send you a
He
link
said
to send the
detective's
tip.
gonna Give me a call. So maybe I can get some info.
So he said detectives are gonna give you a call.
Call, and then he said that she's gonna send me a link to send them the picture.
No, I think it's actually
you never know.
something you have to look at.
Okay.
It's particularly when
Hold
they
on.
just
Might
put
be
out
weird.
that
Right.
they're looking around the properties
Remember,
more or less.
there's
They're
a
saying there's going to be
50K
activity at the Guthrie home.
reward.
Activity, what would that be? A search.
And Savannah said,
Yeah. What'd she say?
asking for, you know what I mean?
Asking
if
for
you see
help.
anything,
If you see anything.
hey, even if it's little. That's the only reason I was like, okay, maybe I just do nothing. You know?
This is
But
getting
now
a
that
lot
you
more
said that.
more and more wild.
There's the drone.
The drones are up, so I'm gonna spin the camera around. Good work, man. We'll see if they actually act on it. Can't believe they asked you if you're on probation or parole.
Yeah.
What if you said yes? Did you say I can't talk to you? And we won't find you credible?
I mean, my address is still in the area, so I got nothing on me.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I do.
All right, folks. Deadline.
5?
Yeah, we missed it. We were talking. I mean, it's 5:04. Deadline is passed. 4 minutes. 4 minutes.
What is that
Deadline
picture
is
of?
passed.
What is
What does
he-
all that mean?
Maybe that was the message and we started searching.
What does that all that mean?
Drones are up.
Drones are up.
No statements scheduled. Can you
Drones
guys
are up.
let me know if you see a live drone?
Probably these media outlets are going to start doing their reports. We'll stay out here and see what
Drones
happens
are
here.
up,
Maybe
you
law
guys.
enforcement comes today. We are on standby outside the home of Nancy. We'll see. That's
So the
crazy.
latest update is that Cops have said they're going to be back at both houses to do
You
more
gonna be back tomorrow?
investigations. Brian
Yeah.
Ensign
I'm
reported
gonna be here first.
that
Yeah.
there
I'm gonna be here first light.
that there are new leads coming in, and that they're going to see more police presence at the house.
I'm not gonna go on with nothing. Scares me, man. It scares me for like the Delphi case, right? She was asking us for help, the world. It's like Doug's car.
He's talking about Delphi. Yeah, I don't think they're showing any of the drones. It must be the police drones, because I can't find any of it.
Looks like a lot of activity is going to start happening. Tell her to get out.
Yeah, the time has passed, guys.
Somebody on her. Yeah. Hey.
I'll beat up the dudes. You gotta talk to the chick.
Hey.
What?
They already tripped on
She
that.
said, I know. Somebody's on her property. I told her, don't go over there. Don't go over there.
Uh-oh.
She's like, I know.
I guess the bee
Okay.
removal is right now.
All right, you're on your own. I warned her. Somebody just went around on her property, and this is the woman that's called police. She's like all on her property. I'm not trying to dry snitch on her or anything. Like, I'm trying to help her. I don't want to see anybody getting arrested for going on somebody's property. But paparazzis take risk, man. They're like, hey, I'll take the citation if I can get the money shot. I don't want to see anybody get in trouble. But, I mean, it's also, you can't really be on people's property like that if she don't want to. She was out here really, like, going at people. There was people, like, with generators and stuff on her property, and she's like, get off my property.
Nothing new from Brian Ensign other than that update about the more activity and tips coming in.
All right, so yeah.
TMZ deadline expired is what they posted. That's it.
Got about an hour that the sun goes down. It actually feels much cooler out here now.
The deadline expired. I'll read. Let's see.
I might position myself a little bit for dirt. Not yet.
Okay. I'm going to mute him. I'm going to read
spot.
you guys the latest from TMZ 1 minute ago. The final deadline to pay the ransom in the kidnapping of Savannah Guthrie's mother, Nancy, has now expired. And there's still no clue, at least publicly, as to her whereabouts at 5 p.m. Arizona time today. The deadline was Monday at 5 p.m. And just a few hours ago, Savannah recorded and posted a solo video imploring the public to keep their eyes open for anything that could solve the case. 2 nights ago, Savannah and her siblings shared a video agreeing to pay a $6 million ransom to bring their mother home. Let's see. That's it. Savannah's latest video, appearing alone, saying they believe their mother is feeling the love and prayers from the public. While she expresses gratitude, it also seems that they haven't heard anything else from the kidnappers, and the investigation isn't uncovering enough information. Hey, T-Fox. Detectives say they still have no persons of interest, according to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. As of Sunday, they said it's an ongoing investigation. Follow-ups continue at multiple locations. No suspects, persons of interest, or vehicles have been identified. Even though they have 2 vehicles, in their custody. Remember, they said that they are checked in as evidence. 2 vehicles. The last 2 to see her were Annie and Tommaso at dinner the night before. That's the latest from TMZ. I will keep refreshing to see if there's anything new. All right, he's not doing anything. Let's go back to Ashley and listen to Ashley's latest.
But then there were flashbulbs, what appeared to be flashbulbs going off, as though there were photographs being taken inside this dark home that did not appear to be occupied by the Guthrie family. Interesting because of the hour that this happened. And I know there's a lot of speculation online. So many people are saying that's because luminol, you see it in the darkness. I'm not so sure that that's the right leap to make.
JLR is saying there's an FBI update. What? I didn't hear him say that. Did y'all hear him say that? He said there was an update from the sheriff's department via Brian Enton that there's going to be more police presence at both homes.
Only because nowhere do we see any of these law enforcement officers with Tyvek suits or any kind of forensic clothing. And that's usually what you would see if there's luminol testing going on. You would see people draped. And we didn't see them going in with big bags that they could change inside either. So it is a really curious development. And what's even more curious maybe was that they were in there for 3 hours, about 3 hours. Very long time for these multiple officers to be inside. And again, these flashes going off as though it was flash photography in the dark, dark house. Then eagle-eyed reporters, Brian Enton among them, and Michael Ruiz from Fox News noticed that when at least one of those deputies came out, you could see clearly insignia of the sheriff's department, not the FBI. And one of them was wearing blue latex gloves. Very interesting. And carrying a paper bag. Evidence bags come in all types of shapes and sizes, and oftentimes they can look like brown paper bags as well. This was not, it didn't appear to me to be sealed, but the sheriff's deputy was carrying the brown paper bag as well as that big white folding table or thin silver, case of some kind. So just a fascinating development. And then they all pulled out without talking to any of the press there, but the press stayed, and there were a lot of press because, again, this was around 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. It's an unusual time to be doing this kind of forensic processing, if that's what they're doing, especially on day 7, very unusual, of this disappearance and this mystery. So another thing that...
But Prepper, why would they think she was there, though? What would give them that idea? And hello, Teresa's mom, Nancy. Thanks for coming in today.
Deputies were observed on location. They had large maps affixed to the side of a truck. And that's not so unusual. If you look at them, I can't tell exactly, but they appear.
Okay, here's the maps that they were looking at, y'all. You guys can't even freaking see that. It's so small. Here. See that map? Want you guys to be able to get a good look at that. That looks like Greek to me, but is that like Nancy's subdivision there in the middle? Hey, Nosy Rosie. If you guys are just joining, we have no new updates except the fact that Brian Enton said that they're getting leads and they're going to be a cop presence at both homes, and the deadline has sadly passed. And we did not hear that any payment was made or any contact has been made to the family as of yet. We are still live right here with JLR, and we're listening to Ashley Banfield's latest podcast in between, kind of hopping back and forth. But other than that, that's pretty much all we know. I'm going to hop over to JLR and check in. It looks like some of the media is packing up. So we'll go back over to Ashley.
To be consistent with like property records, maybe land surveys of this area, parcel maps, maybe that kind of thing, just trying to help investigators get a lay of the land for the neighborhood and the neighbors. And, this is very rough terrain outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. and outside of Annie Guthrie's home. It's very rough. It's
Thank you,
thick,
self-esteem.
and there are cacti, and it's rugged. You know, it's for lack of a better word, sort of rugged desert. Not easy to walk through, very prickly and dangerous, and there's probably wildlife you got to be careful of. But there's been a lot of activity, and I keep going back to Monday. Why was the search called off Monday? You know, we're 30 hours into this disappearance. No need to search. Search is permanently disbanded unless or until we need to do something. Why? It's so odd, so soon after this mysterious disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, that there'd be no officers fanning out in these back rugged desert areas behind these houses. But the maps are out now, and we don't know exactly what they're looking for, but it certainly did start to make a little bit more sense, because Sunday we started to see very specific activity. Okay, so the specific activity that we saw behind Nancy Guthrie's house was
Elevation.
agents
Thank you.
finding what looked like, you know, for lack of a better description, a man cover, a tank cover, could be a septic tank cover, water tank cover, and they removed it. I would say it's probably 2 feet in diameter, big, very big, and they began to probe with a big, long probe down into this underground tank.
Horrible.
So a lot of speculation. What kind of tank?
This whole thing right here just gives me really bad feeling that they're here doing this, even though they didn't find anything. Allegedly, he's literally wearing Vans. But anyways, this right here I don't like, and it kind of reminds me of the Watts case a little bit. I'm not liking that this is where they are. You know what I mean? They're not doing a grid search. They're not doing really much to give the public anything like, hey, you know, we think she might be out there if you see her. They're not saying that. I mean, they've got billboards up. Do you think that the billboards mean they don't know shit? I think it's wild that they have billboards up for her. What would be the reason for billboards across multiple states if they had any idea? Did you see Nancy Grace's short today? Makeup smeared from crying. No. I don't know. I mean, just the fact that they're looking in manholes. It's so weird. I agree, self-esteem. It is very wild. I think JLR thought this was a metal detector, but it ended up being the pole.
Tanks were those. I saw a lot of people talking about septic tanks, some people talking about water tanks. Let me tell you a little bit about what I know about that. Not the definitive source on this at all, but I have a septic tank up in Canada, and I grew up with septic tanks up in Canada. Michael Ruiz from Fox actually queried the neighborhood and found out from that neighborhood that those properties are not on the septic system, and so everybody has their own septic systems and their septic tanks in their on their property. But a lot of people have cisterns too, water tanks, and I think at least one report and a photograph that I saw earlier this week showed what appeared to be like a water truck, almost like a water delivery truck that may have been in the Nancy Guthrie's direct property area.
I mean, if they were doing things to just rule people out or rule things out, don't you think that they would be doing other things? I mean, these seem like very targeted things that they come to the house to do. They came to the house, they went right to those manholes. They went to Annie's. They went right inside and started taking pictures. It's not like they're doing a little bit of everything. It seems like they're very specifically doing things. I don't know.
Some people wondered if it was a pumper truck for septic. No, they're usually a lot bigger and they're not so see-through. This one was white and it looked more like a water truck. So it is possible that this was a cistern or a well or water, underground water tank. Also very, very possible that it is a septic tank. And the reason I know about septic tanks with larger openings is because over the course of several years, the debris will build up in the bottom, right? The sludge, the sediment, and you'll eventually have to get that out. A lot of the runoff, the water off the top, the gray water, etc., will run into the septic fields if you have a field, but that the sediment will fall to the bottom and eventually it will be too high. You got to get it out. So there are septic tanks that you can actually climb down into. My sister has one, and this could be one. I don't know, but
remember they found Caleb Harris in a water. It was a water like sewage treatment system, but there's just been a lot of cases like that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it.
I was fascinated when I saw that because I was hearkening back to the case of Jennifer Dulos 6 years ago now, May 24th. And Jennifer Dulos disappeared. Her husband, Fotis Dulos, took his own life before he could be convicted of any crime against her, but it's widely thought that he murdered her. And her body was never found. Mother of 5. But they did look in the septic tanks at Fotis Dulos' property. And I remember that well because they were looking everywhere. They had found evidence of her death. Bloody clothes and clasps and rags and that kind of evidence that was thrown out in various garbage cans all along a street in Hartford, Connecticut. But they looked into the septic tank. And I will also tell you this. I covered a case in New Mexico. Cody Posey murdered his father.
Okay, we've got an update from Brian Ensign 3 minutes ago. From the FBI, the FBI is not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and the suspected kidnappers, nor have they identified a suspect or person of interest in this case at this time. Don't they always have persons of interest until they don't? Don't persons of interest just either go from person of interest to suspect or person of interest to cleared? Isn't that kind of how it works?
Stepmother and stepsister, and then piled their bodies into manure. And there was a lot of testimony on the stand from experts who said that decomposition would be light speed because of the heat from the manure. So oftentimes this is a thought. If you dispose of a body in septic or manure, that the decomposition is far quicker. Maybe that's what they were thinking when they were probing down in this tank behind Nancy Guthrie's house. But that was a pretty big development today.
Has Nancy
and it's also
Grace
just very
been
disturbing
crying?
because I think many of us are desperate to have a positive resolution in this case, that Nancy Guthrie will come home to her family. She's an 84-year-old woman. She has mobility problems. She has health issues. She's been without her medication for a week, life-saving medication that was needed. So it's just hard to see probing like that, but it's what they have to do. Again, I go back to why wasn't that done Monday? Why weren't they searching Monday? Why did they call off the search Monday? What did they know Monday? What did they know Monday that they said nothing more to see here? Search called off permanently until or unless it's warranted. Something else that happened today, I think it was not supposed to happen, but it did happen. Local TV station KGUN published details of one of these alleged ransom demands, right? And then they removed the post, actually. They pulled back the reporting, but not before it was disseminated widely and reported on. And the detail that came out today that was different that we didn't know was that these alleged kidnappers were demanding a final payout by 5 o'clock p.m. on Monday, February 9th. That would be tomorrow. And if that demand wasn't met, there'd be dire circumstances, her life would be in danger, and that the payout had to be $6 million in Bitcoin.
Which Nancy video?
Those were two details we had not heard before, that the ransom demand was $6 million. There's another series of reports that had suggested that the prior deadline of Thursday last week was $4 million. If you missed that deadline, it goes up to $6 million on Monday. I can't verify that report. That was part of additional reporting. I think the New York Post had some details about that, but KGUN's reporting that they pulled off the internet did say $6 million in Bitcoin by 5 o'clock Monday. Also, early Sunday morning, February 8th is 1 week exactly from when Mrs. Guthrie was first reported missing. Do you remember? The story went that she didn't show for church and that friends from church contacted the Guthrie family who came to do a wellness check, and within 7 minutes they were calling 911. Saw blood possibly on the front entrance. My source said a door left open in the back door, and other things that were obviously frightening enough to call 911 right away. I'm going to get to that in just a moment because there is some oddity to the church report, and I'll describe that in a moment, but I'm not convinced that Mrs. Guthrie goes to church. There's reporting that she hasn't gone to church physically since the pandemic.
We've all
So how would anybody know that she hadn't gone to church? Get to that in a second. But this morning, Sunday morning, the sheriff's deputies showed up again. Sheriff's vehicle came and drove perpendicular to the entrance of Nancy Guthrie's driveway, blocking it. That's the first time we've seen that happen. Look, they've cordoned it off. They've put out crime scene tape before. That's happened. That's not unusual. But today, the sheriff's deputy blocked off Nancy Guthrie's driveway. And also, another unusual occurrence, but maybe not so unusual. I'm surprised we haven't seen it every day, actually. So the Guthries have hired private security for both Nancy Guthrie's home and Annie Guthrie's home. And those people have been posting outside these properties for several days now. But this morning, one of these private security guards, who I'm told has a law enforcement background, as they often do, was seen walking down the driveway towards the mailbox, Nancy Guthrie's mailbox. And as he's walking down the driveway, he's slapping on like these black latex gloves.
So do we think that they got something in the mail and they're not telling us? Because remember that guy, he put those gloves on, collected the mail, put it in a Ziploc bag. I know Ashley's house is so pretty.
He has no
Cozy.
insignia on, no gun, no badge, nothing. He's this private security guard, I'm told. And actually, Brian Enton confirmed for me he was a private security guard. And he puts on these black latex gloves and he opens Nancy Guthrie's mailbox and starts emptying the contents into a plastic bag. Closes up the mailbox and takes the plastic bag back with him. Given everything that's been going on, that is not unusual. And quite frankly, you've probably heard several experts in the business of kidnap for ransom who say that most of the communications go directly to the family. They like to keep the media and the police out of it, typically. The last thing that they usually want is the police to know. In fact, that's often a demand. Say anything to the police and we will do something dire to your loved one, which is another reason why so many people are so suspect of these ransom demands, because they went through not only the media, but the tip lines. Like, who sends a ransom demand to a tip line at a local TV station?
Exactly.
That's how they came in. Through the web.
Exactly. That's what I said. Who does that? Who does the forms on the news site?
Process,
Weird.
right? But this would be something that I would think investigators would do every morning. But this was the first time we'd seen it, or at least we'd witnessed it, that they're collecting the mail from outside of Nancy Guthrie's home. So then additional agents arrived again at Nancy Guthrie's home. And we are in day 8 now, right? A full week has passed where the search was called off 7 days ago. And more agents arrive and are out behind Nancy Guthrie's pool and garden area outside the walls of her back door. That's in a very rugged terrain. Again, cacti, rugged desert. And they're out there again, poking around, just searching around. Don't know why. Don't know what it was that sent them there. But there they were. And then they left. So the mystery just sort of continues, especially given the fact that it didn't seem that there was that much need for searching early in the week, and now it seems there's need every day and in 2 different properties. And then, don't get sidetracked by this, but the local reporters sort of had to do a, whiplash, because sheriff's deputies had their lights going and 2 sheriff's vehicles went flying down the road to a neighbor at the end of the cul-de-sac. You could see the neighbor from Nancy's driveway. But these 2 sheriff's deputies with 2 vehicles with their lights, no sirens, pull up to a neighbor's house, park their car, and go knocking on the door, banging on the door, but nobody answers. And then they come back to their cars and they get back into their vehicles, and they're 10 minutes or so. And I think the reporters are all wondering, what on God's green earth is happening now? They get out of their vehicles and they start walking around the left side of the home and then all the way around the back of the home. And now it looks like they're searching a neighbor's property out the back, right? So there was a lot of consternation and a lot of confusion, and people started to wonder, is this investigation expanding to neighbors?
I know, Teresa. I was just
It has
looking at
already
that.
expanded to neighbors. They've been asking questions of every neighbor. They've been asking for ring cam. They've been asking, what did you see? Don't think for a minute that just about every neighbor hasn't had a knock at their door to ask what they know. Have you seen anyone in the neighborhood recently? Has there been unusual activity? Any weird vehicles? There's some report that someone saw a white van at some point, but that doesn't seem to be going anywhere at this point. And then an MSNBC reporter later was able to actually get the sheriff's deputies to answer him and clarify what they were doing there. And it turns out that this was a response to a trespassing complaint. I don't know if it was a trespassing complaint with press or whether it was unrelated, but it is not something that is a concern at this point, and that seemed to sort of come and go. And that was just a lot of activity that took everyone's attention away for a short minute. But I will say this, as busy as this day seemed, right, with the probing of the underground tank, septic or water or otherwise, in the backyard at Nancy Guthrie's house.
So it also came out, and I don't know where I heard it because it's all kind of blending together, but it came out that Nancy did not drive at night. She still drove, but only in the day. So would that explain why she didn't drive over? Because she knew she'd have to drive back in the dark. She couldn't see good at night.
And the activity the night before at Annie Guthrie's house with the photographs in the darkness of night and the agents and the evidence bag and the blue, latex glove, etc. Today did seem to be quieter and less activity. But the sheriff said again, no more news conferences today and nothing until it's warranted, and reiterated that they have identified no suspects, no persons of interest, nor any vehicles of interest. The key word being identified. They have not identified. That means they haven't told us And we know that. They haven't told us publicly. What they're doing in private could be something entirely different because that is the way law enforcement operates. They don't share everything with us publicly. That's usually the fact, right? That doesn't mean that there's not a lot going on behind the scenes. And of course, we've already learned from the Chevron and the Circle K that the FBI actually was there asking about surveillance video about vehicles. So there are vehicles they're interested in. And no one's been ruled out as a suspect, as they'll say publicly. So it is just fascinating the way in which this continues to drip, drip, drip.
So is there any difference between we don't have a suspect or a person of interest at this time? Or, hi, Nancy. Or, like she just said, we haven't ruled anyone out. So what is it? Do they not have a suspect or persons of interest? Or have they not ruled anyone out that is a suspect or a person of interest? I'm so confused. We're getting both sides on everything. On everything. Nancy said hi. Hi, Teresa's mom.
Investigation showing up, leaving, showing up and leaving. Who knows if we'll get something soon? I mean, with the president telling us that there was something, that was almost definitive resolution, all those things. That was Friday night, and I thought maybe this weekend we would learn something. I don't know. Look, I don't know what it means. I don't know whether they're at loggerheads. I don't know whether they are getting their ducks in a row. I do know this. They don't share everything with you, and they don't share everything with me. And sometimes when law enforcement does share, they don't always share exactly what's going on, and sometimes they share a red herring. That is their prerogative. That is their business. Do not slate them for it. I've seen people taking the boots to the sheriff. It is unfair. Don't do that. This is a hard job. And this is a community that doesn't see this kind of crime a lot. So let's get back to this story about how the whole sordid tale of Nancy Guthrie's abduction began. The story that came to us was that somebody from church reported that Mrs. Guthrie had not shown up for church and that they'd alerted the family done the wellness check. But then we come to learn through other sources that reportedly she hadn't gone to church since the pandemic and that she live streamed the church services. And then there was other reporting that the church said this is not a two-way live stream. It's not like a Zoom call where, you know someone's on the Zoom call, they know you are, and you can talk back and forth. A live stream is something you just take in like a Netflix movie, and that they would not necessarily know that someone's live streaming, that there would be no alert that maybe Mrs. Guthrie wasn't on the church live stream. And, to that point, I had a very good conversation with Megan Kelly about this and just how unusual that whole Sunday morning piece was when this all began. Have a look.
The timeline was changed dramatically on Sunday morning. What this sheriff had been saying to us before was that at 11 o'clock, just after 11 a.m. on Sunday morning, the family was notified by a friend in the church who noticed Nancy didn't attend, and they went over to her house, and about an hour later, they called 911. That was the story this
That created a lot of consternation.
Then we got to the... And many people said, why did it take an hour? How do you, especially seeing blood outside of the house, like Brian Enting got on camera, who would take an hour? Now, then last night, or yesterday at the presser, that totally shifted. He said they got to the house and discovered she was missing at 11:57 a.m. So we've lost a whole hour now, the controversial hour, and called law enforcement 5 minutes later at 12:03.
Yeah, I think it was 7 minutes later.
Sorry, my math is
off.
By the way,
my math is off. Okay, 7 is lightning fast.
That's fast. Okay, so it's a dramatic difference. But here, let's just listen. Here's what he had said prior to yesterday. This was the story, SOD 18.
Sometime earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house.
Okay, so that has nothing to do with her not being in a chat. Hey, your mom's not here. That's pretty damn specific. I'm not buying the church call story. I'm just not. They didn't put in their official timeline either.
The story, SOD 18.
Sometime earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us. So I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911. She was dropped off.
They went around and they did some searching, and then they realized we got to call 911.
At 9:30, and she was found to be missing at about 11 o'clock Sunday morning. I know that would...
Wait, what was that last one?
911. She was off at 9:30, and she was found to be missing at about 11 o'clock Sunday morning.
She was found to be missing about 11 o'clock Sunday morning. Okay, but if she went to church online via online, why would someone call and say, your mom's not here? That doesn't make sense. I don't know. I'm not buying the whole church thing.
I know that when we got there, the family was already there, and they'd already spent some time looking, as you would expect. Probably we got an hour delay there from them. Not anything intentional, just that.
We got an hour delay from them. Nothing intentional. Huh?
They went and looked and made some calls, and then they decided we better call 911. And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy and discovers her missing. And at 12:03 p.m.,
then all of a sudden it's 11:56. Yeah, but we lost a whole hour. And then on the official timeline, they did not include. Look, where is that? They did not include the church call. We go on the timeline from 2:28 a.m. Pacemaker disconnects from the phone. So we know that's when she left. But then the next thing on the timeline is 11:56. We have nothing on the timeline. Yeah, I don't think he's making things up. I think that church call is bogus. Did they just randomly go over there then? I mean, did they just say, hey, we just saw her last night, so we're just going to go over there? Why, did they call her first? Like, when the person from the church called, are there a bunch of missed calls to Nancy? I mean, you'd see if they called. You wouldn't just get in your car and go over there. I don't know. I'm not buying it. Let's see what's going on with JLR real quick. I don't know what he's doing. We're going to check in real fast. I mean, an hour is a long time. And he's like, oh, they needed help. Okay. Nothing's going on there. Let's go back to Ash.
911 is called in to the County Sheriff's Department.
What? Because just to underscore it here, first they got a call from a friend at the church around 11:10. Then he says it was at about 11. Then he told you, that middle clip is on your show. He says they found out about 11 and it was about an hour delay before they called 911. Now, yesterday he says they checked on Nancy and discovered her missing at 11:57, right? Is it? I keep
11:57. No, that's right number. That's right number.
Yeah, 57. So what do you mean? Because we've also, in the midst of all that, had both the Daily Mail and Brian Ensign yesterday told us as well, reporting that Nancy Guthrie wasn't going to church physically anymore and hadn't been since the COVID pandemic, that she'd been joining the live stream the church offers and participating from her home. Moreover, the Daily Mail reports it wasn't a Zoom situation where the congregants could see who was joining virtually. It was just a live stream being blasted out by the church, outgoing only. And therefore, no one would be aware of whether Nancy was participating or not. So how do we go from she talked to a friend who was concerned at the church, which you heard him say on camera there, and they took him an hour and then they called 911, to now it's they checked on Nancy and discovered her missing and within moments called 911.
Yeah, I think these are all things that lead to an even bigger mystery and a little confusion. I always give law enforcement grace when there's so much going on and there's an exigent circumstance, and now all these ransom notes, which have taken law enforcement's direction elsewhere. Let's be honest, this is awful. These ransom notes, especially the one in California, if this guy is guilty of this, it has taken their attention away. But it's fog of war is not easy. I can understand how there'd be communication breakdown. There's other agencies coming in, sharing of information, maybe telephone, the game of telephone makes mistakes. But I do think that it adds to another element of confusion about this.
I think you're being too nice in this situation. With all due respect to the sheriff, you know as well as I do, the time she was discovered missing is very important.
It's critical.
It's not fog of war. It is not fog of war. That you know.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Maybe the dissemination of it was, though. The only grace I give is that it is a complicated task that they're undergoing, and we don't make it
Nobody
easier.
asked about it. Somebody in that room needed to say, you've adjusted the timeline dramatically, Sheriff. Why?
Yeah. No, there was lots that I wish they'd followed up on the car being towed and being processed by.
By the way, Megan did send someone on her behalf to attend press conferences and shit. And he's supposed to be out here. I don't know if he's out here live, but she did send one of her people. I can't remember his name now. And I have no idea where I saw it. I think it was on X.
I warrant. I mean, where was that? Like, hold it.
You and I are going to have to fly out there for the next one. Literally, I think you and I are going to have to fly out there together for the next one. That's at least 4 questions, 2 for you and 2 for me. Yeah, seriously. Like, I was very frustrated because it was like, that's an obvious one. Ask that. And the one about the car was the other one. Like, he just sort of elided around it. It was like, car, standard search warrant, court orders,
the house,
crime scene.
not which house.
Wait.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I know.
Nancy's house is the crime scene. Was it towed from Nancy's house or was it towed from Annie's house, Sheriff?
I haven't gotten to the bottom of that yet. There may be a very good reason. Let's just say, for instance, she live streamed with a friend on speakerphone and the friend couldn't get through and thought she's not joining me for church on speakerphone. Maybe that's it. Still trying to get to the bottom of that.
Phil.
But I think one thing we have gotten to the bottom of is that
Holloway.
Although the sheriff told us multiple stories, it seems that most people are settling on the last thing that the sheriff told the New York Times, and that was that the night before, on Saturday night, her son-in-law was the last person to see her dropping her off. Not the daughter and the son-in-law.
Exactly. Not the daughter and son-in-law, but the son-in-law was the last one to see her. Thank you for subscribing, Krebs.
It seemed as though that the definitive answer to the New York Times was the son-in-law, even though at the last press conference the sheriff gave us, family, we're just going to go with family. So we're sort of still in the same boat, waiting for the next shoe to drop, waiting for the next big investigative piece. I will continue to keep you updated the best I can, but obviously this is a very complicated story.
All right, and that's pretty much the end of Ashley's, but I do have an update for you. This is Phil Holloway. He's a lawyer. He says, I am headed to Tucson to cover the Nancy Guthrie case for at Megyn Kelly, at Megyn Kelly Show, at MK True Crime, and the rest of the MK Media family of shows. I'll see you soon from Tucson for what I hope is a quick resolution to this terrible ordeal. Oh, that's her husband. That's Megyn Kelly's husband. He's the co-host of her show. I did not know that. Okay. He's there. Okay, hold on. He's got some videos. What if the son-in-law got into a fight? Yeah, what would they get in a fight about, though, other than money? Let's go to X. And we're going to go to this Phil Holloway dude. Well, the sheriff has told us so many different things. Like, let's go to this Phil Holloway. This is him right here. You guys know who he is? She's done send her husband there. It's this guy.
Hi guys, Holloway, host of MK True Crime. When I got the call that Megyn Kelly wanted me to go to Tucson, Arizona today to...
Oh, maybe he's not her husband. He just says dad, husband, and co-host of MK True Crime. Legal analyst, sorry. It's not her husband.
Sort of be the eyes in the for not only my show, MK True Crime, but for her show, the Megyn Kelly Show, and all the other shows in the MK Media family. I thought it was a joke.
Not her husband.
I was like, this can't possibly be real. Yet here I sit. I'm about to enter the airport to get on my flight to Tucson.
She was like, you and me should go, Ashley. And now she's sending her co-host. It's not her husband. I was wrong.
We are going to be there to be the eyes and the ears for you on the ground as this Nancy Guthrie tragedy unfolds. Hopefully we will have some answers in the very near future. What I want to ask from you is, please.
This guy's trying to be the next JLR.
Please let me know what questions you have. Do you have questions about the timeline? Do you have questions about the case? Do you have alternative theories? We'll do our best to go through them and see if we can't get some answers for you.
Okay.
Hi guys, it's Phil Holloway, co-host of MK True Crime. When I got the
call, that's not her husband. Jay, we're gonna send you. Here's his videos.
Guthrie home in Tucson, and you see this
28 minutes ago
sign left by the neighbors offering their prayers and their support, and even some candles. But what you can see about this neighborhood is that it's very dense vegetation. The house is, not too far off the street, but there's so much cacti and makes you wonder what obstructions a camera might run into.
This is terrible.
Okay, I just got here to the
He's just kidding. He just got there. Here's another picture he took. Media folk. He said media folk as far as the eyes can see in front of Nancy's house. He said he landed. Now he's off in search of Brian Enton. So far, the sheriff denied our interview request and no word back from Nancy Guthrie's pastor. I don't blame either one of them for not wanting to talk, but I thought I could try. No one's talking. No one's talking. All right, let's go back to JLR Investigates.
Man, this includes. Friends, there could be any police. Forensics could be coming on the way. They might be doing something at night here, like they did over there at Annie and Tomaso's. They might be doing some nighttime stuff. We don't know. I think it's going to be a long night. If not, tomorrow, I think it's really going to jump off. Specifically, just an hour. They are going to be law enforcement activity
24
at the Guthrie
months. Thank you.
Residences.
2
plural
years.
Residents. Annie and Tomaso's home and Nancy here, unless they have other homes. They said residents, plural.
Residences.
With an S. So I'm assuming it's going to happen within the next, either tonight, tomorrow. We will be there for it.
We know the cops said they're coming back. We just don't know when. We just don't know when. Philip Holloway would appear on Payne Lindsay's podcast for the Tara Grinstead case. Huh. I've never seen him before. Megan's mother-in-law got scammed for money? Like an email scam? I like Coke Zero better, Nancy.
Day of the deadline.
Her brother was wearing a Saguaro National Park hat. Is that close by? Hey, Lunatic Farmer, welcome in. Good to see you. Oh, they didn't pay it. It was a call about her daughter. Well, these people, Savannah said she'd pay $6 million. So, what happened? Saguaro, thank you. Very close, 25 miles. Boss lady, no, we're not waiting for that. We're just waiting to see if anything's gonna pop off. Pretty much. That's where we're at. I'm not sure who Payne Lindsay is, but we're literally just hanging out at this point with JLR Investigates. We went through a bunch of updates that came out over the last 12 hours. It's okay. I will. I'll check it out, Amanda. JLR needs to tell the police about the disgruntled former oh, that lady? TMZ said they believe it's someone connected to local Tucson TV media.
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of dumb of Harvey, though. He's like, how would they know what TV stations are in this area? Dude, it's easy to find out news in that area. Hey, LIZ. It's easy to find out. All you got to do is Google it. You know what I mean? It's not hard to find local TV stations. I don't think that's a big clue at all. It's not like we don't have internet. Like if it was before internet, I would say, yeah, it's probably pretty hard to find that out, but the homecoming that she did. I don't know. Her brother did, Chris Farmer, her brother did a video by himself as well. Harvey saw the note, though. He has info we don't. True. I don't know, Swanee. She's doing her, like, nightly report, probably 5 o'clock report. So the latest is basically the FBI is not aware of any communication between the Guthrie family and the kidnappers. And the Pima County Sheriff says they're following up on new leads, and we can expect to see active law enforcement presence at the Guthrie residences. And Brian Enton says he has not seen anything at Nancy or Annie's today. That's the latest updates in the last hour. If you guys could please hit the like and the subscribe button. It really gets us out into that algorithm. And I don't know how the bees are. I haven't seen anything about the bees. Astro Stephanie says, obviously the ransom is fake. Can't be authenticated. That's why they didn't pay. I'm not big on Harvey and company. Right, but 3 News people got it. The ransom did not get paid, no. Mm-mm. Deadline, we're almost an hour past the deadline. We're still live with JLR on the scene, live, and there's been no police presence yet. I don't think they paid it because I think Harvey from TMZ would have reported. They have the account number, so Harvey was able to look up the account number.
Just wait. We were just waiting to see.
I know, so what now, right? 7? I'm kind of following JLR's lead because he's there. So we'll just hang out with him for a bit.
Out front of Nancy Guthrie's home.
We got no word that they paid any ransom, guys. There's no report that they paid any ransom. For more than a week, the FBI agents, analysts, and professional staff have worked around the clock to reunite Nancy Guthrie with her family. The FBI is not aware of any continued communication between the Guthrie family and the suspected kidnappers. Additional personnel from FBI field offices across the nation continue to deploy to Tucson. We are currently operating a 24-hour command post that includes crisis management experts, analytics support, and investigative teams, but we still need the public's help. This is from the FBI. Someone has...
Waiting to see if they do a search.
Someone has that one piece of information that can help us bring Nancy home.
As it gets done, like...
We need that one person to share what they
did
know.
To Annie and Tommaso's home at night once it got dark.
Hang on. We need that one person to share, or we need that person to share what they know. That's a pretty specific statement there. Someone has that one piece of information that can help us bring Nancy home. We need that person to share what they know. Please call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI. Hey, Michelle DeMattis and Michelle Caudill, 911. Thank you for being a member for 24 months. So that is... Okay, that is the latest update from the FBI. We have something new. Let's see. Have I played this? Oh, yeah, and she's... Okay, let's go to this. New York Post. They found where Savannah was staying as well. Some people were kind of pissed about that. But it was the Daily Mail that found where they were staying. And people were pissed. But doesn't the Daily Mail do that to everyone? How long ago was this? 4 hours ago. My God, they post a lot. Hold on, we're only at 2 hours ago. Here it is. Their siblings have moved in together a $1.2 million mansion. Hold on. In the Arizona desert. There's a... I turned that off. Shit. This is the house that they're hunkered down in. But Brian Etten told us earlier that they were all three staying at Annie's initially and then moved over to this pad here. The siblings left their new home in the middle of the night amid unrelenting cameras. I don't remember seeing them leave. Do you guys? I don't remember anyone getting them on camera leaving, unless that was when they covered their faces. It doesn't say spouses are there now. Says the new, more private house features a guarded gatehouse preventing anyone but residents from entering and shielding the front door from the news crews on the streets. I'm surprised the Daily Mail isn't scaling these walls to get pictures. But here's the street. So they're just hunkered down in here. I wonder if there's any media out there. I don't think the family has offered any reward, no. I don't think so, because there was $2,500 from the sheriff's department. And then now there's $50K from the FBI. But I haven't heard of the family putting up any kind of reward. Have you guys? Has anyone here? That's one thing I haven't heard. That's true, Squeaky Wheel. Hey DJ, in the video today, Savannah was like, if you see anything strange, report it to the police.
Somebody. Look what somebody gave me. Look what somebody
What'd you
gave me.
get, JLR?
So I got some information about some school right here called the Basis of Oral Valley.
That's where he teaches.
I got some information about somebody that knows somebody.
Tommaso.
Who goes? What's going on at Basis Oro Valley? Somebody came out specifically to give me some info. I won't reveal my source, obviously, but what I was told was like there's a lot of buildings around that school, like abandoned buildings and a lot of like places around the school. And they're like, I wonder if law enforcement checked these buildings around the school. So I'll just leave it at that. And then they're like, here, I brought something for you. So, you know this, Basis. Pro Valley. We gotta get tips. I mean, it's just, anything's possible. Anything's possible out there, right?
I wonder who had that pen. They took Tommaso off the school website? No way. Alien, how do you know he doesn't have like 10 pairs of red shorts?
What do you think? I mean, when they're checking a manhole or a well or septic tank 7 days later, makes me wonder a little bit, like, did they really do searches?
I wonder if he returned that umbrella because he didn't have one today.
FBI says it's unaware of Savannah Guthrie communicating with suspected kidnappers over a week after her mom went missing. This is a new report coming out. Interesting. The FBI said something here. A new news report.
They did. It's pretty wild the FBI put that out, huh? Yeah, the banned social media is gone, Grammy. Tommaso, he removed his social media.
FBI said there are no suspects or any communication between Guthrie family and kidnappers. They're unaware.
He needs one of those umbrellas.
They're unaware of any communication between the Guthrie family and the captors.
To his tripod? Yeah, you can't believe everything on X.
Still no
though.
answers.
We got to go to the Facebook and actually
No
look.
suspects have been identified. As agents work around the clock to reunite Nancy Guthrie with her family. News.
It's just a waiting game right now, you guys. There's really not a whole lot going on. Megan is now describing the church stuff as she was to get with friends to watch service with them. When did she report that? Yeah, bad, Mama Bear. Shamed him for being boots on the ground and making a bunch of money. Who's playing the scanner? Not me. Do you want me to turn it on? We can turn on the scanner if y'all want. I've got Broadcastify. Hey, Mars. I hope you're having a good day. We'll go to Broadcastify and turn on the scanner. I don't think it's going to tell us anything, but it may. We're not doing anything else. Yeah, I'm all set. I'm all set with that. Tucson Police Dispatch is got 544 people listening. We can turn that on. It's the top feed on Broadcastify.
Truck driver, I've learned how
Hang on, I gotta log in.
safety is. I know that large trucks need more time and room to stop. That's why I always hang back and follow other vehicles at a safe.
All right, now there's 605 listening. Okay, I'm gonna turn Mr. JLR down a little bit. We'll keep him on, but we also want to keep the scanner on, right?
I suppose it's just one of those things that maybe possibly something will happen.
Okay, scanner's quiet. It's on. It's quiet. I hate white screens. They're so bright. Scanner feed is active. I mean, I respect anyone who's actually live at the scene. I don't care who they are. Thank you for subscribing, Michelle. Have you guys hit the like button? And if you are new here, if you haven't subscribed, if you like what you see, please consider subscribing to my
Just
channel.
reported the FBI said they're going to be bringing personnel from other field offices around the country.
That's what we just read.
To be deployed here.
Yep. Every day they're bringing in more
To
field
help.
offices,
So that's interesting.
workers.
That's what she just reported.
Who's that, MAGA? Who's not a nice person?
So they might be bringing more.
Is Kendi here? Kendo! Oh my God, I love you and I miss you so much, Kendo.
Why is people saying Circle K in the chat?
Fox News said they'll be checking homes tonight and tomorrow. Fox News said they'll be checking the homes tonight and tomorrow. So we might be here tonight, folks.
I'm not listening to the police scanner only because there's just so much stuff. I mean,
I've got the
we'll get
scanner on,
wind.
y'all, and
We'll
it
get
hasn't
wind
said a
and something
thing. It's very quiet. I'm almost wondering if it's working because it's not saying anything. Hey, Lori Jean. Hello, everybody coming in. Michael Ruiz reported 20 minutes ago with
There's nothing going on at the Circle K.
with
I don't
no
see anything.
further communications from the purported abductors and no proof of life.
Yeah, 857 would definitely tell me too. Me and 857.
One
communicate
questions this
now
ransom demand
offline,
might
so
be a hoax,
857,
too.
Would let me know that for sure. He's on the scanner. He's a scanner type
Checking
of guy that
homes
has the scanner
tonight
on
and
at all times.
tomorrow.
So if anything's popping on the scanner or whatever like that, 857 will.
Who's very rude, you guys?
And
What's
the same
going
goes,
on?
You know, I let him know if anything pops up. I'll definitely let him know too. So it works both ways. That's, you know, networking. Eyes and ears everywhere.
What is that link?
here exchange numbers.
The scanner mentioned Circle K?
You know.
Why wouldn't he just there? Oh, he doesn't leave shit. So it was on. Hold on.
And you know, it's always good.
Can you guys hear the scanner?
Fox News said they'd be checking homes tonight and tomorrow. Yeah, I'm hearing that they're going to check homes. They specifically said the Guthrie homes. Whether they come tonight or tomorrow, we shall see. I'm going to stick around for a bit, see what's going on.
Who heard the scanner, you guys?
Southeast 2 on traffic.
Southeast 2 on go ahead.
Victor Adenora Young. Mary 00. Yes, 633. 10th Avenue, 33.
And then the last two characters.
Sun is going down.
Yeah, 0, Ocean. 206.
1811. Coming back, I ran it as 0 and on Ocean for Wolf.
I had to move the camera and let the guy come through. Sunstar.
Victor Adenora Young Mary 00.
We're going to stick around for a bit. I'm going to stick on for about 12 hours right for the stream. And then, maybe I'll take a break. But I think somebody could pop up at any time. And if someone does come up, we're not going anywhere. So we're talking about some sort of search or something. We'll see.
So did you get any returns on that?
10-4 is coming back to Toyota Scion, is that correct?
We'll be back.
Simple.
Because they're
Thank
coming.
you.
They said they're coming.
Continue
They're
that,
coming here. They're coming here.
Want to go first pedestrian traffic?
Go ahead. We're on 63. I'm going to be out with one. Just quick trip out Golf Links for shoplifting. There you go.
10-4, 494, going to 20.
8486 East Broadway.
I must have been behind on his stream. I'm like, how did you know there was going to be teenagers? Like, did you predict the future?
Bro, so 10 seconds from now, so you can let me know. Good night.
Have a good night. 1814.
What's that? Savannah.
Orange Grove Middle School, just down the street, actually, right there.
It's really right around the street. Yeah.
Maybe they had Tommaso as a teacher.
So, anything you guys want to add? Say anything? Share something nobody knows. Something about the neighborhood. Is there crime?
They don't. Those kids don't know nothing.
Item 63, yeah. Code 4. Can I get an additional? And I have 11015.
467. I'm Booty to Golf.
1814.
465, 11015.
There's going to be 11015, 1815.
Rolling 429 and 1 by social.
Go ahead.
601190420.
1815.
David 64. Can you 2901?
9864, go ahead.
Last of Ortega, first of Robert, 102266 on the mail.
Agent 15.
It's going to be Ortega. Do you need phonetics?
Negative. I'm not getting any good returns. Can you work on numbers?
10-4.
And are you supposed to be checked out somewhere?
I can't believe it's 8 o'clock already, you guys. Where is Tommaso? Hey, Marvin, how you doing? Who's acting like that? Stay humble. Oh, it's your pizza. Thank you for the pizza again. Kendo was here. I don't know if she still is. I'm personally done with Lauren. I know all I need to know.
Done.
It's going to be last of Varela, Victor, Adam, Robert, Edward, Lincoln, Adam, first of Jose, 1022 of 66 on the mail.
Thank you, Zoning.
Hi, Kendo.
That social comes back to an Oscar Esther Avila, date of birth 3/3 of 1992. He's negative 29 with prior contact, reference trespassing, but not finger 20. His 47 shows him 5'6", 150, black over brown, last 4, 0420, ID card only.
I would think a journalist could pick apart an AI written letter versus, like, if a journalist or a lawyer says this letter's written good, I would think it wouldn't be AI, but that's just me. I don't know. I have no faith in anybody anymore, because the more that gets exposed, the more the people that we call and thought were professionals are like inept. Kendo, I've missed you so much. I hope everybody's good in your world.
What?
It's going to be negative 29 with prior contact, 5'8", 225, black and brown.
10-4. Thank you so much.
1818. Four, you go 4.
Hey, Potato.
Well, so 4-4. I'm good for
1819.
Well, they should be able to find from the car what time Tommaso got home. They should be able to find a lot of things from Tommaso and Annie's car. They should also be able to find out, if Nancy's car went anywhere. Hey, everyone, please hit that like button. If you're just joining, we are listening to the scanner because it's just a waiting game. JLR is there. He said he's going to stay there for a little bit. Hey, Beans. A lot of you guys are just sitting in the bushes. We're just listening to the scanner. We're just waiting to see if something's going to pop off. Eliza, yeah. I think they know where Tomato is, but is Tomato at the house with the siblings? I think the sheriff's department messed this up from the beginning, says Christina. Why do I want to rewind? I can't rewind the scanner. All I can do is go in archives.
Right for 6.
Can you delete the ATLs for Michael Delaney, please?
For me.
See what's going on here. Are they talking? They're just shooting the shit. Where'd you hear that, Susan Matthews? You heard he's in a hotel by himself. Where'd you hear that from? Who in the world told you that? Why do they have to come back and search? This is crap. They should have searched the last 8 days. And what are they waiting for? What are they waiting for? Why are they like, oh, hey, we'll be back tonight and tomorrow? Like they've got time to kill. Like what? Why aren't they there now? If they have plans to search, what's holding them up?
Location 316968 South Ladies. It's going to be Sector 7, event number 1207, 1821.
This doesn't make any sense to me. Hey, Dr. Melmo, do you want some Chinese? Do you want to have Chinese with me? Oh, Team USA Curling. Did they win? I was watching curling the other night. Duty Rod? Stop it. Now Duty Rod knows Tommaso's location.
I'm for Robbie. I'm at Pizza Hut.
8022.
That's so funny. Someone said they may need it to be dark to use a black light. I know, Sarah. That's his school. What are Nancy and Annie's street names so all of us listening can help listen on the scanner? Good question. I don't know offhand. So she's near East Skyline Drive and North Campbell Avenue. The exact road is, I don't remember. Hold on. Oh, there's a billboard in Houston 3 hours ago per KHOU in Houston. Billboard in search for Nancy Guthrie shows up in Houston. Here is one being reported near 16th and Jefferson Streets in Phoenix.
9864.
Can I get a case number and just close it A. Adam, please? Thank you.
North Camino Escalante. That's her address.
690169.
Simple, thank you.
1524.
Is it a blip board? I don't think so. I don't think the FBI buys blip boards. Next thing you know, people are going to start saying they're doing blip boards for Nancy. Fuck. Oklahoma as well. That's awesome, CC Crusoe. What street in Phoenix? Let me look. It said 16th and Jefferson Streets. So Nancy's Road is North Camino Escalante.
71967, go for
97, call for, thanks.
1825.
97, TFD will not be needed here.
1825.
So is that a joint? Or is it a cigar?
Authentically Tiffany, 44 months, my girl. Thank you so much, Tiff. It's so good to see you. 44 months. I love it. Thank you so much, Tiffany. It's awesome to see you. Two Old Crows, it's good to see you, baby. There's a billboard in Albuquerque, New Mexico, Lead Avenue Southeast and Broadway. Cool. That's awesome. I know. Do it, Lady Tiffany. She just comes in hot with 44 months. The sun is quickly going down there, guys. We only need 260 likes to hit 1,000 likes. If you guys have not hit the like button, if you could please hit it now. We are listening to the scanner. This is the Tucson Police Dispatch scanner. We've got 700 people now listening to see if anything pops off in this case. Oh my God, if she just pulled up and got out. I don't know. There's just so many theories that float through my mind on this. I don't know what to think anymore. You thought you were in Cooterville? Yeah, you're next door. You're in the next town over. San Antonio also has one. Funny how the FBI. Funny how they can get those up so fast.
Go for it, thank you. Sorry.
1827.
They need to get those up fast like that for children. Just saying. Why can't we get billboards across the nation with Amber Alerts on them like that so quickly?
When I'm I'll be transferring one to CBI.
1828.
Hi, Dental Lori. Did Dental Lori come back? Dental Lori, is Colette still listening? Hi, Colette, are you cooking dinner?
What time did this call get called out?
1814.
Thanks, Melissa Hart.
1828.
Hey, Kim F. in Canada. Thank you, Danger Girl. I appreciate your support. I'm lucky to have you guys here. I really am. Dental Lori. I love Dental Lori. See, she finished cooking. I know Colette. I don't know how, but I do. I just can read you.
God,
Not in a scary way, Colette.
can you put my previous call that's currently holding as pending as again, please?
1829.
I'm going to go grab something to drink. I will be right back, guys. I'm going to leave you guys with the scanner and watching JLR. Sound good? Give me just about 3 minutes or so. and I will be back. Hello, hello. I am back. I didn't want to scare y'all. I was just reading the chat, and you guys are wild. What if this went on for years? How do you when does this eventually turn off? Yes, the Circle K has a Bitcoin ATM. Jay, I've watched JLR till you come on, then I switched to Jay for Jay. Aw, thanks, Casey. Wait, what? Hold on. Thank you, Flo. I ordered some Chinese food. $10 from Flo. 118K subs. You all are amazing. So proud of our community. We are Jay's for Justice. Thank you, Flo. I mean, this literally, he said he was stopping at 12 hours. NH girl. He said that a little bit ago. Hold on. I think does Megan have a new video? Hold the phone. It's 3 hours ago. Not that Megan's going to know anything. I know I got sweet and sour chicken. Do you guys want me to keep the stream going with the scanner, even if... Oh, we've got a new video to watch. Do you guys want to do that real quick? No one's really talking on JLR's stream, but Megan has a clip. Let's see how long it is. It's 12 minutes long. We can watch it on faster speed and get through it. I just can't even imagine if this goes on and they just don't find her. Crusoe, who are you hollering at? If someone is making you mad, Caruso, Just block them. You guys have the ability. Where is the YouTube snack cart? You guys have the ability to block people yourselves. If someone's irritating you, just block them. That way you guys don't have to argue, you don't have to fight, none of that stuff. We can all just get along. Okay, here's Megan an hour ago.
Chance the ransom notes are from Nancy's captor or captors. There's no other explanation for the 3 Instagram videos from Savannah's account where the siblings ask for further communication about how to get their mother home. To help us analyze all this, we wanted to bring in a seasoned hostage negotiator, and it's hard to find someone with more experience than our next guest. Commander Daniel O'Shea is a retired Navy SEAL who served as the coordinator of the hostage working group for the U.S. Embassy in Iraq from 2004 to 2006. O'Shea managed more than 400 hostage incidents in his time in Iraq, and by the time he left, kidnappings had dropped to the single digits. Dan, welcome to the show.
It's my pleasure and honor to be here, Megan.
Okay, so we're going to play it one more time, the latest video, and get your take on what, if anything, you think has changed here. Here it is. This was released on Saturday night.
We received your message, and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
Like, when will the media leave?
What do you make of it, Dan?
It's heartbreaking. I saw hundreds of these pleas from families from all over the world to try and bring their loved one home that was taken hostage by the likes of Al-Qaeda and other jihadist groups in Iraq. So it's troubling because it's the pain and anguish of not knowing, and it brings back a lot of flashback of a lot of memories. But you can never give up hope. We had cases where there was a deadline set. Presumably, we know this group harmed, Miss Guthrie in the initial abduction because there was blood left at the scene, and we only know what blood was left outside. We don't know anything about what's been done forensically inside the house. So that's my biggest concern, is that the propensity for violence from the get-go is why everyone should be very concerned, and not so much because of the deadline, but because that the group's doing this has already shown they're willing to be violent with an 84-year-old woman, grandmother as well.
So, I mean, one of the big questions here is, are the people torturing the family with these notes the same people that have or hurt Nancy Guthrie 8.5 days ago? I was saying to Brian Enton in the first segment, Dan, I just have a really hard time believing the people writing these notes were involved in Nancy's kidnapping or whatever happened to her. Because I was saying that if I had Nancy Guthrie, if I went to the trouble to kidnap somebody and then wanted to prove to somebody that I had her, I would not be referencing some damaged floodlight or where her Apple Watch was in her home. That's bullshit. That's the kind of stuff you manage to see through a window. And to me, it sounds like you're trying to sound like you know more than you do. If you've got Nancy, you can ask her anything that would prove to her 3 children, you know her better than anybody, that you actually have her. You don't have to do a picture. You don't need a video. You just need her to tell you things only the children and the mother would remember from their childhoods.
100%, and that's you're not a H&R, a K&R background or hostage negotiator, but
I can't.
I had that suspicion. From almost day one when the first ransom note came out. First off, they sent the ransom note to TMZ, a tabloid network, and then the local news media. All right, that's not how K&R kidnap for ransom works. If kidnapping is a business around the world, and the groups that do the kidnapping, they have the prize. They grab the prize, and they want to keep that prize protected, and they want to demonstrate to the prospective buyer, payer, that we have who you're looking for. Let's start the negotiation, and you come out with a large number. That $4 million initial to $6 million, the latest ransom demand, that's not outside the norm range for an American, because that's this is a big business, and because obviously Savannah Guthrie, big news network, morning show host, she's going to have the resources to probably come up with that kind of money, and that's what they're counting on. But then you've got to negotiate in good faith. And from no way, shape, or form has the group that is claiming to hold her been operating in good faith. And the fact that they haven't been able to provide a substantial proof of life, or even trying to submit some AI version of it, which could have been, suspect that they're trying to do this. But I am suspect that the group that has her is the group that took her responsible for abduction is the group that is sending these messages. They may be related, but I really think this is part of the show and drama to drive up this news media story. And
he almost said nude. What did he just say? He thinks this is a group that has her? Do you want me to slow him down? Is it too fast? He does talk kind of fast. I'll slow it down just a little bit.
In good faith, and from no way, shape, or form has the group that is claiming to hold her been operating in good faith. And the fact that they haven't been able to provide a substantial proof of life or even trying to submit some.
Why is he saying a group? We've never heard it was a group. How do we know it's not just a person?
The negotiation, and you come out with a large number. That 4 million initial to 6 million, the latest ransom demand, that's not outside the norm range for an American, because that's, this is a big business. And because obviously Savannah Guthrie, big news network, morning show host, she's going to have the resources to probably come up with that kind of money, and that's what they're counting on. But then you've got to negotiate in good faith. And from no way, shape, or form has the group that is claiming to hold her been operating in good faith. And the fact that they haven't been able to provide a substantial proof of life or even trying to submit some AI version of it, which could have been, suspect that they're trying to do this. But I am suspect that the group that has her is the group that took her response for abduction is the group that is sending these messages. They may be related, but I really think this is part of the show and drama to drive up this news media story. And why is that happening? Let's go to the underlying motives. And the motives may not be money. And I don't think it's money they want here. I think they want the news media attention, focus on this case, and maybe get some other news stories off the net. And then go, why did they target, Savannah Guthrie? And you have to look at, well, she's not a controversial figure like yourself, or say Candace Owen, where you have people on the left or right. I mean, just being honest, that you've got enemies. You've got people.
To get news off the net. Why is he saying group? Amy, thank you for joining today. Welcome. Welcome in. Thank you. Why does he keep saying a group that has her? You agree with him, Ferraro? Okay, let's keep listening.
People that don't like you, but Savannah Guthrie is, I don't watch her morning show, but I know who she is, and she's like a very nice lady. And what's the most controversial thing she's ever done? Maybe some of her interviews in the past.
Well, I mean, she's
Epstein
interviews. No, she's not controversial, but
he does.
That doesn't rule out some freak stalker who just.
He totally just said, "What controversial interviews has she done?" Bing bong. Bing bong.
Morning show, but I know who she is, and she's like a very nice lady. And what's the most controversial thing she's ever done? Maybe some of her interviews in the past.
Well, I mean, she's not controversial, but that doesn't rule out some freak stalker who just interpreted some report she did as an attack or as some sort of, that element is still alive and well around her. And
no bullshit, because why did they contact Annie and Tommaso? Why are they only contacting Annie and Tommaso?
We can't rule that out, that it's some stranger who's obsessed with her.
Oh, of course. But then why are you going after the mother unless you're trying to hurt her? So who has a reason to want to hurt Savannah Guthrie? Wouldn't it be the list would not be long. But go to some of her interviews. And I'm not the one coming up with this. Because this conversation I've had, with virtually everyone I've talked to, especially offline, when you don't have a 2-minute segment on a news channel. She interviewed a lot of the Epstein victims, in-depth interviews with Virginia Giuffre and some of the other women. And what came out a week before this abduction, days before, the Epstein files, all over the news, and now what is taken over the news media. And maybe that was done intentionally. I'm not saying that's the case, but there's more to this group. I do not think it's a traditional kidnap for ransom. They're not demonstrating any of the things that are normally associated with people that are in the kidnapping business to make money. And I think it's the media attention. But you have to go into it that there are evil people out there that will do terrible things to wonderful human beings. I dealt with that. We had a woman in Iraq. Her name was Margaret Hassan. She was the director of CARE International. She was a 5'1", 180-pound Irish woman who'd lived in Iraq for 20 plus years and married a local. She lived the fourth pillar of Islam, which is zakat. She gave alms to the poor. She fed the poor. She was a beloved woman, and that did not protect her. She was murdered by her captors, and I'm one of the few Americans who sadly had to watch that execution video, and it was very troubled and very sad. So there's evil in the world, and no matter how good you are, that doesn't protect you from someone that wants to hurt you.
So I
did say that earlier. He's saying what a lot of people have thought. He's saying what a lot of people have thought. This guy's got a hell of a resume, you guys. He's not just any old pundit. His name is Daniel O'Shea. His name is Daniel O'Shea. He's a former hostage negotiator. The president likes attention, but getting in on a missing elderly woman?
You are advising this family at this point, and we are told that the second note did not contain proof of life, that they're revealing very little about
you.
Hold on.
So if you are advising this family at this point, and we are told that the second note did not contain proof of life, that they're revealing very little about it, but we are told it did not contain proof of life. And we know the first letter said they had Nancy and claimed she was alive, I believe, but did not have proof of life. You saw the video from the family begging for such proof after they received the first note. Would you advise them to pay? Because right now, it's the day of the deadline, 5 p.m. tonight, and TMZ is just reporting that the Bitcoin account allegedly set up to accept these funds is empty as of this time this morning. It's unclear how long it typically takes accounts to update, they write, but as of now, the confirmed balance in the publicly viewable account stands at 0 with no transactions recorded. So at least as of almost 1 p.m. Eastern time, the family has not made any deposits into the Bitcoin account. How would you advise them?
Well, this is just very harsh, and it's only comes from experience, because I think someone evil enough to hurt an 84-year-old woman makes me lean, okay. My initial thoughts again a week ago was a cartel involved in this, because the close proximity to the Arizona Mexican border, the fact that I know the cartels have no problem with kidnapping. They're beyond Al Qaeda. They're probably the biggest kidnapping ring out there. Formerly the FARC had that title. So was that a connection to the FARC? To the cartels, because they have a propensity to violence. They have kidnapped young social media influencers in Mexico and murdered them. So they're not above the thought. But I always started with the notion, especially when I would talk to the ambassadors from these countries where they had hostages. I would always be upfront with them and say, sir, you have to begin with the presumption that your citizens that have been kidnapped by this group claiming to be affiliated with Al Qaeda or whoever, that they're not coming home. You have to start with that presumption. And the fact that this group has not shown proof of life, and I really think the media is what they're going for. So we had deadlines come and go with Al Qaeda. Jill Carroll, the young Christian Science reporter, 28-year-old girl, American girl, she had deadlines come and go. And she ended up brought home after 83 days of captivity because of pressure put on by special forces, the unit that went out every night to hunt for her. And she was brought home safely because the unit, the kidnapping ring finally threw their hands up and said, maybe if we give her up, these bad dudes will stop coming after us. And that's ultimately what happened. So the family, I would strongly recommend to not pay the ransom, not pay any of it, because I don't think I think that'd be money going into the wind for nothing, because I don't trust. There's no trust and good faith between this group and the family, and they've shown none of it, and they're just torturing Savannah and her family. And I would be blunt enough to speak to the family that let's start with the presumption that your mother did not survive the initial abduction, and this may have been a home invasion that went wrong, may have been a stalker, as you said, to do the same. But I would recommend strongly against paying the ransom today.
Okay, you guys say that this Trump talk is not, that's what he said, right? That's not appropriate for this, but Epstein files are? We're talking about Epstein files and who was in the Epstein files. This is not from 2 days ago. This is 1 hour ago. It's right on the screen. 1 hour. 1 hour. 1 hour. And we're talking Epstein files, and sorry about it, those are Trump's words. He said that he wanted to grab women by the pee. It's gross. It's just gross to me.
International disputes.
Okay, that one's over. I'm going to go back to the scanner.
2 callers are saying that 3 people have ran from a U-Haul. They don't have that license plate at this time. When you are able to take a look at that call, it's going to be 1236 and 1235.
I'm not going to play it, but god dang.
Copy. I'm taking a look in the VR.
That was an interesting theory. He didn't have to be on the island. They were both in Palm Beach. There was no island needed. They partied in Palm Beach in New York City.
440 and 7 a.m.
And is there an animator that can start up? It's available. They're not currently blocking traffic. They stated that they ran into a light pole and then they took off on foot. Should be 3 suspects in total. They're running eastbound and westbound.
Jeffrey became an RSO from crimes in Florida. Has nothing to do with the island. Those were his first charges. That's how Jeffrey Epstein became an RSO, registered sex offender, was from crimes in the state of Florida.
That's with the U-Haul Landing Center in Irvington.
I voted for Trump, but I can still think that saying grabbing women by the pee is gross. Y'all need to chill the fuck out, man.
It will be off.
10-4. It's going to be two number 2 males, 20 years old, all black clothing. Should have been eastbound from that location.
I mean, Savannah's husband was in the files. This is crazy.
1850.
I'm 6-4.
I'm 6-4, copy.
Hey, Johnny Cuddy. I saw you in someone's chat yesterday. Maybe JLR's, I think. Maybe. You got to vote for the lesser of the two evils. Like, I can vote for someone and not like their behavior that I hear about. You know what I mean? Yeah, her husband, his firm is in the Epstein files. She interviewed survivors back in 2019. Savannah Guthrie was the first to interview them. Oh, we got action. Let's go back to JLR. We've got some action.
Sheriff is patrolling the property.
Oh, he's just patrolling.
What's all that about?
I know, puff, puff, pass. Let's all get past the
flashlights. Look.
The Trump stuff. Whew. I'm going to actually block that word, Trump.
Checking.
Sorry I said that. I'm sorry that I said that about the P word.
Checking. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. Thank you.
Johnny Cuddy. Johnny Cuddy's been around forever.
Thank you, Jen K.
Thank you, Vinay, for not leaving.
Very grateful. Thank you. Jen K. 7285. Thank you, everyone. Look, he's coming back.
No, not his law firm. It's his consulting firm. He was a consultant for the Democratic Party.
Is
specifically
this what they're talking about, property searches?
Al Gore and the Clintons. Her husband has deep political ties. Deep. And he ain't cute. She is so pretty. He ain't cute. He's got political ties and financial ties to Epstein's Island via his group, his consulting group. Something global. Something global. Yeah, I think a lot of us did, Caruso.
He's patrolling the property.
Because everyone's bringing politics into it, Georgia Dog, and I don't want everybody to argue about politics.
I think it like jumped away.
What's he looking for? And political, this means that this is compromise, says Jammers.
Going rounds.
1854.
I'll start pasting some info.
Look how dark it is at
in
night.
the
It shows
chat.
you, like, even with a flashlight, just imagine the kidnapper here at night like this. That's crazy. Like, from the road, you wouldn't even see it, really, right?
His name's Michael Feldman.
Let's see him come back.
Former residence, 1702 North Heatherbray Ave. It's coming in from a key fob.
So
We're
home
trying to
at
do a
night.
call back
Now
now.
watch the
Any hands
flashlight.
straight up?
Look. Here he comes.
I wonder if Nancy's keys were there.
Copy,
I copy the disregard. I copy.
1865.
Here he comes.
Alright, I'm 44. Let me send 24 and I could take that level 2. I'm close by.
There he is.
Into 84, 722 North Heatherbray Ave.
Before you can come in.
Attack one from a residence. This thing's from key fob 3. We're attempting to do a callback. Before I copy.
Fling it across the road.
1856.
What are you guys looking at? A scorpion? Oh, wow. Scorpion.
You see it?
I've never seen a scorpion. They're so small.
Get off the road, guy.
I thought they were bigger.
We gotta get him off the road.
Oh, he wants to save the scorpion.
Oh, so for copy, please.
Go
Get off the road. You won't get hit.
The Arizona plate.
Anyway,
Adam George 97852.
good job. Ed Levendera saved the scorpion.
Good
Good job, Ed. Saved
Oh,
the
they
scorpion.
got it.
CNN Ed Levendera. You
It's
just
coming
saved
back
the
at
scorpion.
701. The
Good
last four
job.
that have been are showing us 2817.
CNN saved the scorpion. Is
I
that
don't
like
know.
a big
I don't like to see bugs or anything get ran over. I'm one of those guys that
security guard
will
here
try to
that
save
they
a
most
turtle.
likely
try to
jump into
save-
the wash and start heading eastbound from here.
10-4.
Yes, is that what John Matthias
Hey,
said was a...
Copy Mike 21 real quick. I got some 25 for you.
A leaf?
Reference your call.
I just wanted to see what the scanner was saying right now. Do you guys want to hear JLR or the scanner?
520-589-8650.
What's the biggest one that you've ever seen if you live there?
Did the security guard see them go down to the wash?
Oh.
Or was that just the last direction of travel?
Security guard? Is it the one at Nancy's? Is that the security guard they're talking about, guys?
10644, coordinated security guard is his partner who was coming on shift when he saw them running towards the wash.
They saw somebody running towards the wash?
Oh, 23.
Is this our scene they're talking about?
The ocean, yeah, if you could ask him when his partner saw these people running through the wash. Like the time element, 10, 15, 20, something like that.
This is the partner they saw.
They're advising, I'm sorry, he was advising was at 1840.
1840? The security guard at Annie's. They saw someone running towards the wash, which is like that area in the back.
99.
It's the area like the rain collector in the back, I think, where those rocks were. Somebody was back there. There's no streetlights in this area because of a light ordinance. Remember when we saw them messing with the manholes and I said, what are those rocks? That's a wash. Someone told me that was called a wash. If it rains really hard in the desert, that helps the rain because it doesn't soak in. And we just saw a sheriff's deputy out here with a flashlight.
Hold on.
Flutter 9, you go ahead.
102-211, I'll be 10-8.
1900.
$18.40 is a request for backup.
For Wilmington 6, based off of the report, they broke into the fenced yard and keys were still in the vehicle. So it's not going to be an embezzlement, it's going to be a 701 with a burglary.
So there's someone they saw at the wash list.
1901.
Thank you, Snazzy. I'll fill you in a minute.
Nancy Guthrie at night. Pitch black when that sun goes down.
Okay, he's walking around. There is a cop walking around with a flashlight, and the scanner said they saw someone running towards the wash.
Alright, so for the keys are in the vehicle.
There's probably multiple calls
1901.
on here.
Never to the ocean unit. Did they mention anything about they were carrying any bags?
There's multiple calls going on the scanner, guys, not just this one. Hey, Paul Cremo, it's so good to see you. I hope you're doing good. It's been a while.
4-4, did you copy that last?
4-4, copy, I'm clarifying right now.
1906.
I just picked up two people wearing all black clothing. They're in the wash behind 791 West Holiday, pouring their way east.
Two people
both wearing all black clothing.
Two people in all black clothing. Why would you wear all black clothing?
Converting to 791 West Holiday.
Step 4.
He said he picked up two in all black clothing. Let's see what JLR is saying. Look at, there's drones up. There's drones up, y'all. He's showing us the drones. We don't know if it has anything to do with Nancy S. Gray. We're simply listening to the scanner and watching JLR. Was that a helicopter?
Oh, yeah, this is... Here, I'll plant the camera.
And it's coming a level 2, 1031 physical, 4550 East Sylvain. Callers advising that their older brother assaulted them, and they are requesting that as they're separated, the callers at the neighbor's house.
The search that happens
Can
out
you
here,
start
or anything, I'll be back.
Oh, he's going offline.
I'm walking westbound through the McDonald's parking lot.
I'll pull up the flight radar. JLR's signing off.
106, I copy, so they split up.
Is there anybody that has live drone?
With that info, I think Eric can like all the two people.
Columbus.
10-4, the caller is going to be at 4550 East Sylvain. The caller is advising that the mother, stepdad, and younger siblings are back at the other residence with the suspect. I'm trying to get that 20. 10-4, I copy. And 353, the caller is actually going to be at 4551 East Sylvain. The suspect is at 4550.
This is not related to our call. Just FYI.
1905.
I'm trying to get this in the right spot.
Take the 15-year-old.
10-4, the 15-year-old, the suspect, they did call crisis. There was 2 calls. I grouped them together, and it looks like our caller is going to be the mother's boyfriend.
Yeah, copy. Parenting issue level 3.
We're getting there, guys.
1905.
Will this be it? Yep. Here it is. Catalina Foothills. We got it. It's kind of a cool bag. Okay, so we've got the helicopter. It's a medical chopper. Oh, it is. So what's flying over where? JLR, that wasn't a helicopter then. That had to be a drone. That had to be a drone because that's the only thing in the air. There's nothing else in the air. I missed it though. How big can you can't find anyone with a drone? He said he's going 12 hours. What does that mean? He went 12 hours and he ended. Yeah, I don't know 857, so I don't want to just stream him, you know what I mean? The drones are flying low. Did all the media leave? Oh, he didn't end it? Oh, I thought he did. Okay, let's go back. My bad. I thought he was ending the stream. We'll go right back. The scanner is pretty quiet, too.
Between the Guthrie family and possible kidnappers. They tell us they also have not identified any suspects or people of interest in this case. Again, I want to remind you that there's
Oh, he shuts down at 12 hours and restarts. I get it. I misunderstood that. He's eating. My food just got here as well. Yeah, I met 857 through JLR in his streams. The guy seems pretty cool. Okay, I thought he was done for the night. My misunderstanding. I'm going to go grab a plate of food, and I'll be right back. You can hear the drones. I'll leave that scanner playing in the background as well, okay? I'll be right back.
All right. So with that being said,
I want to cut it though, so maybe I should cut it because I'm not going to in Tucson, Savannah Guthrie is sharing a new message as the search for her 84-year-old mother continues into a second week. 3, 2, 1. What we know about where this investigation stands coming up. Have a good night.
you too.
So I just want to show you how much media is out here. This just really speaks to how important this story is. And those stories are all
Yo le dije que había sido tú y le dije, no, estaba perdido, él pateaba eso. Nada, después le dije que tú lo habías hecho.
Que me senté acá y dije que se acabó.
Yo la vi ahorita a la tarde y no le dije nada, se me pasó, creo que fue con los filmes buscarlo. Y después se me pasó. Pensé que cuando él estaba ahí haciendo un tiro en vivo.
All right, folks. I'm winding down. JLR Investigates. We're about 12 hours into the stream here. I'm going to go take a rest for a bit because nothing's really going on here. There's still a lot of people here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to get something to eat, rest up a little bit. But if something is popping here, I will be back for sure, or Annie's house. If not, rest up. Start bright and early. We'll be back to this location here. We'll go from there. We'll continue to stream, give you live updates, and continue to see the latest. We hope Nancy is found. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you everyone for the support. We're all in this together to get answers and find out the latest twists and turns and what's going on for sure. So if you're new to the channel, welcome aboard. We will not rest till Nancy is found. I am JLR Investigates. Y'all be safe out there. We'll talk soon. Thanks for watching. Till next time.
Motor 9228 for expiration.
Go ahead.
Okay. Back just in
Mary
time.
Victor Adam, 3 David Young.
Back just in time.
10 forward, coming back expired as of 10/15/2025 on a 2019 Chevy Impala.
Megan Kelly has a new clip. Okay. Hold on one second.
I'll be on traffic on that. Hold on, Dolphins.
Hold on, guys. Let me get it pulled up.
46 by 44, 21.
Thank you, 13.
Oh, the truth about the timeline. Are you guys ready? This is the latest from Megan Kelly. If you don't like her, you might want to mute. This is 15 minutes long. Let's walk through this. You guys hit the thumbs up.
All weekend I've been wanting to ask you guys about this because I really thought we made some progress on Friday when we really were analyzing the timeline that had been given the day before. Came up with it was a 41-minute time stint that we think the perpetrator was in the house. If you go from 1:47 when they disconnected the Nest cameras to 2:28 when her pacemaker stopped communicating with the iPhone that was in her house. 41 minutes. And we spent a lot of time on why does it take 41 minutes to kidnap an 84-year-old woman? And is it possible that they killed her? That's what happened in that 41-minute stint. But then we got to the point where we just did not think that could be.
I had a thought just pop in my head. They could literally take her phone. I learned this in the Murdaugh case. They could take her phone and they could see like the last time she picked it up. Hey, Trey. They could see the last time she had it in her hand, what direction it was turned in, whether the screen was unlocked, if anybody was on her phone. Like all that activity. I want to see this. I want to see that.
Be the case because the pacemaker would have shown the cardiac event ending her life if it happened prior to 2:28 a.m. So that pacemaker is really everything. But then over the weekend, I got to thinking, how much do we really know about the pacemaker? Like, is it possible, guys, because all we know is that she got far enough away from the iPhone that it stopped recording events. But is it possible the police know there was something catastrophic that happened on that pacemaker prior to 2:28? They haven't told us anything about her heart or anything about the pacemaker, except that it disconnected from the iPhone at 2:28 a.m. Now, they then launched this big thing where they said, we think she's still alive. And so they could be lying to us. But is it because my takeaway watching all these searches was they think she might have been killed at Annie's house. That's one of the possibilities. Why are they going over there for 3 hours taking pictures in the night, lighting it up with something? I don't know.
Right. I mean, she said it. She said what we all said.
There for 3 hours taking pictures in the night, lighting it up with something. I don't know. Again, this is second time back there when we have been told the crime scene is at Nancy's house. So they keep going back to Annie's house where she had dinner that night. And so what is the actual proof that the mother was delivered back to her home at 9:47 with the garage door closing 2 minutes later that night?
Put the scanner back on? Hold on. There's only 300 people listening to the scanner now. We'll go back to it after this.
What is the proof that actually was Nancy Guthrie getting delivered back into her garage? And what is the proof that there was nothing on the pacemaker, from any point in the evening up to 2:28 a.m.?
Yeah, proving the negative is always a tough task for in any situation, much less criminal investigation. And I guess you're right. I mean, especially with the way the sheriff changed his explanation of, we know she was dropped off at whatever it was, 9:47, and then we know, the family said they dropped her off at this time. We're only going on that eyewitness account from the family members, one or more. Again, it's not clear, purposely probably so, but maybe on the part of even the family, without speculating there. But there's a lot of questions. The pacemaker part and the irregular activity that would show. I mean, they do show, and I've worked cases in recent past more as a consultant than in the FBI. Especially people with these Apple watches that are hooked up to it, same principle. You can actually see when a person dies, and it makes a medical examiner's job much easier than just looking at undigested food and issues like that. And it certainly can add to it. So why though would if they think she died at one house or the other, Megan, and the family is making these pleas to bring her back? It's just so confusing on my part in that regard. And
I
how
agree.
that
It's so
would
confusing.
make any sense.
So this is Well, this is where I went. But if you trust in the pacemaker and you trust in the fact that the police aren't going to be doing this wild goose chase, knowing that the pacemaker showed she died, earlier in the evening. If they think she died, at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, then that would explain the search at Annie's house perfectly, right? Because she was at Annie's house at that time. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying she went back home. They are engaging in the goose chase, so presumably it's not wild, and they do believe she was alive when she left the house at 2:28 a.m. So what are they doing at Annie's house? Why are they back at Annie's and Tomas's for 3 hours taking pictures, Chad? Is it...
Tell us, Chad.
Well, think about this. Hold on, Megan. Think about this.
Their shoes, their boots.
Why is it that Nancy Ubered to the house for dinner, but didn't Uber back? They're saying they drove her back because if she Ubered back, we would have a definite interview from whatever that Uber driver was and saying, no, I dropped her off. Like you said, we're solely going off of the family saying we drove her back and we dropped her off because we had the doorbell or let's be honest, nobody's going to remember the exact time. They're basing it off this, the garage door activation.
Garage door.
So is it not odd if mom Ubered over for dinner, but we drove her back? So, and then they mentioned that they were there playing games as a family. That tells me that, and they said with the grandkids. So we know there's multiple. I would find it very hard that you would commit a homicide in front of your own children of their grandmother, if they in fact were there.
And again, the pacemaker would presumably show that her life ended at well prior to 2:30 or 2:28 in the morning. But that suggests to me that then it was things inside the house that may be evidentiary. So what are they? I mean, are they looking for clothing that maybe reflects mud or time in a water tank? Are they looking for boots and whatever mud may be on it? Like, what would they be photographing? And they did remove some evidence. They came out with bags. So, and by the way, they came out wearing blue gloves. Does that tell you anything? I don't know if like the standard FBI is like a clear glove and the blue glove is something you deal with chemicals. I have no idea, but they were wearing gloves. So obviously they were trying to protect at least against their fingerprints getting all over this place. And to me, it seems, Jim, that they were treating it as a potential crime scene.
Everything and every place associated with Nancy Guthrie, right?
I am currently like refreshing X and checking everything. There is no new updates yet.
Now has to be considered a potential crime scene. There are multiple crimes. Whenever this thing is resolved, we hope it is. Obviously, inside the house by the front door is a crime scene of Mrs. Guthrie. And then the vehicle that was used to transport her, we're thinking it was a vehicle of some sort. And then if she was being held somewhere or put into a place in the ground or under cover, that's yet a third crime scene. Sometimes people go out and move.
Okay, I'm going to go back because I want to hear this question again. I'm sorry, I was eating dinner. I'm done eating now. Let me turn on my camera. Okay, so about the pacemaker. A pacemaker does not automatically stop when you die. I just looked all this up because I wanted to read this to you. It's designed to send electrical impulses to the heart. It will continue to do so for some time after death, even though these signals will no longer make the heart beat, as the muscle becomes too weak to respond. The device continues to function until its battery drains, which can last long after a person has passed. Hang on, I want to look up one more thing. Okay, so when the pacemaker is connected to a remote monitoring, which is a smartphone application or something like that, it transmits diagnostic data, but they function independent. Okay, it maintains a person's heart rate. It's saying here that the pacemaker monitors the person's heart rate, and that's picked up through the app. What do you guys think of that? What if she was attacked and her heart rate went up? You know what I mean? Like if you get startled or ambushed in your heart, it might detect an irregular heartbeat. Right, they're set at a certain rate, but it's monitoring her actual rate. Like if you have a pacemaker, your heart still speeds up and slows down with your adrenaline in your body. Like that doesn't stop,
Fingerprints getting all over this place. And to me, it seems, Jim, that they were treating it as a potential crime scene.
Everything and every place associated with Nancy Guthrie right now has to be considered a potential crime scene. There are multiple crimes. Whenever this thing is resolved, we hope it is. Obviously, inside the house by the front door is a crime scene of Mrs. Guthrie. And then the vehicle that was used to transport her, we're thinking it was a vehicle of some sort. And then if she was being held somewhere or put into a place in the ground or under cover, that's yet a third crime scene. Sometimes people go out and move remains. That could be then a fourth crime scene. So they're going to look at, so now we're not looking outside at this point. Now we're back at Annie's house and her husband's house. They feel they have some basic information that they just want to tie some loose ends, and they are doing it. And Megan, you brought up on Friday or so when I said they really need to get into some more intense interviews, perhaps polygraphs. Well, they don't want them to lawyer up. So that would explain why. I get that part of it. You always have to walk that thin line.
So he thinks that they were being, quiet about the brother-in-law because you don't want him to lawyer up. Right, but the pacemaker app would notice the jump. Where did you get that information from, Criss Cross? It did, Jay, 20 minutes before it disconnected. Where'd you get that information? And I'm not sure if just bringing her phone back to it would connect, because when I connect my Bluetooth, I have to actually choose the device. I don't think unless it just automatically reconnects. I've never had a Bluetooth device really do that except for maybe the car. They said it spiked. Who did? Who's they?
You don't want to press it too hard so they don't lawyer up. It has to be custodial interview within their house, of course. Miranda doesn't apply.
In one of the press conferences?
There. They're not in custody. So they can do it a lot lower key, some friendly type people. Hey, just a few more questions. We all remember the famous Columbo show. One more question as he's walking out the door. But they would do this.
That was the one that would get you.
That's right. But they would do this not so much walking out the door, but coming in the second time. It would be interesting to know whether they're announced visits or they're set up in advance there.
The first day.
Megan, either
we're told it was consensual. That's all we know.
Well, yeah,
the Saturday night
but whether the knock on the door was agreed to in the past, an hour or two before, or something else. Megan,
Well, I don't think they were there. I think they've moved to a hotel. Keep going.
Whether we do it right now or another segment, I talked to one of the last kidnappings ever that occurred in the U.S. One of the last was that Sidney Riso kidnapping back in '92. And one of the agents now long retired, but he walked.
The garage door opened at 9:48 and it closed at 9:50.
Me through some of the things about that case. And I think from context perspective, it's very important to look at that case and others and how that played out. And because on the fourth day, It turns out that Mr. Riso died. And yet the husband and wife couple, so happens a husband and wife, he was former law enforcement. They kept up the facade for like 54 days or so that they were alive trying to get the money. And the amount they wanted, by the way, $6 million today and where NBC may put some of it up, even not just Savannah. They wanted those kidnappers wanted, and Exxon was willing to pay $18.5 million back in 1992 for the kidnapping, legitimate kidnapping of their executive. In which, on the first day, a letter came in the mail that I think.
Okay, let's watch this about the pacemaker.
Not only has the ability to create a heartbeat, trigger the heart to beat, but it's also a sophisticated monitor of the patient's heart rhythm. And a pacemaker is programmed to check in once a day, just to check in with its communication device, and then ultimately the app that monitors it once a day. Typically that's at night. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's all it might have been doing. The other possibility is that it actually might have detected an arrhythmia. A pacemaker not only has the ability to create a heartbeat, trigger the heart to beat, but it's also a sophisticated monitor of the patient's heart rhythm. And
there you go.
A pacemaker.
There you go. Thank you, Jams. I'm going to try to find where that spike was mentioned. We're going to listen to the rest of this. I might pull up the first press conference. Stand by.
The local police with the Exxon credit card of Mr. Riso in there. So those kidnappers really played to that. Well, his newspaper was delivered every day when people used to get newspapers, but the kidnappers went out that morning and pulled the newspaper down to the bottom of the driveway. Pretty big house, maybe something like where Mrs. Guthrie lived. So he had to walk farther down the driveway to get the newspaper, and that way they could jump out, the husband and wife, and grab him, throw him in the back of the van. They had to shoot him in the arm to get him under control there. And then he goes and dies 4 days later because he had a bad heart. But they kept that hidden. He wound up his body found in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey 54 days later because a bunch of calls came in. But they were communicating the whole time.
I found it.
The point is,
I found it. Based on reports, it says, based on reports regarding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the spike in heart rate refers to data from her implanted pacemaker around 2 a.m. This paints a really, really grim picture. You guys, this 2 a.m. was the spike on Sunday, February 1st. And then let's pull up the timeline again. Let's pull up the timeline from the press conference. According to the timeline, at 2 o'clock, she had a spike in heart rate. Oh my God. Oh my God. So at 1:47, dude, this paints a picture. Listen. 1:47 a.m., doorbell camera disconnects. 2 o'clock, she has a spike in heart rate. 2:12, software detects person on camera. So she would have gotten an alert on her phone that there was someone on that camera at 2:12. She fucking heard something with that doorbell, I bet you. So at 1:47, doorbell camera disconnects. 2 o'clock, spike in heart rate. 2:12, someone's on a camera. 2:28, her pacemaker disconnects from her phone. That's horrible. I did not hear that about I didn't catch that spike, but it really was reported, you guys. Crisscross, thank you. I'm sorry I doubted you. The spike isn't on the timeline. I found it in another report. And I'm reading and putting it into the timeline. That's so sad. Glass evidence because it came through on a web form. And then the station received it as an email from their web form on their website. There was no address to contact them. The spike, it says 2 a.m. Hang on. Okay. So this is an article. It says, what did she do from 9:30 to 10 until 2 when the pacemaker stopped? Was there some kind of increased heart rate? Did you see her taking 30 to 40 steps, or does she just go to bed and somebody woke her up? Hold on, I'm looking for the exact quote. That's about the Apple Watch. Okay. Nancy, okay, this is per the New York Post. We've got it. Per the New York Post, Nancy Guthrie's 2 a.m. pacemaker spike on the day she vanished could mean the elderly woman was involved in a heart rate surging struggle with her possible captors. So this cardiologist said if a person was in a physical struggle that might have created a rapid heartbeat, the pacemaker would have detected that and potentially reported it. This is from Dr. Jonathan Reiner. Oh my God, this is Dick Cheney's cardiologist. I can't. I know that you got a heart, but your husband's heart problem's complicating. That's all I can find, though. So he goes on to say a pacemaker not only has the ability to create a heartbeat, triggering a heart to beat, but it's also a sophisticated monitor of the patient's heart rhythm. And a pacemaker is programmed to check in once a day, just to check in with its communication device, and ultimately the app that monitors it once a day. Typically that's at night. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's all it might have been doing. Does that even make sense? Then he says pacemakers cease to sync with the devices when they're between 5 and 20 feet away from each other. Okay, that's a pretty broad distance. But it does tell us that she was within close proximity to her cell phone at 2 in the morning. Until that time, her and her phone were together. He said it would be easy to know that whether the spike was an innocent routine check-in or an arrhythmia, which could suggest a struggle. All that needs to be done is check with the implanting physician, because that's where the data goes. He said, regardless, an 84-year-old is a very fragile person. Even a fairly robust person in their 80s is at risk of a very severe injury if they fall. So if Mrs. Guthrie, if she lost her footing or was pushed to the ground, that could result in a severe injury. He added, the unidentified medications she takes may also work as blood thinners, which would make matters worse. Which we know that. And that's it. They didn't necessarily leave the home at 2:28. That could just mean that she was away, that far away from her home or her phone. This is crazy. 5 to 20 feet. Saza Sky, I don't know if that means she was at home. I think it just means she was with her phone. I think as long as her and her phone were together, it would be connected. The only way to know her location is to look on her phone. They definitely know if she was actually dropped off. You guys don't think she ever left the house? I mean, all we have is their word on it that they drove her home. We're going to watch the first presser. We're going to finish this video and then we're going to watch the first presser. The doctor would definitely have that data. I agree, KMS. Her house is pretty big.
It's a very bad situation with that kidnapping. And I hate to use the word legitimate, but it was an actual / legitimate, real for-profit stranger kidnapping. All those qualifiers we have to put in there back in '92, and that's how these guys worked it. A lot of miscommunications between the kidnappers and Exxon, and you know, so who knows what's been missing in this particular case.
I feel like they talked about the location. They talked about the location of the Apple Watch, but they never said where the Apple Watch was. She had an iPhone and she had an Apple Watch. But her Apple Watch could have been on a charger. It could have been on her wrist. Something was mentioned in one of the letters about the Apple Watch, but we don't know where the watch was. My dad had a pacemaker and he didn't have an app on his phone. So if she has an app, that's got to be a newer pacemaker. So I don't think my dad ever had an app, unless I'm mistaken. Because he always had a flip phone.
In terms of communications, technology is a little better now. But that was just one bizarre case.
Well, Jim, we were talking about in the first hour, where is the obvious communication about facts only Nancy would know? They haven't done it, and they haven't done it for a reason. And now the second demand doesn't seem to renew the money demand that was only in the first demand, but the Bitcoin address stands. They haven't changed that. There's been no deposit in it. And Jim, you're the linguist. Listen to the Savannah video with the siblings. It's a shift. I mean, they sounded very grim in their first two videos, don't get me wrong, but there's definitely a shift tonally. The first one was like, she's got grandchildren, they cover her in kisses, she's spunky, she's fun, mama, we're looking for you, the whole world is looking for you, mommy. And then this, here it is again.
We received your message and we understand. We beg you now to return our mother to us so that we can celebrate with her. This is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay.
A lot in there, Jim. You've got so that we can celebrate with her. Also now they're begging. We beg you to return our mother. And then this is the only way we will have peace. This is very valuable to us, and we will pay. The peace is very valuable to us, and we will pay. Return her so that we can celebrate with her. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, there's a lot in there. I much prefer to be analyzing the communications from the alleged kidnappers, but we'll stick with this for now because we don't have any access to that. Yeah, it almost sounds like, and Chad knows this very well, because we've both been there, when your investigation of some sort of a missing person, it could even be a boat accident or something, it goes from rescue to recovery. And it almost sounds like the family members have morphed into that category. Why they felt they wanted to put a message out, because they want to celebrate that, and not in the way we look at celebration with a birthday party or a surprise
no one
party.
knows anything. We're just
saying
speculating.
goodbye, perhaps. A celebration of life is a very common term nowadays.
Yep.
And perhaps that's what they're saying. Just tell us where she is. We'll pay you this sum, whatever. If it's $6 million, as we're hearing, USD, which again makes it even more interesting, as you pointed out earlier. They're willing to do that, but there is a somberness about them. There is like they know something, perhaps what President Trump was referencing on Friday. Somehow that information came to fruition and it was passed to the family because all he used the term was solution. And of course, I picked up on when President Trump said it was reasonably soon. What does that mean? Hours, days, weeks? That can be, clarified in many different ways. So it does seem to have a different, there does seem to be a different persona, collective persona reflected in that last message. And I just hope they're wrong about it. I still want to think she's alive. I still want to think the investigators are looking to rescue her or at least have her released. And I'm assuming the task force is bifurcated, those looking at everyone around Mrs. Guthrie, housekeepers, all the people we talked about before, then the other side of the team looking at a possible kidnapping. I'm hoping they're bringing the CIA in and NSA in terms of
CIA.
You can put anonymizers on your computers. You're pretty good for local law enforcement, even federal. But I'd like to.
He said he's hoping they bring in the CIA. What? This is crazy.
To think that our system, our federal government, the spooks out there, the spies know how to truly penetrate an anonymizing type system and take this back to Eastern Europe or Sub-Saharan Africa, wherever these demands are coming from. And I'm not giving anything away here.
The NSA does not mess around. That is the group that knows everything. International disputes, inflation, rising national debt, digital currency.
That's crazy. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, Annie Oakley. I wish you did random subscribers on a live link. We can do a call-in show tomorrow. Do you guys want to do a call-in show? And you guys can call in and give your theories. I think that would be interesting. I would love to hear what everybody's got to say. I mean, we've got all the agencies involved. He's talking CIA, FBI. You guys can call in and give your thoughts. The CIA was brought in on Sebastian's case. I thought that was Homeland Security. Is Homeland Security a branch of the CIA? Yeah, we can do a call-in show tomorrow. Let me try to find that first press conference, because I don't think I was really paying that close attention. I'm going to put the scanner on for a second too. I unmuted the scanner and I'm going to look for this video. Give me a second. Thank you for being here, guys. If you could hit the thumbs up and subscribe if you are not already subscribed. We allow all opinions here. What is the Homeland Security a branch of then? Department of Justice? What was that noise? Oh, the scanner. Shit, that scared me. It's like, what was that?
Units copy level 3 GSC at 2071 East Irvington Road, Sector 7, 1948.
What's a 1948? It's above the FBI and NSA. I think it's a part of the Department of Justice. Okay, I'm trying to find the first... press conference. Hold on. That would have been... All right, that one's 4 days ago. There's so many damn videos about this. Six days ago. Let me save that one so I have it. Oh, this is the one where Nancy Grace looked terrible. I found that one 5 days ago. I think it's because she's not in her studio. She looks ghastly.
You want to give him 21 right now?
10-4. Anyone you take full, we have you. Did you still want 1261 as a level 2?
You guys say yes on the call-in?
Still guaranteeing issue level 3.
1951.
Hold on, I'm still trying to find the right press conference. I know you can't see. Okay, hold on. I'll turn it on. Now you can see. This is 6 days ago. Would this be the one? Or did they do one the first day? Is this the first one? Let's see. February 3rd? Was there one before February 3rd? Aw, thank you, Chihuahua Love. She said, Jay, you're so great.
So P40, 1025.
I'll show you Nancy Grace after this.
Before we have an unwanted call at the 5. Looks like he went inside of a white camper and has been on the property since 1700.
The 10-4. I think security came and advised. I'll see what I can do.
10-4, 1952.
The call-in could get crazy, but... Jay, you look rougher than Nancy, and you're saying she looks terrible. So funny. Thanks, Eddie. I appreciate your compliment. That's so sweet of you. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. I can't seem to find one earlier than 6 days, you guys. No, you don't have to be a member. I don't feel like this is the first one, though. I know, aren't people kind? Eddie's a peach. Can you see how rough I look, Eddie? Brian Ramble says, that's awful. You know, there's a certain type around these streets.
Good morning. I don't know that everybody knows
filter.
Who's here. Of course, I'm Sheriff Chris Nash.
Day 1 and day 2.
John Edwards is the Tucson chief here for the FBI.
Let me find it.
And he'll have some words for you as well. You know, this is really, for me, pretty new. All the media attention. So I apologize to you for sometimes I'm speaking in generalities.
He probably has a really long, stinky beard.
I'm not used to everybody hanging on to my words and then trying to hold me accountable for what I say. But
this is not the first one, but I'm looking.
We're going to try our best to be succinct with you in the future. And also more important for you to understand is we have a lot of work in front of us. We have a job to do.
I found the second one.
And we have someone's life who is in jeopardy. And so job number 1.
So are you, pretty insane.
We got to find her, and we got to work hard to do that.
Thank you, Lori Joyner.
I understand there's great attention on this, and rightfully so. And I appreciate it, and I thank you for it, because it has generated a lot of leads for us.
Thank you, Brian Rambles. Okay, so I found day 2, but I'm still looking for day 1. It was outside in the dark. I'm having a really hard time finding it. No, Phil, I'm here. I'm not boots on the ground. Thank you, Astral. Long beard. I know, Rollins. It's just funny. Thank you for MAGA. It's fine. It doesn't hurt my feelings. 7 days ago, this is just a short. Why can't I find the very first one? February 5th? That helps. Oh, wait, that's not day one. Thank you, Canvas.
So is that a joint?
Canvas just gifted 5. Welcome, new members.
So is that a joint?
Hey, Knowlers, this is live.
Or is it a cigar?
I don't know. I can't find it. It's not on East Idaho News. I can't find it anywhere.
Or is it a cigar?
All right, I'm going to go on ABC News and see if they have it. Hey, Philly Angel. I don't blame you there. He works hard. He works hard. Thank you for being here, Philly Angel. Marcy, thank you. That's really nice of you to say. I appreciate that. February the 2nd. Beth Moran, I'm glad that you're here. Thank you, Philly girl. Thank you, Paul Cremo. Y'all, I'm not seeing it. This is really strange. Okay, I'm going to go to Court TV because if anybody has it, Court TV has it because they streamed all of them. Natasha. Well, maybe you'll get one gifted. Dude, I'm not seeing it anywhere. If you guys find it, email me. Court TV only has the one 4 days ago. Don't you find this to be odd? Yeah, but there was one on the first and the second day. I found the second day one. I want to watch the very first. We should be able to find the very first press conference. If we can't, then that's kind of weird, right? How can you delete it from so many people, though? I can't even find someone who streamed it when it was live. Four days ago. CBS 6 days ago, short clip. The CIA? I mean, I'm literally scrolling. I can't find shit. Let me go to JLR and see. I mean, we have clips from Megyn Kelly, but I want to watch the whole thing. Ashley, I don't think streamed the pressers live. I'm going to go on JLR's channel because he was home in the very beginning. Here's JLR 7 days ago. Let's see what this is. It's not outside. Okay, this one's on February 2nd. Let me pull up the one from JLR. Oh, Kels texted me. Hey, Candy. Thanks for joining today.
Is that a joint?
Thanks for becoming a member.
Or is it a cigar?
Yeah, that's the 2nd, February 2nd. So that must be the first one. Somebody said there was one on the 1st. I didn't see anything on the 1st. Thank you, Kels. Here's the very first one from, where'd she find this? USA Today. This is USA Today. This is going to be February the 2nd. I'll put the captions on for those in need. Why do we have no sound? What is happening? I have no sound. What the hell? What is this?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that was weird.
Okay, but go through all.
He was. Oh my God, USA Today had him muted. I thought it was me.
But go through all your cameras in that neighborhood and tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already. We know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, you know, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. We'll get, trust me, I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe, yes, she did, yeah.
Were there any caregivers who are normally associated with her?
Well, she has house staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, and her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with and have talked to some of them already.
But nobody who's like a live-in or anything?
Nobody actually lives with her, no. Like I say, she's of great sound mind.
Wait, she's got who?
House staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, and her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with and have talked to some of them already.
But nobody who's like a live-in or anything?
Nobody actually lives with her, no. Like I say, she's of great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get, as the family says, she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself, so.
I wonder if they haven't tried to talk Nancy into downsizing and she doesn't want. Oh, thank you, John McGeaney, for the save. K-Gun 9. Thank you. I'll look that up. What was I saying, though? Shit, I forgot what I was saying. Damn, I forgot what I was saying. You guys can let me know.
I'm sorry.
Somebody asked about the FBI if they're involved.
Like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're FBI, ATF, ICE, whoever. We know that they have certain capabilities and certain resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. But just.
Okay, yeah. God, he's just really up to. Okay, she can't walk that far. Her house is freaking huge. Her house is huge, and I wonder if. Thank you, Tits McGee. I wonder if they weren't trying to, talk her into selling. Hence the new roof. You know what I mean?
last week that resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. But just last week, the FBI called us to handle a shooting that involved Border Patrol. You need to know that. That's just day-to-day routine work for the law enforcement in Pima County in Tucson. We work very closely with our partners.
With the amount of time that's gone by, how wide do you cast in the net? Statewide, national?
Well, yes, national for sure. I'm hoping the national media's picked up on this. We've gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alerts, things like that. All of those things we use.
This is for you. Fuck off and die. Oops. Oh, that was for you, EF.
Every tool we have, we will use.
I'm checking my email now to get the new one, guys. Or the first one.
You guys are too easy. Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. I apologize for my political rhetoric of the Board of Supervisors or the City Council. I just get so frustrated and
the hell is he talking about?
We just can't do this job without their support. We don't need political statements from the dais and mumbo jumbo. We need them to listen to their law enforcement leaders and really pay attention to the fact that we understand that there's a great potential for abuses in today's world with the technology that's available to us.
Breaking news.
But you have to, at some point in time, have some faith and trust in your leadership in the law enforcement community to know and understand that we too were elected here to provide
Okay, I can't even follow his ass right now. All right, here's the first one. Thank you, Tits McGee. We're gonna go over. We're gonna watch them in order. He is just mumble jumbo. Do you think he just likes to talk? Okay, here we go. From JLR, we've got the first press conference. This is outside at night.
About this matter, and I want to share with you.
At February 1st.
Massive search underway in Arizona. Check it out.
But we're looking for a missing person. Nancy Guthrie, I think we sent out a media release to all of you. Came to our attention, we got a call, a 911 call, that Miss Guthrie was reported missing from her home. That call came in around noon earlier today. Our teams came out, our search and rescue team, being supported by our volunteers from Search and Rescue Association, from PSAR, from Border Patrol. They gave us their search and rescue dogs. We pretty much
Okay, so they had dogs. We were wondering if they had dogs. We're hearing things that maybe we didn't know.
Just throwing everything at this as we can. Miss Guthrie is 84 years old and is not of good physical health, and so naturally we have some great concerns. The scene at the house also has some concerns for us as well. And so that's why we're doing all we can to try to locate her. We've contacted and remain in contact with all of our local area hospitals, our medical transport teams. So far, that's proven to lead nowhere. We will continue to search as we are right now with our survey, our air assets. We use drones and our airplane or our helicopter. We'll be back. We'll be at this all night, processing the house, and then tomorrow morning we'll start again with our search and rescue mission and try to regroup and see what else we can do. Maybe we've missed something, but I don't need to tell you. This is very concerning to us. You don't typically get the sheriff out at a scene like this, but it's very concerning what we're learning from the house, and so we'll just continue. The detectives there, our homicide team is out right now, looking at
our homicide team. I guess that's normal to bring a homicide team in right away, especially if you see blood. But this was the night of. They had the homicide team out. The night of.
The scene as well.
What is it about the scene that concerns you?
I would just tell you that it's certainly very concerning to us. Just what we see there.
Please speak out there.
What happened?
I think we're all wondering, can you confirm that this is Savannah Guthrie's mom?
This is Mrs. Guthrie's mom, yes.
And you can't tell.
Okay, I wonder what time they did this. Do you guys remember what time? Right, this is February 1st, the night of, but what time? Do you guys know what time? Because we heard that the senator, isn't it? That senator got the call from Savannah before it went public. So let's pull up our timeline again. So we're finding out at the time of this press conference on February 1st at night, according to the timeline, they arrived at the house at 12:15. Cops got there at 12:15. It didn't go public for what? At least 7-8 hours that it was Savannah Guthrie's mom. You know what I mean? So between those hours, they kept it all private with the senator and all of that. And then he just confirmed, this is Miss Guthrie's mom. Mark Kelly, that's it. Thanks, Pretty Hate. Mark Kelly.
Please speak out there.
I think we're all wondering, can you confirm that this is Savannah Guthrie's mom?
This is Mrs. Guthrie's mom, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about what the house.
What I would tell you is we get these calls quite often, missing people, and we do a pretty good job of searching the areas and alerting the media with our media releases.
Wait, so my question would be, he says we get these calls all the time. Do you always have the homicide team there within 7 hours, sir? Do you always have the homicide team there within 7 hours on your missing people?
But this one stood out because of what was described to us at the scene, what we found and located just in looking at the scene. So without getting into too much details, I have to allow my team to do their investigation, and they are going to be doing that. They are in the process of things.
Is there anything meaningful about it being homicide detectives, or is that standard?
It's not standard. Typically, our homicide team comes out when we have a homicide, a body. This one was.
Oh, they asked. See,
it was of great concern. So, team was telling us.
It's cutting out their damn signal there. He says this one was of great concern, so we brought out the homicide team. See, they just asked him. Is it standard to bring homicide detectives?
Things.
Is there anything meaningful about it being homicide detectives, or is that standard?
It's not standard. Typically, our homicide team comes out when we have a homicide, a body. This one was of great concern. So, team was telling us.
What gauge the chances are that it's foul play? Would you be willing to give us any idea on that?
No, I hope it's not. I hope we find her. I hope we find her safe and sound. But
I hope we find her safe and sound, but we have homicide detectives here.
We can't ignore what's in front of us, and we need to take all the precautions.
We can't ignore what's in front of us.
And deal with what's the evidence is in front of us.
You said physical factors, like, physical things,
Miss
but
Margaret,
also does she have dementia or Alzheimer's? Any mental?
No, she's what's being reported by family is she's very has no cognitive issues at all. She's very alert, very of good sound mind. Just some physical. 84 years old, and especially now, it's as cold as it is. She has some physical ailments that limit her ability to move around in that. So.
There were some neighbors also looking around for Nancy. Are the neighbors looking around? Is that a help to you?
Well, absolutely. I mean, we in the immediate area, we ourselves with our dog teams and our search and rescue teams, we'd ask them to stay out of that area. But we certainly understand their concerns too. And if they happen to find anybody or see something, anything, call 911.
How cold did it get? Oh, she was missing overnight, I take it? She was.
Well, she was last seen at about 9:30, 9:45 last night.
9:30, 9:45.
Yeah.
Do you know how cold it got last night? Is that a concern?
You guys are going to know that better than I.
Is that a concern, though?
Well, it's cool right now. 84 years old. I'm cold. It's
so
obviously.
When she was last seen, a family had dropped her off at home. Is that correct?
She was last seen by family at 9:45, at 9:30, 9:45 is what we're.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
Oh.
And who called it?
Wait, what? Did they see her in the home? He said yes. So they went in with her? If the garage door only opened once? And then closed 2 minutes later? How did they go in with her?
In the missing report.
The family.
You want? Can you say who?
I don't have that name in front of me.
And is Savannah Guthrie in Tucson?
What does he not have in front of him? He doesn't want to say who took her home already. Bing bong. Oh my God. Stop. I got to play that again. Hold on.
And did they see her in the home?
Yes.
And who called in the missing report?
The family.
You want? Can you say who?
I don't have that name in front of me.
He doesn't have the name of who called it in front of him. Okay.
And is Savannah Guthrie in Tucson or on her way?
She is not here. No.
What are some things, like if someone sees something, or like what are some things like people should be watching out for in this case?
If maybe you ran into her, maybe she wandered off and you ran into her. If you've seen her or anybody like her, call us. Even being of good sound mind, you could.
Yeah, dude, I think this guy's the fall guy, Ferrero, for sure. They're not giving him any information, in my opinion. This is crazy.
Even being of good sound mind, you could have an incident that happened that causes you to lose some of your soundness. But I just would tell you that, look, if you've seen this woman since 9:30 last night at any time, give us a call. Let us know.
And you said that you've checked with hospitals, and what else have you guys checked?
Well, all of the medical transport teams in the area and hospitals and that. But that's no sign, nobody's reported to us that they have her in their care.
Does it being as dark as it is here make it like more difficult to find a missing person?
Well, our night search teams, they use our infrared systems and a heat sensing system. So in some cases, it actually helps. The body can distribute heat, and our flares or our heat sensors can find that body. But there's limitations on in the daytime. Our dogs seem to work pretty well, but if it gets too hot, they don't. Nighttime, it's like anything. It too has its limitations.
Now, this is the second time that I personally know that an elderly person has gone missing in the foothills in the past year. Is there a pattern at all that we are seeing? And it doesn't have to be just elderly, any pattern at all.
We have missing persons and search and rescue missions, not weekly, not monthly, daily here in Tucson. And it can be from a young 19, 20-year-old hiker who just gets lost in the desert or lost in the mountains. It could be an elderly person who's wandered off from a care home or something. So, you know, it's just Tucson has a lot of people here who enjoy the outdoors. It's just beautiful. And so you get the hikers and that and those kinds of calls. And then, of course, we also have our elderly population. It's a great place to retire. And a lot of people.
He's acting weird as hell. I agree with you in a way. Ought to be in a cage. This is freaking weird. This is the night of.
Choose this area for that reason. And of course, when you're coming here for that reason, what's the attraction? A lot of the great weather we have today is a beautiful day. The outdoors, even to the elderly, it's
okay. But you just said it was too hot for your dogs to work good. Oh my God.
We have today is a beautiful day.
He just said it was the dogs, when it gets too hot, they don't work good. And then at night, they have their limitations. He seems scared, dude.
What's the attraction? A lot of the great weather we have today is...
I mean, this guy's been a sheriff for 50 years. What would he have to be scared of?
Beautiful day. The outdoors, even to the elderly, it's just... Yeah, so our search and rescue teams, our search and rescue volunteers, we could not do this job without them. It is tremendous work for them, and they every day are out here helping us.
Can you tell us what
every day? It's the first
detectives
day.
are doing besides being here at the scene processing evidence? Are they?
What are homicide detectives doing?
You looking at acquaintances, friends, family, or?
Well, I mean, we're talking to anybody and everybody. I mean, that's just, that's what you do. We've got to hear from people and talk to them. When did they last see this person? What do they know?
Hey, Sam.
Do they have any ideas for us?
Is there
somewhere else we can
check? At the scene that makes you think there may have been some random encounter?
The only thing I can tell you at the scene is it's concerning to us that it's enough of a concern that we called out our criminal investigation team as well.
Okay.
Wait, what was her question?
Any aerial surveillance?
Well, enough of a concern. The only thing do they have any ideas for us?
Listen to this
question.
Is there
Somewhere
any
else we can
evidence at
check.
the scene that makes you think there may have been some random encounter?
The only thing I can tell you at the scene is it's concerning to us that it's enough of a concern that we called out our criminal investigation team as well.
There you go. The scene was concerning enough that we called out our criminal investigation team as well.
Okay.
Any aerial surveillance?
Well, that's, you don't see it now, but we had our Survey 1, our aircraft. We have our drone systems, our
you don't see it now.
Our volunteers, their drone systems that have some great technology attached to them. What other air assets? Earlier today, our chopper was out here, our helicopter. So we're throwing as much ground and air assets as we can at this. And now I hear our...
Oh, there it is. There's the
somewhere up there.
Helicopter coming.
Is there anything else that we didn't touch on that you think is important enough?
No, I just, like I say, I know that this is going to get some attention, but I just hope that we can find her, that somebody might know something, that they say something. Let us know what you would.
And
the call is our 911 center or 88 crime.
The concerning evidence.
Can't even hear them.
Once the detectives complete their investigation, maybe then we can share some of that. But right now we're at the very initial stages of this. The search mission started early today. We'll continue that. We're not giving up that. But it does change its platform because of the nightfall, right? The criminal part of this, the criminal investigation part, is ongoing, and it will continue ongoing until we can resolve this.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's see, we had our search and rescue, our PSAR, our Search and Rescue Association volunteers, literally hundreds of people out here and searching the area for those dogs that and still no signs.
He just said we search with dogs. It kind of cut out because of their signal, but he said that they search with dogs and still no signs.
So we've checked with all the local area hospitals, continue to check. Support teams, no results. I think what's concerning is what's at the scene, at the home, is of concern to us, so much so we've decided we're going to call out our homicide team. And so they're here, they'll process the home, do what they can there, and again, as we speak now, our plane was up just a minute ago. Those things are happening, but that'll transition to a daylight search again tomorrow. We'll continue that. We're not giving up that. We're asking the community help us. If you've seen Miss Guthrie, give us a call. Call our 911 or 88 Crime. We're just kind of working it from two angles. The criminal investigation side will continue at the house tonight. We're looking through processing that and see what we can learn from that, and we'll just keep going.
Does the search for her continue tonight?
Absolutely, yeah, we'll continue that. At some point in time, they've got to transition and settle down, but they've been out all day, like I say, since noon. Nightfall, it's a different type of search, so we change teams and transition then. I'm going to guess that here in a while that night team will move on, and we'll come back at it again tomorrow morning. They reassess it and look at where could they have missed.
And just because the homicide team's involved doesn't mean this is a homicide.
No, no. What we're saying is there's some things there that are concerning to us, and we just don't want to miss anything. Search and rescue, their mission is we want to find you. We want to find you safe and sound and help you and get you there. That still continues. But we have an obligation to, when you look at things in this world of ours, you look at that and you go, is something wrong here? Is there something missing? We can't just dismiss that. We need to stay on it.
All right. Anything else?
No.
All right, Sheriff. Thank you so much.
Foul play? A crime? Did she?
All right. Whew, that was a lot. Okay, we're going to watch the second one now. I don't think I can bear to watch that one twice in a row. I had never seen that one, though, so thank you guys. Thank you guys. Let's go over to this one now. This will be the next day. So that one, again, was February 1st at around roughly 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. Now this one, I don't know what time this was at. I don't know what time they gave this presser on the 2nd. But this is February 2nd, the very next day.
Tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling.
I'm torturing you, Brian. I know. I'm so sorry. Okay, that is the right one. I'm torturing you with this guy. So sorry.
Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. Trust me, I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe, yes, she did, yeah.
Let me get the captions.
Were there any caregivers who are normally associated with her?
Well, she has house staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, and her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with and have talked to some of them already.
But nobody who's like a live-in or
Nobody actually lives with her, no. Like I say, she's of great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get, as the family says, she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself, so. I'm sorry.
Somebody asked about the FBI if they're involved.
Like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're...
Oh, do you guys think the FBI was even involved? There is a link to a briefing held before the first presser. I think that was all of it. But somebody asked about the FBI was the question.
Somebody asked about the FBI.
I'm sorry.
Somebody asked about the FBI if they're involved.
Like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're
Bye, Paul.
FBI, ATF, ICE, whoever. We know that they have certain capabilities and certain resources, just as we have certain capabilities and resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. Just last week, the FBI called us to handle a shooting of his resources. So yes, we'll continue to work with them, and they've offered assistance to us. We accept that assistance, and we offer assistance. Just last week, the FBI called us to handle a shooting that involved Border Patrol. You need to know that. That's just day-to-day routine work for the law enforcement in Pima County in Tucson. We work very closely with our partners.
With the amount of time that's gone by, how wide do you cast in the net? Statewide, national?
Well, yes, national for sure. I'm hoping the national media's picked up on this. We've gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alerts, things like that. All of those things we use.
What?
Every tool we have.
He said Amber Alert. Why isn't he talking about a Silver Alert? Do you guys have Silver Alerts in Arizona? We have what's called a Silver Alert in Florida. This guy's not, he's like Amber Alert. We use Amber Alerts, things like that.
Gotten a lot of reports, but statewide as well, with Amber Alerts, things like that. All of those things we use. Every tool we have, we will use. You guys are too easy. Thank you so much. I apologize for being late. I apologize for my political rhetoric of the Board of Supervisors or the city.
What the fuck is he talking about? What's going on? Why is it already over?
Council, I just get so frustrated, and we just can't do this job without their support. We don't need political statements from the dais and mumbo jumbo. We need them to listen to their law enforcement leaders and really pay attention to the fact that we understand that there's a great potential for abuses in today's world with the technology that's available to us. But you have to, at some point in time, have some faith and trust in your leadership in the law enforcement community to know and understand that we too were elected here to
it's like
provide
Biden,
service to our community. I can't think of a community in this planet that wouldn't tell you, number one is public safety. Everybody just wants to be able to know that they can go outside and enjoy their community and come home and be safe at night in their rooms, asleep in bed. And this lady wasn't able to accomplish that. That's a sad state.
He just talked about being asleep in their beds. So, what? Listen to this again.
Their community and come home and be safe at night in their rooms, asleep in bed. And this lady wasn't able to accomplish that. That's a sad statement. We need her back. We need to find her. And time is very critical. She is 84. She needs her meds. Her family needs her too. Thank you so much for being here.
I didn't have David say his first and last name and spell.
Oh, sure. My name is Sergeant David, common spelling D-A-V-I-D.
Sergeant David.
S-I-V as in Victor. E-R.
Sergeant David Divers.
Sergeant.
He's the sergeant in charge, David Divers.
Thank you, guys.
Whew.
You can't talk to a fucking log.
And I have no idea what USA went to, but it says the Gobbler's Knob. Groundhog Day. Oh, it's a groundhog. It looks like a cooter. Now, what's this? They come back to him? What is USA Today doing? How do they go to this? Groundhog Day. Look. This is from USA Today. What the hell's going on? That guy looks... Okay, now we're going back to the presser.
I believe it was around noon yesterday. We got a call to the Guthrie.
Oh, so we get the beginning of it 8 minutes in. Yay! You guys get to listen to it again. Aren't you excited?
Residents that Nancy Guthrie, 84 years old, was missing. We expended a lot of resources for a missing person that we typically always do. Our search and rescue volunteers, our search and rescue teams, other agencies, boards.
Please hit the like button and subscribe if you are not already subscribed. It really does help me get out into the algorithm.
Star from Border Patrol sent their canines out. They worked tirelessly all day yesterday.
But what I don't understand is how these motherfuckers got part of the thing and then showed Groundhog Day and then started at the beginning of the presser. USA Today is wild. What did I think of what, Melms?
And all day tonight. I'm sorry, all day yesterday and all last night. No avail. As I said yesterday, we saw some things at the home that were concerning to us. We believe now, after we've processed that crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime scene, that we do in fact have a crime, and we're asking the community's help. This community has always stepped up to help us solve some pretty tough crimes. I'm looking for that again. This is a 84-year-old lady who suffers from some physical ailments, has some physical challenges, is in need of medication. Medication that if she doesn't have in 24 hours, it could be fatal. So we make a plea to anyone who knows anything about this,
yesterday,
who has seen something, heard something, to contact us. Call 911. We don't need another bad tragic ending. We need some help. Our team is the best. I couldn't speak any higher. I think you know that. We have done some great work with
Joey,
our partners in the Valley. You know, this community. I have to give a lot of thanks to our law enforcement agencies all across this valley, whether it's the Tucson Police Department or some of the smaller agencies. They've all reached out. They've all offered to assist. The FBI, all of them. We work so close with them, and they are all plugged in. We'll continue to work closely with them. But what I really need is I need this community to step up and start giving us some calls. Let us know if you've seen something. We are right now at a time, and I apologize, everybody tells me I talk too softly. We are at a time where, in this investigation, we're now moving forward where we need to depend on technology. our license plate readers, our camera systems throughout the community.
Thanks, Joey.
Anything, everything. And we will download all that data we have from the home, from different pieces of technology we've gotten, and we will use that to our advantage. But the reason I bring this up is that, I'm a cop. I hate politics, but I have to remind our political leaders that they need to quit this banter of
he gets voted
every
in.
time law enforcement leaders come to you for a need, that you give up these ridiculous remarks about how it's going to be misused. AI is a bad, evil word. The cameras are very bad and evil.
What is he talking about?
Those tools in the right hands.
Dude, what in the hell is this guy talking about? This is wild. This is wild.
Give up these ridiculous remarks about how it's going to be misused. AI is a bad, evil word. The cameras are very bad and evil. I'm tired of that. Those tools in the right hands with the right minds and the right approaches are extremely valuable to solving crimes just like this. We need that. We need more staffing. We need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need the community's help with this. So I want to make sure I didn't, before I take any questions, it is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily medication. And anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture, take a video, send it to us. The number is real easy here locally.
This is talking to the kidnappers. But they didn't get a ransom yet. Yo. They didn't get a ransom yet. He's talking to the kidnappers. And he's talking about AI. And Savannah talked about AI. No. We got to listen to this and read between the lines. He's painful. I get it.
911. You can contact our 88 crime and remain anonymous.
Listen to that part again.
We really need that. We need more staffing. We need a lot of things. But what I really need is I need the community's help with this. So I want to make sure I didn't, before I take any questions, it is a crime scene. We know that. She needs her daily medication. And anybody that sees anything that even looks, hey, maybe that's her, just take a quick picture. Take a video, send it to us. The number is real easy here locally. It's 911. You can contact our 88 crime and remain anonymous. You can call me, anybody. I am here to take any questions you may have. It will be a little limited. I apologize for that, but we do have a crime that we need to protect its integrity. I have here Sergeant David Stivers from our homicide team. He has been up all night, so bear with us if we are a little bit fuzzy in our answers or responses, but we're both here for any questions you may have. Let's start, please.
Recognizing your limitations, but can you elaborate at all on what makes you believe it's a crime scene as opposed to someone who left home and just couldn't find their way back?
Well, I think I told you she is very limited in her mobility, right? We know she didn't just walk out of there. That we know. There are other things at the scene that indicate there was she did not leave on her own. We know that.
If you're not at plate readers, is there a vehicle associated with it?
When I told you we're now at the phase where we're looking at all the technology, all of that is being evaluated as we speak. Let me say this: we've not just throwing our search and rescue team out there. They are going to be doing some door-to-door with our criminal investigation team. It is not just our homicide unit. All of our criminal investigation detectives. I went out last night to the scene. There were probably 100 cars out there, all from the sheriff's department, all working this case. It takes a lot of manpower and a lot of
100
energy.
cars from the
This team
sheriff?
of mine worked throughout the night. They continue to
Fucking
work.
fuzzy
David's
slippers
had
and lip
zero
gloss.
sleep, but he and his team are
They were there all night, he said.
working as hard as they can.
Is there anybody else associated with her, a caregiver, family member, acquaintance, who is also missing and somebody?
No. The family, all of the family has been very cooperative with us. They're working with us. They're staying in touch with us. They have complete access to anybody on this department. Savannah has been in touch with us as well. Our hearts go out to them. This is their mom.
Did he say he talked to the sister or just Savannah?
Who is also missing and somebody?
No. The family, all of the family has been very cooperative
All
with
the
us.
family.
They're working with us. They're staying in touch with us. They have complete access to anybody on this department. Savannah has been in touch with us as well. Our hearts go out to them. This is their mom. She's, just a great lady from what I've heard, and I feel for the family. We just want to find her and bring her back safe.
Sheriff, you mentioned that she didn't just walk out, but is there any additional information that you can give us on what may have alluded to this being a crime scene?
I wish I could. I really do. I know that everybody wants to know certain things, but I can't do that it would be inappropriate at this time.
Are there signs of breaking and entering or any forced entry, anything like
I'm not. I again don't want to get into that. David, can you see?
I think it was
anything
bloody
here?
in the house.
At this time, it's still a very active investigation. There were circumstances on scene that we believe are suspicious in nature, I think is the best way to put it, but we can't really get into a whole lot of details with that.
Do you believe that this was targeted, or they just happened to hit
Don't.
Savannah Guthrie's mom, or if this was just random?
We don't know that. We don't. We look at all of that, but we just don't know that.
Do they have cameras at their home?
They do, and we're looking through some of that. Yeah.
With this being an active crime scene, is there any threat to the general public?
Trying to figure out my phone. Well, no, I don't think there's an active threat, but I hate to say that because, we're going to canvass that neighborhood, and maybe there's a prowler been seen around. There's a lot of work still to do. We don't have any indication that that the public is in danger.
And what does that search look like today beyond what you've already told us about last night?
So we have shut down our search and.
I hate that. We have no indication that the public is in danger. They said that in Idaho 4 too, and Brian Koberger was running around for another month, 6 weeks. No, there's no threat to the public. This 84-year-old woman with limited mobility just disappeared from her house. No threat to the public, but we can't tell you anything else. He said it was no. I think that came out on Ashley's, didn't it, Phil?
That the public is in danger.
And what does that search look like today beyond what you've already told us about last night?
So we have shut down our search and rescue mission, and we've sent them home to rest. They were out all night. Look, we put all our air assets into this.
They called off the search efforts. This is the next day in the morning. We put all our assets into this. They were done with the ground search within 24 hours. Within 24 hours, he said, we put all our assets into this. Either either they're totally inept or they found something that made them completely just say, we don't need to search anymore. What would that be without finding Nancy?
Look, we put all our air assets into this, our drone systems, our aircraft, our helicopters, heat sensors, infrared, everything we've thrown at this. They're going to step aside. We'll call them out again if we need to do more search.
They're stepping aside. They called off the search and rescue within 24 hours. It wasn't just because they was tired. Those people don't give up. They do shifts. We'll call them out again if we need to do more searching. How could they have covered that much in that kind of terrain that fast? I don't know.
Heat sensors, infrared, everything we've thrown at this. They're going to step aside. We'll call them out again if we need to do more searching. But right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about...
See this as a search mission to do more searching.
Listen.
But right now, we don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene.
We don't see this as a search mission as much as we do a crime scene.
Sheriff, can you tell us a little bit about that map?
That is, and David probably can better answer it than I.
map.
But that is our search patterns, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So with all the assets that we deployed yesterday with the search and rescue teams, the map that's on the screen is basically tracks that were followed. Those are all, the colored lines are all ground tracks of different teams and different assets that were used on the ground, to include the canines, the volunteers, and our own search and rescue team. The circles are going to be represented.
Okay, we'll get back to the map. I want to bring you the latest update from Nerdy Addict. He just posted on February 1st, Nancy never arrived at her friend's home as planned to watch the church live stream. Nancy was supposed to go to her friends to watch the church live stream. Worried, the friend contacted Annie, Nancy's daughter, and Savannah Guthrie's sister to say Nancy didn't show up and couldn't be reached. The source stressed that Nancy was supposed to be at the Friends that morning, not at a Tucson church, and some said reports have mischaracterized the circumstances of her disappearance. So she was going to gather with a group of ladies to watch the church live stream at their house. She didn't come. They called Annie. Annie goes to the house. This is just being reported. Here's the source. Fox News. A source close to the Guthrie family says key details about how Nancy was discovered missing on February 1st have been reported incorrectly. According to the source, Nancy was not scheduled for in-person church service. Instead, every Sunday since COVID, she gathered with a small group of friends to watch a New York-based church service via live stream. She's watching church in New York, y'all. And we're looking at this church right by her house. So they watched a New York-based church service in New York. Oh, Savannah's church service. They would watch Savannah's The group would meet at one of the friends' homes and watch the service live from Savannah Guthrie's church in New York. On February 1st, Nancy didn't arrive at the friend's house as expected. Concerned, the friend contacted Annie, Nancy's daughter and Savannah's sister, to report that Nancy had not shown up and could not be reached. The source emphasized that Nancy was expected to be at the home of her friend that morning, not a Tucson church, and said the circumstances have been inaccurately described. That's what it says. That's what it says.
If not necessarily perfect, of our air circulation with both our...
They probably like asked the cops, like, can we come out and, give our story or whatever. Just to pray for her, Robin, because she's Savannah Guthrie's mom, and she lived there 50 years. 2 churches in the area had vigils.
Our helicopter and our fixed-wing aircraft at night, working with the night time cameras. So difficult to see where the house is. This house is basically...
I want to go back and listen to this doofus again. He is a tall guy.
The circles are going to be representative, if not necessarily perfect, of our air circulation with both our helicopter and our fixed-wing aircraft at night, working with the night time cameras. So difficult to see where the house is. The house is basically pretty close to center in that, and then all of the searching that went on throughout the day with those folks out there.
What this really helps with is our search teams, when they come back and reassess, maybe they've missed an area, we can look at it and say, hey, you know what, this area could use a little more coverage, and so they concentrate again. Our search and rescue team is top notch. They're out every single day. If it's not a lost person, it's a hiker, it's somebody who's wandered away from a care home, whatever it may be. I want to stress to you, and it is really important, Miss Guthrie, Nancy Guthrie, is of great sound mind. This is not a dementia related. She is as sharp as a tack. The family wants everybody to know this isn't somebody who just wandered off. Her physical limits are based on just age, and we get old, and so it's more physical. But clearly, she is as sharp as a tack.
Do you have her cell phone, and does that present any tracking potential?
We're looking at that as we speak.
But do you have it, or do you not?
We do have it.
They do have her
phone. A little bit more of a timeline, because you said she didn't leave on her own. She was last seen at 9:45. She wasn't reported missing until noon. But
I believe what happened there was at 9:45 in the evening, her children left her off. At some time earlier that morning, they got a call from somebody at the church who said, hey, your mom's not here. The family went to the house. I'm thinking they spent some time looking for her themselves before they called us, so I'm guessing maybe they got there around 11. So they did some searching and realized we need some help, and they called 911.
Do you have any idea what time Nancy would have been taken from the home?
There's a lot of things working there, and I just can't say that right now.
Has Savannah Guthrie, has she had any threats to herself?
We've spoken to her. We'll continue to work with that. She has a security team that's been in touch with us throughout the night, but we're not going to dismiss any angles for sure. But right now, immediately, we don't know of anything like that.
Is she in town or on the way here?
She's here.
Can you give us any more? What should somebody be looking for? Because when I was out in the neighborhood, the neighbors are obviously incredibly concerned. But is there anything, a tip? I mean, one neighbor stopped me and he didn't know if he should call you or not.
Oh my goodness!
But
Call.
So what should somebody be looking for?
Well, first of all, I'd ask them, go through their cameras. Go through their Ring cameras, whatever cameras they may have. Don't dismiss it that, oh, well, we really can't see the house. They still might see something. Maybe it's somebody walking by. Maybe it's a vehicle driving by at that time of day. But go through all your cameras in that neighborhood and tell us if you see something. Maybe somebody already, we know this happens, right? Oh, I saw something suspicious, but I didn't think it was worth calling in, so I didn't call it in. Well, now it's call in anything you've seen or heard. Maybe it's a neighbor telling you, you know, I saw this or I heard that. Call us. Don't tell the neighbor to call us. Tell the neighbor to call us, but you call us as well. We'll put it together. We'll get, trust me, I'm sure we're going to get inundated with a lot of calls. We'll handle that.
Did she live alone?
I believe, yes, she did, yeah.
Were there any caregivers who are normally associated with her?
Well, she has house staff that comes by, takes care of the yard, whatever, and her house and that. But those people we'll be talking with and have talked to some of them already.
But nobody who's like a live-in or
Nobody actually lives with her, no. Like I say, she's a great sound mind, and she is mobile. It's just, it's a challenge for her to get, as the family says, she couldn't walk 50 yards by herself, so. I'm sorry.
Somebody asked about the FBI if they're involved.
We, like I said, we work closely with all of our partners, whether they're...
Okay, we watched this part already. Remember, we kind of watched it backwards. We watched the end, and then we watched the middle to the end, and then we watched the beginning to the end. Because Today was on crack. So we're going to watch this doofus talk to Ashley now. You guys are going to have to stick with me. I know it's tough. We're just going to skip forward to the police part.
But it's not as easy.
Okay, here we go. Ashley got him. Let's see. This was...
I got you. Just go to the link.
This is the same day as that press conference. This is going to be the same day as that press conference. Oh my God. All right, let me go grab a drink really fast, and then we're going to watch this segment with Ashley. I got to get a drink. My mouth is super dry. Some Diet Cokes, Melissa. Wet your whistles. You're welcome, Tits McGee. I like going through things in hindsight, you know? Okay. All right, Titans fan. This one's for you. Get your drinks. I look at Ashley. She's like, okay. Tell me what you got. All right, here we go.
You know, it's never easy. These are tough cases, but I just have such confidence in my team. They've time and time again have proven themselves, and I just know we're going to get this resolved.
Is there an area in Nancy Guthrie's house of particular interest where it was more clear that it was a crime than some other circumstance?
You know, I wouldn't, again, I can't talk to specifics about what we have at that home. But there is definitely, in our eyes, on our belief, evidence that shows and suggests that she was removed from that home and against her will. And
yes, she already had the tip.
We continue to look at some...
Well, I don't think she had the tip till the next day the podcast came out with the tip. Aw, thank you so much for your super chat, Pepper. She said, appreciate you, Jay. Thanks for sifting through all this with us. Thank you for being here, Pepper. This was the day before the tip. The prime suspect comes out the next day. Thank you, Pepper.
Some data that we think is available. It's just taking some time to get downloads and that, whether it's digital imagery from a camera to tracking a cell phone. There's just a lot going on in technological tracking, whether it's digital imagery from a camera to tracking a cell phone. There's just
digital imagery from a camera or tracking a cell phone.
A lot going on in technological sense of gathering that kind of evidence. So that's all taking place. I think I mentioned we're working with a lot of partners, not just in the law enforcement community, but in the private sector. Some of the big corporations, Apple, Google, whatever, they're all jumping in. So it's never fast enough, right? So that's our challenge.
There was a report that the front door was wide open. Is there any veracity to that report?
You know, I don't know that that's accurate because it could be. I know that when we got there our challenge.
There was a report that the front door was wide open. Is there any veracity to that report?
Front door wide open. This is the day before she reported the back door was wide open.
You know, I don't know that that's accurate because it could be. I know that when we got there, the family was already there, and they'd already spent some time looking, as you would expect. Probably we got an hour delay there from them. Not anything intentional, just that, you know, they went and looked and made some calls, and then they decided we better call 911. So.
Was the homicide team able to ascertain any unique footprints outside?
I want to hear that again.
Delayed. Spent some time. When we got there, the family was already there, and they'd already spent some time looking, as you would expect. Probably we got an hour delay there from them. Not anything intentional, just that, you know, they went and looked and made some calls, and then they decided we better call 911. So.
Was the homicide team able to ascertain any unique footprints outside Nancy's home or even inside?
I cannot give you that. I would tell you that it is our belief she did not leave that residence on foot.
Did not leave the residence, the actual home itself on foot, did not walk over the threshold?
That is correct.
Was there blood on the floor? I wonder if they have footprints.
We do not believe she left that home by herself on foot. That did not occur. And she has a vehicle. We have that vehicle. She is very capable of driving. Her physical limitation is really just her ability to move, to walk and these things. But she's certainly got a very, like I say, very sharp as a tack mind is function. She's got her wits about her, and she can drive. You know, yeah. So, no.
But
what? She can drive? What? Speakeasy? Tucson peeps. Right now, there is a Chinook copter that keeps landing and circling near the mountain north of Nancy. Is that routine training? It's been circling for like an hour. Are you looking on flight radar? Oh, God. Drag marks? She did not leave on foot. I think this is a homicide with a fake kidnapping.
Purse, cell phone, keys.
And they have Annie's car and they have Nancy's car. Think about that.
Wallet.
Oh my goodness. Mama Sosa in the house. Hey, baby. 61 months. I'm sorry I had to stop and celebrate. 16 months. How are you, babe? It's so good to see you. Oh my goodness, 61 months.
And what else was left in the home that would very much indicate you don't leave without it?
I don't know of all those items. I do know we've got our cell phone. The rest of those items, I really haven't heard that.
Interesting. I heard you say earlier cell phone, that you were in possession of her cell phone. There was a local report from Tucson saying the purse, cell phone, and keys and vehicle were all at the home.
That could be accurate, but I can't speak to that. I'd have to ask my team.
Okay.
So he's saying he doesn't know about anything other than the phone. He's denying everything else. You're always listening. I love you.
Is there any missing bedding from the home?
Again, I can't
By the way, that's Brunch Mom, guys. That's Brunch Mama.
speak to that.
Okay. Was there any blood found in the home?
You know, there's DNA evidence we believe that we have found that we are going to submit, has been submitted for rapid DNA testing. Once that breaks down to us, I think we had to get it up to Phoenix, everybody's rapid DNA test.
Wait. DNA, wait. Is there any missing bedding?
Can't speak to that. I'd have to ask my team.
Okay. Is there any missing bedding from the home?
Again, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Was there any blood found in the home?
You know, there's DNA evidence we believe that we have found that we are going to submit, has been submitted for rapid DNA testing. Once that breaks down to us, I think we had to get it up to Phoenix, everybody's rapid DNA testing machine here locally, for whatever reason was out of service. But that is being looked at once we get.
Is he lying? Everybody's DNA thing was out of service?
Can to CODIS and whatever else, whatever other DNA company need. Those things will be rush orders. We use a Sheriff's Department DLR orders that can get us usually.
Are you?
So did they buy the 5 to 10 days with the DNA for the ransom thing? Oh, Brunch Mom's got you beat by a month, Megan. 60 months for Coconut Cooter, Megan Ambrose. But is that why 5 to 10 days? They don't want to know, like, oh, we don't have the DNA. I want to hear that again.
For whatever reason was out of service. But that is being looked at. Once we get that, we will submit what we can to CODIS and whatever else, whatever other DNA companies we need. Those things orders here from the Sheriff's Department, DL Labs, and they do us pretty good on rush orders that can get us usually 5 to 10 days.
Are you able to tell where was the DNA found that would indicate that this DNA that was valuable to you?
It's from the home is all I can tell you.
Genitals.
I cannot go there. Yeah.
Adverse board.
The reason being, Ms. Banfield, is I can tell everybody, we're not trying to be secretive. We understand everybody really wants to know what's going on there. But there are certain things in that home that we know and we don't want information. We protect
fully this heard you say in your press conference there were cameras at the home, I believe, but I wanted to ask you if there are cameras inside and outside the home.
I know cameras outside. I don't know inside. I really just don't know that. But
that is Savannah and her husband, in case you didn't know. That's Feldman. Good night, Joey. I hope you have a great night. Are you guys buffering?
Help from the companies, the makers of those cameras to
Okay, hold on. It's because I got the in-flight reader open. Hold on. Okay, it should get better. It should be improving right now. That's why I'm keeping my camera off, because I'm getting a lot of, like, I got to keep my resources free. Can I get a 5x5?
To see what else we can get out of them. Outside, I don't know what was found inside pertaining cameras. I really just don't know that. But I do know they found some cameras outside that we're trying to get help from the companies and the makers of those cameras to see what else we can get out of them.
So you're looking to access them, but at this point, it's an access issue. You haven't been able to actually.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, they could be cloud-based. We're not finding that. It could also be just on a server somewhere.
Wait.
What else we can get out of them?
So you're looking to access them, but at this point, it's an access issue. You haven't been able to actually.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, they could be cloud-based. We're not finding that. It could also be just on a server somewhere. We would rather than ourselves go into it, let the companies that are experts in this to take their time and get us what we can.
And of course, Savannah and the family would probably be privy to passwords with an elderly relative. We all have elderly relatives.
Oh, sure. And the family is so cooperative. They're every time they want their mom back.
And Savannah, with a criminal justice background and a lawyer, is going to be extraordinarily helpful as a, as a teammate, more so than the average victim's family member might be.
Well, yeah, I don't know what an average victim family would be like, but I would tell you.
They don't think like you. They don't think like you, but Savannah is brilliant.
Yeah, I've no doubt. I have no doubt.
We used to work together, and we're colleagues and we're friends, and so this is very personal to me as well as
I'm
my
sorry.
job for my friend.
She's a good lady with a good heart, and we're not going to give up. We'll get
to that. License plate readers and other Ring cameras and license plate readers in that vicinity. Have you been able to get them? Have you been able to look?
All of those things have been requested for preservation, have been sent to us, so we're in the process of doing all that.
Getting eyeballs on them, but nothing so far. No prowler in the neighborhood so far that you've been able to identify.
No, we've not identified any suspect. Now, remember, there are people out in that neighborhood right now, and they're doing some things. Maybe they've learned something that I'm not aware of yet, but so far I've not been briefed to anything like that.
In the Tepe murder in Columbus, Ohio, the police came up very quickly with a figure, a sort of a skulking figure walking through the back alley, and they now say that allegedly is Monique Tepe's ex-husband, and that he was the double murderer. So these images can be extraordinary.
There is no doubt. That's why I say we really want to be careful about any kind of person of interest until we get that digital download and can say, hey, this may be somebody we need to be looking at.
I also want to be very clear about the wording. I don't
What? He just kind of gave it away. Hold on. He just said that they were waiting for the digital download to say, yeah, this is a person we need to be looking at. Whose digital downloads do they have other than the freaking families?
We really want to be careful about any kind of person of interest until we get that digital download and can say, hey, this may be somebody we need to be looking at.
I also want to be very clear about the wording. I don't want to get this wrong. You mentioned she did not leave that home on foot. And I want to make sure that you're talking about she did not walk out that front door, even with someone, that somebody took her out that front door and past her driveway.
Right. So I'm not going to tell you what door they used or anything. We believe she was forced out of her home. Whether she walked out of her home or was carried out, that we don't know. But we do know she left that home against her will.
Okay, and thank you for the clarity. I do remember hearing you say that Mrs. Guthrie, her limited mobility limits her to walking barely 50 yards, which would indicate that a car would have had to be close by in order to make some kind of egress. Did you find tire tracks?
You should have this badge on you. You think like us. Yes, that's exactly right. We agree. We think that, look, the family tells us she couldn't walk 50 yards. It just couldn't. And I think there's some frustration about, well, why are you continuing searching if you know she can't walk 50 yards? And it is because it is a process. We have to follow those processes, even if they don't make sense to some people, because what if we're wrong? What if we just miss something? We don't want to be there. We want to make sure we've done as thorough a job on both ends, on the search and rescue mission piece and the criminal investigative piece.
Any indication of tire tracks?
Oh, hold on. Glass evidence. Wait, not glass evidence. Who said that about the Celebrate at Annie's? Who said that? What day did they go there with that? Right there, MAGA. What day were they there with the Celebrate? Because could it have been a little bit difficult for them? Did Tommaso make them get a warrant for the phone? Because that wasn't for days later, was it? I'm wondering if they had to get a warrant. What day was that? Three or four? Maybe that's when they really wanted to get it. I mean, maybe he did give it up. Celebrate is when they do the digital dump of your phone.
That weren't her vehicle.
We don't have any tire tracks.
Nothing to go on for tire tracks. Because again, with her limited mobility, to get her any further away from the front of that house would have required some kind of a conveyance, a vehicle of some kind.
That's all.
Any warrants are sealed. Brian Enton has tried to get them, and they're all sealed.
Would have required some kind of a conveyance, a vehicle of some kind.
That's our belief, and of course I think the driveway it's not going to be conducive that surface. It's almost like not even a gravel, but it is almost a paved surface, so it wouldn't be conducive to
mud, no unusual. You know how mud can be brought from another region area, and that's very helpful in the investigation, but nothing like that.
No, we're not seeing anything that suggests that.
And no snow, so no snow tracks.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Did she have a security system?
No, I don't believe so. We've not heard that. I don't believe she did.
I heard you make a mention, and
you're talking about like an alarm.
Yeah, like an alarm system.
No, we've not heard anything like that.
Okay. I heard you mention, it just broke my heart, there were upwards of 100 security vehicles, law enforcement vehicles at this home. I mean, this is an all-out assault on finding security.
Yeah, because it's unusual that, we get so many search and rescue missions. I trust our search and rescue teams, and they have probably close to 100 volunteers in that regard. But they get out and they do such a great job. But in this briefing I received yesterday in the middle of the day, it was a briefing that alerted me to something at that house that said, no, there's something really not right here. And you've been doing this for 50 years. You get a gut instinct. I've had gut instincts before and been wrong too, so trust me. But I just felt like there's more here than just a regular search and rescue mission. Allow search and rescue to do what they do. They do it well. But at the same time, let's get our homicide team started and get them out there. That's kind of unusual for us. But I just felt like, no, this one, something doesn't fit.
Something doesn't fit. He said they were waiting for that data download to come back.
Have you had any calls? Has Savannah and her security team had any calls? Because sometimes a disappearance like this, when there's a high-profile member of a family, will result in a ransom-like situation.
No, we first of all, the family's been great, as you know them, and Savannah. And
why did she ask about a ransom? Was there a ransom yet? I am having a mind F right now, a mind bleep. Yeah, we saw that, Dix. We saw that, Dix. Listen, it was Criminal Network. We watched it. But listen, y'all.
Calls. Has Savannah and her security team had any calls? Because sometimes a disappearance like this, when there's a high-profile member of a family, will result in a ransom-like situation.
What? This was on the 2nd, before the ransom. That's a wild question to ask, huh? And then the next day comes a ransom publicly? I think they kept it quiet. They kept it quiet. Who thinks that there's certain media that's working with the Popo?
Security team had any calls? Because sometimes a disappearance like this, when there's a high-profile member of a family, will result in a ransom-like situation.
No, we first of all, the family's been great, as you know them, and Savannah and our team and myself have been in communication throughout this. It is devastating for them. They are definitely very concerned, rightfully so. But we talked with her security team and with a number of different law enforcement agencies from federal, state to local, and nobody's heard anything like that.
So that's also, it just expands the mystery.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. I mean, maybe somebody will do that, but we've not heard that. In fact, I think the plea from Savannah and the family is, and it's my plea too, is look, if you know where she's at, let her go. Just call us. We'll come and pick her up. Because there is a very big time element. What are we? 5 o'clock in the evening we're well beyond 24 hours, and from what we understand medically, if she doesn't have her medication, which we don't think she does, it can be fatal.
You saw her medication left at the house.
We believe from the family's report, she has no medicine available to her.
Is there, other than that, which is extraordinarily serious, is there anything
I think so, Phil,
is an indication in that house that Mrs. Guthrie may still be alive or may not be alive?
We always want to hope, right? We don't want to lose that hope. My team, the Guthrie family, this community, we will continue to search and until something suggests otherwise. Certainly, we want to believe that she's alive and we'll find her.
Hold on. He just said we're going to continue to search. But then he said they were calling off the search and telling them to just go.
Certainly, we want to believe that she's alive and we'll find her, safe and sound, return her. But I would be very neglectful as a law enforcement officer, as a law enforcement agency, to just dismiss things that we're seeing in front of us that indicate a crime. And so that's why we took 2 different avenues of approach on this.
And very quickly turned away from the search and rescue. I heard you say it's permanently suspended unless need be as you move forward. But, I mean, you've been to this rodeo a long time, and you see a scene, and you get a gut feeling. Did you have a gut feeling with this scene?
You know, I had a gut feeling about what was being told to me about what's being seen and done there. I was out there last night talking to the investigators. I think we all have some great concerns about what we're looking at. But we also know we have to be careful. I mean, we hope that, you know, it's happened before. The police, the sheriff is, this person's dead and this, that, and that. And then I see, you know, some hospital calls and says, hey, I think I've got this lady in my hospital room. So, you know, we're never going to give up hope. That's why you guys are so critical to us. Somebody out there sees something, says, maybe they'll see her. We've gotten calls like that. Hey, I think I saw her in Flagstaff. Hey, I think I saw her here. And so we'll chase those leads down.
Can you send more pictures to us of Mrs. Guthrie? I'm sure the family has supplied you with lots, right?
No, we really haven't. I think that is the most recent, what they defined to us as this is her. This is, but you know, if you think that's going to help, I'm sure they'll accommodate.
Mrs. Guthrie, I'm sure the family has supplied you with lots, right?
No, we really haven't. I think that is the chase those leads down.
Can you send more pictures to us of Mrs. Guthrie? I'm sure the family has supplied you with lots, right?
No, we really haven't. I think that is the most recent, what they defined to us as this is her. This is, but you know, if you think that's going to help, I'm sure they'll accommodate us. Yeah.
Huh? What's this about the pictures? This is a weird. Can you send more pictures to us?
Chase those leads down.
Can you send more pictures to us of Mrs. Guthrie? I'm sure the family has supplied you with lots, right?
No, we really haven't. I think that is the most recent, what they defined to us as this is her. This is, but you know, if you think that's going to help, I'm sure they'll accommodate us. Yeah.
That is the biggest thing. If we can get pictures of her out everywhere, and there are millions of eyeballs seeing that woman, that jogs memories.
And remember, we talked about how odd the photo was that was on the missing flyer? It's the one that they keep showing. It's blurry, and she's holding that dog. It's the same photo. They only have 2 photos on there. And it's the same photo, just one cropped. That was an odd question. And he's like, yeah, if you want more, I'm sure they'd accommodate that. Like, why do they not want more? You know what I mean? Give us all the pictures you have. Like, give us all the recent ones you have.
They'll accommodate us. Yeah.
That is the biggest thing. If we can get pictures of her out everywhere, and there are millions of eyeballs seeing that woman, that jogs memories, especially if they see a woman who's with someone who doesn't look like he should be with her. And I'm not saying it's a he.
No, I understand.
Wait. Look like he should be with. That jogs memories, especially if they see a woman who's with someone who doesn't look like he should be with her.
She said he.
Her out everywhere, and there are millions of eyeballs seeing that woman. That jogs memories, especially if they see a woman who's with someone who doesn't look like he should be with her. And I'm not saying it's a he.
Oh,
no, I understand. You know, I'll talk to our team and see what they've done in that regard. But yeah, that's something that's not even really become an issue. I think the family felt comfortable that this one will identify her. So.
Have you
comfortable that?
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's see what they've done in that regard. But yeah, that's something that's not even really become an issue. I think the family felt comfortable that this one will identify her. So.
Have you had a chance to track down any staff members who work with Mrs. Guthrie, or do contract work at her house, or clean, or caregive, or do odd jobs, any of that? Have you got a list of all the people?
Yeah, that's part of the process. You know, we know she's, you know, a gardener, a pool company, a landscaper, a house servant, whatever it may be. We've got those names, and we've contacted some. We're in the process of contacting others, just to get a feel from them, a sense from them. One, do they know anything? But more importantly, maybe learn something from them about her daily habits and what the house should look like or the yard should look like, those kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
He's a gardener, a pool company, a landscaper, a house servant, whatever it may be. We've got those names. We've contacted some of them. We're in the process of contacting others just to get a feel from them. A feel from them. Wouldn't they be like persons of interest if they worked there like currently? Wouldn't you go and check them out?
One, do they know anything? But more importantly, maybe learn something from them about her daily habits and what the house should look like or the yard should look like, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
What the yard should look like?
I mean, that's a good point, given the fact that you feel strongly that there's a crime that was committed in that home and that she did not leave of her own volition, which would tell me that there's either blood or there is a disaster area. There was like a scene of a struggle. Would it be fair to say there was a scene of a struggle?
I cannot get into that. I'm sorry. I just say the condition of the home as it was represented to us before we even arrived was of concern. When we got there, that concern did not diminish.
Can you expound on that, the concern of the home before you arrived?
Well, I'm just saying when I got briefed, I think it was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, patrol units had responded, they called out search and rescue, and they just saw some things that were concerning to them. And I looked at it and thought, yeah, this is unusual. We need to do the search and rescue piece. That's without a doubt. But we really need to the longer we wait, the tougher that crime to solve is. We know that. Let's get our homicide team out there now.
Is that because they saw something outside the home that was concerning as well as inside the home?
Both. I'll say that.
There you go. There's a bing bong. Is that because they saw something outside the home? Listen.
Let's get our homicide team out there now.
Is that because they saw something?
We know the longer we wait, the tougher that crime to solve is. We know that. Let's get our homicide team out there now.
Is that because they saw something outside the home that was concerning as well as inside the home?
Both. I'll say that. The home, it's outside, inside, all of that had some concerns for us.
Outside, inside, all of that had some concerns for us.
As well as inside the home?
Both. I'll say that. The home, it's outside, inside, all of that had some concerns for us.
You need me to report it to you?
I have the link.
Okay. Should I tell them you're logging out now?
I'm going to get them off the phone right now.
I have somebody who's trying to get me on there.
Okay. One last question.
Go ahead.
Would it be fair to call this a kidnapping?
Yeah, I think I've created some confusion. I say a lot of stuff. I'm trying to be as consistent as I can. When you're taken from your home against your will, that abduction, kidnapping, all of those things apply. It's really semantics.
Semantics?
Do you have any thoughts about a vehicle in that area that hadn't been there before? Has anybody reported anything like that?
Nothing like that. We're still looking at all the cameras we can, but we've got nothing.
Okay. Sheriff, thank you so much. If there's anything that we can do to help you, please reach out. We see a lot of people, and we reach a lot of people, and we'd like to help.
You've been awesome. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you. Best of luck. So it's.
Whoa. So you guys think that it could be Savannah, could be Ashley's source? Thank you, Brian Rambles. I appreciate your super chat. Thank you. You're not annoying at all. You're fine. It's great having you here. It's great having you all here. It'd be even better if you all hit Z thumbs up. I did not fall asleep. I'm listening intently. Like I almost want to listen to it again because he says a lot. What do you guys want to listen to next? Oh, I want to look at our poll. Do you think there was an actual kidnapping? We managed, oh my God, come on, you guys. Let's get 3,000 votes in the poll. I don't think I've ever had a poll that had 3,000 votes. If we can get 3,000 votes, we'll end it. Do you think there was an actual kidnapping? Let me unpin this super chat thing so you guys can see the poll. There it is. I only watched this once when it first aired. It's been a week for me. Thank you, NH. I know I'm like intently listening as well. I cringed as I watched her tell everyone where she lived. It was on the Today Show. Get your votes in. Peter Lucas says no. Oh, I should do that, Colette. I'll show you guys the chat GPT, or I mean the flight radar real quick. I'll show you guys the helicopter here. Control. Zoom on in. We're zooming on into the mountain peak. And we're going to slide on over here. And we have this guy right here. This would be our United States Army. A little bit. Now, where is Nancy's in comparison to this? Someone said it was close to Nancy's. That's the sun sights. I don't know if this is close to Nancy's or not. Can you guys help me out here? We have Black Diamond. This is Arizona sun sights. And we have this chopper right here. I don't know. It's all over the place. Look. I don't think it has anything to do with this, does it? I mean, oh, it's refueling. There you are, Speakeasy. When I opened up Flight Radar, am I choppy again? Okay, I closed it out. But what happened if not a kidnapping? A homicide. You voted wrong and changed your mind? Oh, really? It shakes the dishes and rattles the walls? Okay, it should be better now. What were we going to watch after this? I forgot. I can't remember shit. I'm all over the place. This whole case has got me I have mind mush. What the hell were we going to watch? Military is training. Nancy Grace. What about Nancy? Which one? Oh, the ratchet? No, we weren't. That's not what we were just talking. Chat GPT, thank you. Transcript. God, I do a billion things at once, y'all. Wind in your eyes, thank you for joining. Thank you for becoming a member. No, I'm going to put the transcript to this guy's portion in Chat GPT. And we're going to see what it says. Let me get to the timestamp. Okay, so 1601. Let's go over to our transcript. Oh, wait, let me get rid of the timestamps. Thank you, Sophia, for gifting a membership. Thank you.
Or is it a cigar?
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me copy it. I'm a boomer at this, so hold on tight. Okay, best of luck. Boom. Copy. You're Philly girl. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate your support. I hope you enjoy your membership. All right, let's go to Chat GPT. Let's do it. Okay, hold on. I gotta make this so you guys can see it too. I can't wait to see. What should I ask Chat GPT? Thank you, Cheryl, for your super sticker, Cheryl L. 420. Smoke them if you got them. What should I ask it? I'm going to paste that. But what should I ask it to do specifically? Just analyze it, or Colette, tell me. Pepper Lane, thank you for joining, Pepper. Is your cat's name Pepper? If so, that is so damn cute.
Or is it a cigar?
Thanks, Sam. Sam, I still have your little pouch you got me. Right here on my little shelf. What should I ask it? Chances the brother-in-law did it, but the brother-in-law's not mentioned in this. I'm glad you talk a lot in here. I mean, that means we've got a great chat. We have great mods. Thank you, moderators. Just analyze it. Okay. Analyze this transcript for me. Okay, here goes nothing. Okay, are you guys ready? It says, all right, let's break this down cleanly and pull out what actually matters. I hate how ChatGPT talks. It's so corny. Anyways, buried in all that careful law enforcement speak are some very strong signals. I'll do this in layers. Okay. Big picture takeaway. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos is clearly treating this as a forced abduction, kidnapping that occurred inside and outside the home. Not a voluntary disappearance, and not a typical search and rescue. The decision was made early based on what patrol saw before homicide even arrived. What law enforcement is saying without saying it. Sheriffs rarely use language like this, or sheriffs rarely use language this carefully unless the facts are ugly. They believe Nancy was taken against her will. This is repeated multiple times in multiple ways. She did not leave on foot. She did not walk out of the house. She did not leave by herself. She was removed from the home. Words like abduction and kidnapping were explicitly acknowledged as applicable. That's huge. They are staking the case position publicly. 2, a vehicle was also almost certainly involved. Even though they don't have tire tracks, her limited mobility, can't walk 50 yards, no evidence she crossed the threshold voluntarily, no evidence she exited alone, no evidence of wandering. They are operating under the assumption she was taken by vehicle. The lack of tire tracks don't negate this. The driveway surface wouldn't hold them anyway. 3, something about the home was immediately wrong. This might be the most telling part of the entire interview. Key phrases. The condition of the home was of concern. That concern did not diminish when we arrived. Inside and outside. This was unusual. This did not fit a normal search and rescue. That's cop speak for this scene didn't look natural, accidental, or benign. They won't say struggle, blood, or damage, but the reaction tells you plenty. Number 4. Patrol flagged it before homicide even arrived. This is critical. Patrol units called to search and rescue, then quickly escalated to homicide. That escalation was based on observations. Sheriff says this is unusual for them, meaning the scene crossed a threshold quickly. DNA evidence exists and is being fast-tracked. Important nuances here. DNA was found inside the home. It is considered valuable. It is being rushed for analysis. He refuses to say where because, quote, only the intruder would know. That last line is massive. It strongly suggests that touch DNA, transfer DNA, or DNA inconsistent with Nancy's routine, possibly on an object involved in the removal. Digital evidence is central to this case. They are actively working with Apple, Google, camera manufacturers, license plate readers, and Ring neighborhood cameras. But downloads are slow. Some cameras may be cloud-based, and others may be on local servers. This is why they are being cautious about persons of interest. They're waiting for data confirmation. Family arrival caused a delay. Not suspicious, but relevant. Sheriff confirms. Family arrived first. They searched briefly, then called 911. About an hour passed before police arrival. He explicitly says nothing intentional or suspicious, but this explains why some early crime scene elements may have been compromised and why he avoids specifics. No ransom demand, which actually deepens concern, despite high-profile family, media attention, theoretical motive. There has been no call, no message, no demand, no contact of any kind. That absence is disturbing to law enforcement and expands the mystery rather than calming it. Medication left behind, ticking clock. Sheriff is very clear. Medication was left at home. She doesn't have access to it, and this could become fatal. This increases urgency and supports the theory she was taken quickly and involuntarily. Number 10, search and rescue is effectively over. This is subtle but important. He said, SAR is, quote, permanently suspended unless needed. Permanently suspended after 24 hours. Focus has shifted to criminal investigation. Hope remains, but strategy has changed. They are no longer looking for a lost person. They are looking for a perpetrator. Wow. What he refuses to say and why it matters. He will not discuss blood, struggle, bedding, doorways, entry, exit points, footprints, or specific DNA locations. That level of refusal tells you there are case-defining details they believe only the offender would know. Overall assessment. Law enforcement believes a crime occurred. Nancy was forcibly removed. She did not leave voluntarily. She did not wander. A vehicle was used. The scene inside and outside the home raised immediate red flags. Digital and DNA evidence are key to solving this. Time is critical. They are being cautious publicly, but their actions are decisive. What do you want me to ask it after this? Yeah, it sounds like there was a scene. What could I follow up with as a question based on this? Like, I'm going to ask it based on this transcript. Do you think the missing woman is alive? I wish Tenacity, you're funny. So he emphasized a case where there was a woman that was presumed dead and was found alive. He repeatedly refuses to say anything definitive about death, and he continues to emphasize public tips, photos, and sightings. No blood evidence has been... Okay, I'm not reading all that. That's a better question. Could this be a homicide? Yeah, they use the form, Mari, on all the tips. Homicide was brought in early. They pivoted so quickly from search and rescue to activate homicide investigators. Homicide doesn't mean we know she's dead. It means the evidence suggests a crime that could reasonably result in death. Oh my goodness, Flo. That's wonderful news. Stacey Wondra was formally charged with the murder of Michael Monkey Vaughn. I thought he already was. Maybe I was mistaken. What did Colette say? Tell it to, oh my God, Colette. You're all into this chat GPT. Okay, I probably only get one more free question. Act as a I didn't know you could do this kind of shit. I mean, I would have never thought of this. Expert. And tell me which questions and shared more than he intended to. Okay, let's see what it says. Okay, she did not walk over the threshold. This is a slip. She didn't ask about thresholds. She didn't ask about walking. And she asked about leaving on foot. By saying she did not walk over the threshold, he mentally places the event at a specific physical boundary, indicates the crossing the threshold was analyzed in detail, suggests forced movement rather than voluntary exit. This phrasing is unnecessarily specific unless threshold evidence exists. Oh. Thank you, Classy Kate, for your super chat. She said, I wish the FBI could tell the public what we could be looking for or should be looking for. I know we need your help, but we know nothing. What likely exists: door-related indicators, drag marks, body positioning, or forced guidance. You guys are like amateur detectives. I think that was Robin who said drag marks. But when she said, did she walk? He said she did not walk over the threshold. And that what likely exists are door-related indicators, drag marks, body positioning, or forced guidance. And then number 2, whether she walked out or was carried out, we don't know. This is an unguarded admission. He introduces carried out on his own. Linguistically, people don't mention being carried unless it has been entered into investigative consideration. That concept doesn't arise in missing person wander cases. There may be indicators consistent with lifting, dragging, or assisted removal. Only the intruder would know. This phrase is a classic leakage marker. Why this is a tell: he shifts from neutral suspect language to intruder. Intruder presupposes unauthorized entry, criminal intent, and a singular actor. That's interesting. He shifts from neutral suspect to intruder. He also mentions protecting details that only the intruder knows. That means the scene contained intentional acts. It was not random, not ambiguous, and specific enough to validate a confession later. Number 4, repeated refusal on blood without denial. This is not accidental. When asked about blood, he does not say no. He does not say none was found. He instead shifts to DNA logistics instead. In statement analysis, this is called topic displacement. If there were no blood, a denial would be safe. His avoidance suggests blood is possible, but sensitive. 5, inside and outside, said twice. This is subtle but very important. He emphasizes the home, the outside, both were concerning. Linguistically, repetition under no prompting indicates salience. Salience means this detail matters cognitively to him. This suggests evidence spans multiple spaces, not confined to one room, possibly a movement path. Hello, we are reading the transcript of Ashley Banfield's interview with the sheriff, put into ChatGPT, and getting an analysis. The early afternoon briefing moment. Oh, this is more leakage. This is more leakage. Look, when I got briefed almost 2 in the afternoon. He got briefed at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you guys. Let's go back to our handy dandy timeline. Patrol arrived at 12:15 and he was briefed at 2 o'clock. But they thought the scene looked like a homicide? Did they not get inside first? I'm confused. When I got briefed almost 2 in the afternoon. But it says here that people add time details when the moment was pivotal and the decision changed the case trajectory. The moment was pivotal. I already read that. The briefing is when homicide became inevitable. Something described then crossed a line. Seven, we turned away from search and rescue. He corrects himself mid-thought. The self-correction signals internal conflict and awareness of how revealing that shift is. 2 p.m. the first day. The day that she went missing. Linguistically, self-repair often occurs when the speaker realizes that they're given leakage. He realized he was given some leakage when he said search and rescue. We turned away from search and rescue.
That there was a lot of leakage.
Number 8, abduction, kidnapping, it's semantics. This is a defensive minimization. People minimize when they feel the label is accurate but dangerous. Oh, damn. Semantics is used to soften a legally loaded truth. He knows the word fits. He just doesn't want to formalize it yet. Medication disclosure, number 9. This was more than intended. He voluntarily raises fatal risk, mentions medication twice, and ties it directly to time. I think they knew there was a ransom. They tried to get the ransom people to act without taking it publicly by saying she's got 24 hours without medicine or she's going to die. And that didn't work. I don't think that prompted any communication. Or maybe it did. I don't know. It's weird. This shifts the narrative from missing to medically endangered. It increases the perceived urgency and increases culpability if harm occurs. In other words, if you've got her and she's alive, you got 24 hours because if she doesn't have her medicine, she's going to die and then you might get charged with murder. Okay? They were thinking if she was alive at that time, if we say she's got 24 hours, they may let her go. They may get in contact before she's harmed. That's not something PR-minded officials casually add. Questions that pressured him the most. Did she walk out the front door? Was there blood? Was there a struggle? Where exactly was the DNA found? And would this be considered a kidnapping? Each time he slowed, hedged, add unprompted qualifiers, or reframe the question rather than answer it. That's textbook cognitive load response. The bottom line is Sheriff Nanos is disciplined but under pressure. He revealed forced removal is central. The exit point matters. Physical movement of her body is in consideration. The scene has unique offender known details. The case is far beyond a disappearance. These weren't mistakes. They were controlled leaks under well-aimed questioning. Oh, ChatGPT. ChatGPT is putting it all out there. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Now I want to go watch Ashley talk about the brother-in-law being a suspect. We got to go back there now. Yeah, they're saying it was like planned out questioning for him. Let's go to the son-in-law prime suspect.
Hey everyone, I'm Ashley Band. Up dead serious. I have some breaking information on the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mother in Tucson, Arizona. I have spoken with a impeccable law enforcement source who has informed me, with his knowledge of the investigation, of some extraordinarily serious pieces of information about this crime scene. I can tell you that Mrs. Guthrie had cameras, plural, at this home, and that they were smashed. You may have heard Brian Enton from News Nation talking earlier and asking Sheriff Chris Nanos a question in the news conference. And again, today, I'm recording on February the 3rd. It's a Tuesday. The press conference that was early in the day, Brian asked the sheriff, the camera on the front of the house is missing. And the sheriff said, we are trying to get into the companies that, are proprietors of this kind of cloud information to get that, and said by today he did not have that information, did not have whatever was recorded. But I can tell you they are Nest cameras. They are Nest cameras, plural, and that whoever did this may have smashed those cameras, plural. So they're not there, presumably because law enforcement took those smashed cameras as evidence. I can also tell you I've got information about which door in the house was actually left open. There's been some erroneous reporting about some things. I now have the information about that. I can tell you about blood in the house. I can confirm. Brian Enton has some incredible reporting and pictures of blood outside the house. He's going to join me in a moment. We're going to talk about that. I can also tell you whose car has been towed into evidence. And I can tell you that there is a family member who is being heavily looked at right now as a potential suspect. I'm going to bring that all to you in a moment. There's more information about Nancy's pacemaker. You probably have heard up until now that Nancy Guthrie had a pacemaker and it disconnected from her Apple devices, her Apple Watch, her Apple
GPS.
phone, which were left in the home at about 2 o'clock in the morning. And that is a significant time, and I will tell you why, that it is.
Hold on, I want to copy and paste this transcript real quick before we, because it keeps rewinding me back. Hold on. I just want to paste this in, and then I'm going to have it compare to the previous interview. Okay. I just wanted to get that copied. Okay. Here we go.
And I will tell you why that it is extraordinarily instructive to this investigation in terms of narrowing to a window. I'll explain why in a moment. Don't think that the pacemaker
Look at this
about
picture,
2 o'clock
though.
in the morning. Apple Watch, her Apple phone,
right here,
which were left in the home.
See that green stuff? This is what bothers me about this. Is that green stuff is on top of the blood, like Chris McDonough pointed out. So that would mean the blood was there before the green stuff.
At about 2 o'clock in the morning.
See right here as well. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I just had a thought, guys. Hear me out. Hey, Criminal Network. What's happening, dude? We just saw you on camera today. Criminal Network's in the house, guys. What's up, man? We're just sitting here freaking pondering this case. I just had a thought, though. Listen. No, this is green stuff. This is like vegetation. Listen. Did someone take her out into the weeds, come back to the house to clean up? Did someone take her out of the house, come back with this weeds on their boots or their fucking jeans, and then stomp off at the door and go in to clean? Because that stuff is on top of the blood, you guys. It's not mucus. It's weeds. It's foliage. Foliage. So did someone remove her from the home, come back in with the weeds from being out in the weeds out there? You know what I'm saying? Because look, it's all over right here. You can see it real good. Let me get these captions out of the way. You can see it real good right here. It's on top of that blood. And it's only by the door, the part that opens. It's only by the side of the door that opens. Where is the video, Brian Ensign X? I want to show you guys that video. I know those leaves are all over, but Nancy didn't have them all over. Hold on. I want to play that. I think someone had that debris on them. Because when you see where that debris only is, it's only by the door, like the side that it opens on. The black fabric thing is the doormat. That's the doormat. Here it is. Here it is. Hold on. No, I'm telling you, I think someone drug that debris back in. Hey, Emmy Jojo. Okay, check this out. See, you can see that piece right there. That showed up after this blood. It's wild. See it? See that? It's like those stickers that get stuck to you. But there is one little print that looks like part of a print. Right here. That looks like part of a damn print. I don't know why not clean up the blood. I have no idea. Maybe they had a bigger mess to clean up inside. But hold on. You know it showed up after, Christy, because it's on top of the blood. The debris is on top of the blood, not covered with the blood. See, here's more of it right here. I'll show you it from a distance too. Hold on. See? It's a whole bunch of shit right here. Anyone's footprint in blood? Who else's footprint would it be in the blood, Nikki? Right here by the doorbell that's missing. Hold on a second. Hey, Jenny, good to see you. Nah, the media hadn't been up. They just released the crime scene. He was the first one to walk up. I just don't think it would be anyone. It would have to be like the perpetrator, right? Now, if we go to this other video, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying, like, who else's blood would it be? But this is really telling to me right here. Hold on. I got to make it bigger. This is pretty weird. And it won't load for me. It didn't look like any plant was... I want you guys to see this big. Look. It's only in the one spot, you guys. It's not... There's blood, and then there's the debris. See it? There's not, like, weeds everywhere. Here's the blood. Here's the debris green stuff. What if that's actually the suspect's blood? Oh, I didn't even think of that. They told us it was Nancy's. I just feel like someone was tramping around in the weeds. Yeah, I know. There's blood. We saw it on the bricks. There's spots. There's a few spots on these bricks. But I'm trying to get this video to play and it won't. And I don't know why. I even refreshed. Hold on. They said it was Nancy's blood, but they can lie to us, guys. Here it is. They can lie to us about everything, you know? But look at that. It's specifically only on this side. There's no green stuff over here. It looks like someone's, like, either it was stuck to them or I don't know. Maybe they got cut when they were removing the camera. But if you look at where the door is. Start back here. See, that's the side it opens on. So if you open the door, your feet are going to be right here. And they just left the doormat. What if it's debris from law enforcement? Oh, I guess it could be. I guess it could be. Yeah, the green on the left is like an aloe plant or something. Read Callista's comment. Okay, I'm trying to keep up here. Callista. They can. They lie. They lie. They lie. Criminal network. I can't believe that cop asked you if you were on parole or probation. That's wild. I don't see Calissa. Calissa, can you put your chat back in there again? Yeah, the Amazon package is not in the view right there. It's right there. Next to this pole, yeah. Was it kicked out of the way? I don't know. But there's blood all the way over to here, guys. Here's the mat. All the way over to this package. I know, I heard you say that's normal in California. I was like, wow. It definitely could be from the police. If they were walking around back and stuff. Yeah, the greens. I see it, Nikki. That's what we've been pointing out. Was the wind blowing that day? I don't think so, because that shit wasn't blowing around. I mean, it really looks to me, to be honest with you, I'm not trying to be weird, but it looks to me like that blood was still wet because that shit stuck to it. Y'all talking about wind? It looks to me like the shit blew on the mat and got stuck to wet blood. If you look at it from here, there's really not a whole lot of green on the tile because, like, if the wind blows, like, it goes on your mat. But I think that these pieces stuck to wet blood. I think that's why they're stuck there. That's just my opinion. I think this piece is stuck to that wet blood, and I think that piece got stuck to that wet blood. I don't think it was dry. Right, but the blood wouldn't be wet, Cheryl. It would be dry. This video was taken by Brian Enton, February 3rd at 4:28. It's directly below the doorbell, yes. Oh, you live in AZ now. You moved there 6 months ago? Did you have to drive far, Criminal Network? Do you guys understand what I'm saying about the pieces of debris stuck to wet blood? Therefore, the blood was wet when the debris fell in it, so it didn't move. Auntie Cheryl, how would it be the cops? How would this debris get stuck in wet blood if it was the cops? I don't get it. I mean, this blood would be dry by the time the cops got there. This happened at 2 a.m. By the time the cops got there at 12:15, this was dry. If it came from that night. No, I don't think the suspect had her remove the camera because according to the timeline, remember? Let's bring our handy dandy timeline. 1:47, the doorbell camera disconnects and her heartbeat doesn't pick up until 2. So 1:47, the doorbell camera disconnects. Her heart rate picks up at 2 o'clock. 2:12, the software detects a person on camera. If we're going by this timeline. And yes, it's right below. You can see the whole here, right here. I think she was taken out of the house and someone came back to clean up. That's what I think. That's what I think. That's the foliage, yeah. I don't know if we can believe so much in the timeline, to be honest, but we can believe in this. The question is that a partial footprint? And if it is, did they do anything with that? It looks like it's stuck on because the blood was wet. Yes, that's what I'm saying. You're picking up what I'm laying down now. Because there's little particles right on top of those dots. Right, but Auntie Cheryl, they've talked out of both sides of their mouths. They also told us that the family was in the house for an hour before calling. Just thinking 2 hours in, he shift by timeline. How so? I think the material got stuck in the blood too. Jersey says, look at the blood spatter on the wall. It's on the wall and it means the doorbell was knocked off by force. Those are not easy to get off if you don't have the little key. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go back to Ashley, though. We were watching this. Okay, let's get back to this.
And that is a significant time, and I will tell you why, that it is extraordinarily instructive to this investigation in terms of narrowing to a window. I'll explain why in a moment. Don't think that the pacemaker stopped working because she died. That's not it. The separation of Bluetooth between the things that the pacemaker was linked to, the Apple Watch and the phone. When they get out of range, you take your AirPods, you walk out, you leave an air tag behind, you get a notice, you're disconnected. That's more what this is about, but the timing of it is specific to narrow down the investigative window. So I'm going to get into all the details of all of these little pieces of information that I told you because I've just touched the tip of the iceberg, but I also want to get you up to speed on all the information that came out today from a few different sources. Number one, from the sheriff himself, who held a news conference and answered questions. And then also from Brian Enton, because he got some great information. And as I mentioned, he's going to be up in just a moment with me. We're going to talk about all his findings. So John Edwards is the assistant special agent in charge of the FBI in Tucson. He joined Sheriff Chris Nanos for the news conference today. Again, it's February 3rd, Tuesday. They held this update, but they didn't give a lot of information. They just said, basically, this is to answer your questions in the press. And I can tell you that we found out this is not a gated community. Okay, that was one report that came out. It's not a gated community. It's also very dark and there are no streetlights. So very hard to see anything that might have been driving up and down those roads. The properties are huge, right? They're anywhere between 1 and 4 acres each. So more rural, don't think city, lit up, neighbor to neighbor, sees everything. Your ring cam can see the street.
Would she have been standing there or could she have been being carried? Galen, thank you for gifting 10. All right. Rocking it tonight in this late night live. Thank you so much.
Street. It's not like that. Not everybody's ring cam can actually see the street from where they are on these big properties. The sheriff today said Nancy Guthrie's life is in jeopardy. Thank you so much,
Galen.
Could be a couple reasons he said that. Number one, medications were left behind in the home. Medications that she would need within 24 hours could be fatal, and it's now 72 hours since the last time she was seen. So that could be why he said her life's in jeopardy. Or he could have said it because I now have definitive sourced information saying that there was, in fact, blood inside and outside the home. So blood inside the home is scary because We now know she was taken against her will. Kidnapped was what the sheriff told me last night when I did my episode before. So blood inside the home, kidnapped forcefully, taken forcefully. That could probably be part of the reason why her life is in jeopardy. And Brian Enton's going to show you the pictures of the blood outside the home that he discovered today as well. The media has helped generate a lot of leads, the sheriff said. That's really important. He said, if you've got any information, 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI if you know anything, even if it's tiny. The tiniest thing can lead to the biggest thing. The sheriff has said it's been helpful. They do not know what she was wearing when she was abducted, when she was kidnapped and taken from that home. They don't know if there were one or more kidnappers. Any indications she's still alive? Sheriff said, no idea. Can't tell you that. Is there a threat to the...
I'll show you the blood one more time, someone asked. Does this almost look like a footprint to y'all? Right in here? Is that just part of the tile, or... Remember the guy that was doing the fake, Did you see that, Criminal Network? The guy that was doing the fake, Amazon? Hold on, I want to pull that up. We have a really strange occurrence back in December. Look at this. Look at this on the 3rd. On the 3rd, we are aware of reports circulating about possible ransom notes regarding the investigation into Nancy Guthrie. We are taking all tips and leads very seriously. Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives who are coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anyone who may have any information to share them via this QR code. Hold on, we have to go back to... This lady was missing. Walking with a cane, they found her. This guy was missing. Did they find him? We got to go find this fake Amazon. I guess they have had a lot of missing people, and they've found them. Older people. Look, 83 years old. He wasn't lying. Look at miss 2 girls, January 10th, located. He wasn't lying about that. And think about it. This is unusual for them to bring in homicide right away. Okay, that's not it. That guy was arrested. We got to find the peeper. Look at this one. This guy robbed a bank. Look at this guy, 62 years old. Found him. Just like a day, Nikki. They found him the same day. This guy the same day. Here's another man, 90 years old. Why isn't that video on their shit? Now I'm going to have to go to Nerdy Addict. Why isn't that video on their thing? Here it is. Suspicious activity. It was on their Facebook. It's on their Facebook. Here's one still image. This was from 12/16/2025. This is Pima County Sheriff on Facebook. I think I have to go in his damn feed. Hold on. I wonder if they took care of the bees. Amazon takes a picture when they deliver a package. Review picture of when it was dropped off to see if there was blood. Wow, that's a really good idea. Thank you so much, Mouse, for your super chat. No, this guy was not caught. No. Mm-mm. I'm just having a hard time finding it. I'm so sorry. I think I reshared it. Probably find it quicker on my feed. Yeah, did anyone ever gather that package and when? I just remember I retweeted it. It's somewhere here. My Twitter is so random. I'm so sorry. I just know we looked at it just the other day. Oh, here's that picture if you guys want to see that. This shows you the brick wall here. 1, 2, 3. And then there's the floodlight. And then someone said there was 2 cameras on the roof like this. What if they planted that blood out there, though? What if they cleaned up the house and then planted that blood? Does Nancy have damage to her car right here? This is a Subaru. Can anybody tell? Is that damaged? See, I thought so too, Jerry. And then here they are. I think that's that sergeant we saw in the press conference. And then there's Nancy's car. This was on February the 6th. Her car was still sitting there. Oh my God, I could be here all night looking for this. Oh, here it is. I found it. Right here, right here, right here. The Pima County Sheriff's Department tells TMZ that in early January, an elderly man reported spotting a trespasser at his Tucson home less than 10 minutes from 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie. Investigators are now examining whether that incident is connected to the abduction. Unrelated to that, in early December, Pima County authorities were also searching for a man seen peering into apartment windows about 23 minutes from Nancy Guthrie's house. This individual appeared to pose as a delivery driver and was captured on surveillance video. Here you go. This is on December the 16th, 2025. And then here he is walking by. And it doesn't say anywhere on here that they were arrested because they're talking about it as far as the abduction. Scary as hell, isn't it? Wanting to rob people, maybe? I don't know. He's taking pictures in a window, I think. Or videoing through a window or taking pictures. Elderly man reported this, guys. It's weird. You can see his face here a little bit. I mean, isn't that scary though? I mean, we don't know if that's connected or not, but he's all reaching up in there. Look at. Oh my God, criminal network. Don't start rumors. We know this isn't you, bud. I know. I love that the old man called in. That was great. Yvonne, I think he's faking as an Amazon worker. Well, we don't know if it's petty crime because we don't know what this guy was going to do. But still, it's... Yikes. Good thing the old guy reported it. There was damage to her car and a smashed headlight. And they didn't notice that when they went into the garage and take the car immediately. Oh my goodness. Hey, beautiful disaster. We've been like knee deep or eyeball deep in this case. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to see ya. Yeah, it's really scary. That makes me very uncomfortable. Okay, let's get back to Ashley. In the meantime, I'm gonna put this new video, the one where she accuses Tommaso of being a prime suspect, and put it in ChatGPT and compare it to the other one. Thank you for 2 months. Originally a cooter, thanks for the coverage. Good to see you, Cinderella.
Or is it a cigar?
Good to see you. I'm glad you guys are over here. You guys are awesome.
The public. We were a little confused by the answer before. I think what he was trying to say was that we feel like this is an unusual circumstance. We don't think that this is going to be a serial kidnapping or whatever else has happened to Miss.
I'm so glad they took your tip. Serious Criminal Network. Good job. Are you going to be out there again tomorrow?
Mrs. Guthrie, but there's someone out there that did this. So yeah, the threat is out there. He's not going to go as far as they did in Idaho early on and say there's no threat to the public, because Brian Koberger was out there for, over 6 weeks and he's a threat to the public. But it didn't feel like that. It didn't feel like there was no threat. It didn't feel like there was a big threat. So take that the way you will. Were there any valuables taken, ATM cards? Sheriff would not say. Sheriff wouldn't say was there forced entry. I can tell you definitively there was absolutely forced entry. The pacemaker information, they didn't want to talk a lot about it, but I will tell you, my reporting, my source says that the 2 a.m. separation, when the pacemaker stopped responding to the devices it was connected to, the Apple phone, the Apple Watch.
My screens just split, and I don't know how to get them unsplit. How do I? But literally, I have two screens in one. I don't know how to separate. Okay, sorry. I'm newer to Windows.
That is the time they are narrowing down this kidnapping to. Yes, she was last seen at 9:45, but the kidnapping, they are pegging it to that moment, because that is when the pacemaker that's inside the girl, the woman, the elderly mother who was taken out of that house, it's separated. And so that is what they are now narrowing the disappearance time down to, according to my law enforcement source with knowledge of this investigation. Pacemaker separates 2 a.m. That's when they believe the actual kidnapping happened. The house was turned back over to the family yesterday after 6 p.m. Again, that would be Monday, February 2nd. They processed everything. Crime scene tape went up, done with the residents, turned back over to the family, but nobody washed the blood off the front steps up to the front door. And Brian Enton was able to go up and look at it because it's not a crime scene anymore. You're going to talk to Brian in a moment about that. I think I mentioned this before, but if I didn't, they are waiting for the camera information and very frustrated. The police are very frustrated by how long it's taking to get the Nest company. I learned that it is the Nest company. It's not Ring Cams, it's not Ring.com. It's Nest cameras that were out front that were smashed. They are waiting for the corporate Nest executives to yield that information back to the sheriffs. Listen, 72 hours. It's been a long time. I can understand why the sheriff would be frustrated that it's taking this long. This was at, again, 1:30 today. It's about 7 hours ago. So that might have happened in the last 7 hours. Maybe the sheriff has that camera information now. And with those cameras being smashed, right? That's evidence. All of that is evidence, right? What was the tool used to smash them? What did it look like? All of that. And so when Brian Enton asked the sheriff, the cameras are missing, and the sheriff wouldn't go there, clearly the police have taken those cameras, smashed, as evidence, and those are now in evidence lockup as part of this investigation. But again, I can't reiterate enough how dark this area is. No street lights, dark and rural. Whoever smashed those cameras could very well have been completely cloaked, and that may not help a lot. Maybe you'll see someone's gate. Maybe the exterior lights were off on the home. Who knows? Depends on what kind of Nest cam she has. Does it show night vision? I mean, there's lots of different levels that you can get. Who knows what information that will yield? Whoever smashed those cameras, what will we see? What kind of, right-handed, left-handed, walking up? What was the gait? Does it look like a man? Does it look like a woman? Hopefully that could have been ascertained before the cameras actually ended up being smashed. It's very, very disturbing because that is so completely planned, right? This isn't some random, drug addict who's just looking to rob a house.
Exactly what we said earlier. Planned, not some drug addict. They're not going to smash these lights. And that was done in anger. So this person was angry, in my opinion.
This is something far more premeditated. If the cameras, plural, are smashed. Whoever did this knew there was more than one. I am going to have all of this for you in exquisite detail in just a minute. I do have to just tell you this. I have sponsors that make this podcast possible. And I just want to tell you a little bit about my latest one, because lately investigation is not yielding enough money for the sheriff to feel as though he needed to give more regular updates, because he said, I'm not giving another one for 2 days. Not until Thursday, February the 5th. Today's the Tuesday, the 3rd.
Okay, so that must have been planned. Obviously. I mean, the sheriff is saying ahead of time, I'm not giving any updates for 2 days.
Unless warranted, unless something happens. Something happened today when Brian Enton was standing right outside in front of Nancy Guthrie's house that was unique and interesting and may have been information tipped. I'll tell you that in a moment, and I'll show you the pictures from the sky. There was a chopper up ahead. So I'll tell you that in just a moment. But it was super fascinating that the sheriff wouldn't confirm blood evidence, but Brian Enton confirmed it outside, and I have confirmed it inside. There was blood inside the home. There was blood outside the home. So let me get to some of Brian Enton's amazing reporting as well before I give you a little bit more of what my law enforcement source has told me, especially about the prime suspect and the car that was towed. That's very, very distressing. Brian also learned about forced entry into the house, and he learned of the 2 alleged ransom notes. We're going to talk at length about that. One went to TMZ, one went to a local TV station in Tucson. We have thoughts. Lots of people have thoughts. The sheriff has some thoughts, apparently. But I'll talk to Brian about that in a moment, and I will read for you what those are. I'm also going to tell you this, that the sheriff was concerned enough that he put out a statement with a QR code. Okay? Let me read this. Sheriff said, we are aware of reports circulating about possible ransom notes, plural. It's ransom note, parentheses S, so a note or notes, regarding the investigation into Nancy Guthrie. We are taking all tips and leads very seriously. Anything that comes in goes directly to our detectives, who are coordinating with the FBI. We encourage anyone who may have information, any information or tips to share via this QR code. So he answered the question too during the press conference when he was asked about, were there ransom notes? Has anybody reached out to Savannah Guthrie or her family? Who takes an 84-year-old woman? What's the point? It would seem like they'd want something. And he didn't say no. He just said the same thing that you just heard. We're looking at all leads. So they may have looked at the TMZ lead right before that press conference, and they weren't ready to say whether they thought it was legit or just some hoaxer. And maybe the Tucson TV station got one as well.
Balloon Boy?
A scam artist born every day. So, by the way, very illegal. Very traceable. We'll get to that. Okay. Savannah put out a post today, and the Today Show, obviously this is their colleague. I'm a colleague of Savannah's. I worked with Savannah for years.
That's her and her husband, by the way. Feldman.
Obviously, this is their colleague. I'm a colleague of Savannah's. I worked with Savannah for years. We've been friends for years. We've done charity events together. She's dear. She's very dear to me, and it's breaking my heart that she is down there where she grew up in Tucson, trying to find her mom. And she gave the Today Show a statement about where they stand at this point. This is how the Today Show aired it.
Chanel is in for Savannah once again, who remains with her family in Arizona.
Good morning, and that is where we begin this morning. The disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's mother, and a beloved part of our Today family. Authorities in Arizona now saying the 84-year-old appears to be the victim of an abduction.
That's him, yeah.
Overnight, Savannah posting this image on Instagram. Please pray. She went on to write, we believe in prayer. We believe in voices raised in unison, in love, in hope. We believe in goodness. We believe in humanity. Above all, we believe in him.
She added, thank you for lifting your prayers with ours for our beloved mom, our dearest Nancy.
So just so you know, Feldman, her husband, his global consulting company was in the Epstein files that just came out. So it's raising a lot of antennas with a lot of people.
Nancy, a woman of deep conviction, a good and faithful servant. Raise your prayers with us and believe with us that she will be lifted by them in this very moment. She goes on to say, we need you. Bring her home.
And obviously, Savannah's not on the Today Show. She wasn't on yesterday either. And she will not be going to Italy to do the Winter Olympics. This is huge for Savannah. This is every 4 years. It is one of the biggest assignments. The amount of prep that it takes to do the Olympics, it's weeks and weeks and weeks of work. And she is not going. And someone is going to have to take her place and get up to speed and cover.
So what do you guys think about that? Do you think that somebody wanted to sabotage her going to the Olympics? What do you guys think about that? Or do you think it's just an unfortunate coincidence
for her? But how heartbreaking that is that she's not going to be able to do that, and she will not be at the Winter Olympics at all for that coverage. Helicopters showed up above Brian Enton while he was doing a live report today, above Nancy Guthrie's house, and it was the sheriff's helicopter, and there was a guy hanging out of it. And it was low. It was low enough to see him hanging out of it and looking around. And that wasn't the only.
There was a what? I don't remember this.
Above Nancy.
You don't know why what's important.
Nancy Guthrie's house. And it was the sheriff's helicopter. And there was a guy hanging out of it. And it was.
You don't know why her hosting the Olympics is important? Dude, it's a huge thing. It's a huge thing for her.
Low. It was low enough to see him hanging out of it and looking around. And that wasn't the only emergency vehicle either. I'm going to tell you about that.
Did they think she was already gone? Did they think she was already in Italy?
Helicopter. And there was a guy hanging out of it. And it was low. It was low enough to see him hanging out of it and looking around. And that wasn't the only emergency vehicle either. I'm going to tell you about that when I talk to Brian. There's another vehicle that was law enforcement related, and it does speak volumes to what might have happened that sent those two vehicles out, the helicopter and the pickup truck. Tell you that in a moment. First, let me tell you some devastating stuff. So my law enforcement source tells me that the back door of the Guthrie home was the door that was left wide open. Was it the point of entry? Tells me that the back door of the Guthrie home was the door that was left wide open. Was it the point of entry? Was it the point of egress? Don't know that. But it was open, wide open, and it was in the back, not the front. Brian Enton saw blood at the front door. So did a struggle happen at the front door? Was there a doorbell rung at 2 a.m.? Why was the back door open? A lot of questions there. But the back door, according to my law enforcement source, was left wide open. I told you already, 100% blood inside the house.
Okay. She said 100% blood inside the house. Who knows why someone would want to sabotage her? Who knows?
My law enforcement source told me that police have now towed and impounded the vehicle belonging to Nancy Guthrie's daughter, Annie Guthrie. This is important because you've heard that the last point of contact.
We've got Annie's car towed on the 4th. 3 days in. Annie's car is towed 3 days in, and Nancy still sat in the garage.
Contact with Nancy Guthrie was when she was dropped off by her daughter at 9:45-ish at night on Saturday night. So Annie Guthrie, and possibly her husband as well, Tommaso Cioni, were the last people to see her.
Good night,
at
Mystic.
9:45 at night, Saturday night. Sunday morning, 11 a.m., church members reached out to the family. Hey, your mom wasn't in church. Not normal. She's always there. What's up? Family member goes over, calls, family member or members goes to the house, calls 911, and the investigation begins. But they have towed Annie Guthrie's car. And there is some connection to Annie Guthrie's car.
I mean, what if he is her source, the sheriff, and she just can't say it? Right? Like, we don't know who the source is. She's like, if you knew who my source was, you wouldn't question me. So I don't know.
And
pretty sure she said her source was FBI, though.
Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, that would be Annie's husband, Tommaso Cioni, age 50.
I'm live,
From
Ratio.
Tucson, Arizona, married to Annie P. Guthrie, Savannah's sister. And my law enforcement source tells me that Tommaso Cioni is the prime suspect in this case. Again,
boom.
Law enforcement
Dude,
source.
she straight up shows his picture. She straight up showed his picture too. She's like, this is your man. Why is he in front of a map? Why is he in front of a map, you guys? Is that the same effing map that was on the side of that vehicle? Hello, Stacy Monroe. Is that a coincidence? The map. We got maps posted on the side of a van, a white van. You guys, we had a map posted on the side of a white van. And then we had a sighting of a white van. He's a teacher, but he teaches like science or something. Yvonne said he yelled at Nancy in a restaurant. Where'd you read that? Might not be the same map. Is that what they took from the house, that map? Yeah, it was like a cop. It was like an unmarked van. And they put that, remember we looked at it earlier. The van has the topography map. We looked at it earlier. Oh, biology. Okay. A neighbor reported a white van in the neighborhood before Nancy went missing.
Is the prime suspect in this case. Again, law enforcement source tells me that Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, married to Annie Guthrie, Savannah's sister, is maybe a prime suspect in this case. At the very least, let me tamp that down.
So here's him and his bandmates. She's straight up showing them too. I don't know. There was something with maps. Listen, one of these guys is a federal defender in federal court. And one of these guys has a rap sheet. Criminal. What do you make of that? What do you make of that? One of these dudes is a federal defender and one of his bandmates is a criminal.
Because sometimes it's the first person you're looking at, not prime as in there's no one else. Okay, so let's be really mindful of that. Families are always looked at first as in there's no one else. Okay, it's the first person you're looking at, not prime as in there's no one else.
Oh, shit. She said not prime as in there's no one else. Yeah, he's a teacher. One of them is a federal defender and one of them has a rap sheet. I mean, wild bunch. Tommaso has not been seen since last Tuesday. No, he's not a prosecutor. He's a federal defender. He works for the federal government. He is a federal defender. If you're accused of a federal crime and you get appointed an attorney, it's his bandmate. It means he defends defendants in federal court. So he's bandmates with a criminal and a federal defender. Yeah, federal public defender, pretender. Right. It's pretty wild. She says, not prime, as in there's not anyone else.
Okay, so let's be really mindful of that. Families are always looked at first as well. It doesn't mean right away. Listen, Ed Smart was targeted for weeks as, without question, somebody they needed to look at. Possible suspect, right? Heartbreaking for Ed and Lois Smart because it wasn't them who took Elizabeth, right? But that's what happens. When anything happens like this, familial abductions, the family's looked at first, and Annie and or Thomas O'Cioni were the last people to see Nancy Guthrie at 9:45 at night, the night before she disappeared, abducted, kidnapped. Kidnapped was the word that the sheriff used with me. But it's very distressing to think that this law enforcement source is telling me that Thomas O'Cioni is maybe a prime suspect in this case at this point, and that the car belonging to Annie has been towed and impounded and is in evidence. That's the word that was used with me.
Did you catch that? It's impounded and in evidence.
Law enforcement source also said to me, who has the motive to kidnap an 84-year-old woman? The way it was described to me is, that's a burden.
Okay, here's a good view of the front door. You can see a little bit better over here and over here.
Right? It's a burden to kidnap an 84-year-old woman with mobility issues needing medication. That is a burden. And then this law enforcement source said, so you look at people who would have a benefit to an 84-year-old woman going away, disappearing or dying. Sometimes it's somebody who has an insurance benefit from that. Sometimes it's somebody who may benefit because there's a debt, and that may be helpful. These are just musings. They are not evidence, okay? But they are musings from people I trust implicitly due to their longevity in the business of investigating this exact kind of thing. I told you already about the pacemaker information. The law enforcement sources have narrowed it down to the kidnapping happening at 2 a.m. based on the pacemaker stopping at 2 a.m. That's when they believe Nancy was taken from that house.
Okay, so the timeline was actually kind of more detailed here. It says 2:28. The pacemaker app disconnects from the phone. And now we're hearing that at 2 a.m. she had a spike in her heart rate.
All forms of DNA were submitted, right? But the sheriff himself said that it came back. Like, so far, the details that have come back have not pointed to a suspect, which tells them that it was likely Nancy's blood, not a suspect. Or at least nothing has come back yet to point to a suspect regarding the blood. My law enforcement source said that they will be searching every single cell phone ping, the geofencing, all the rest. This source told me that this is someone who knew where the cameras were. Somebody who was familiar with this home, this premises, this woman. They knew where the cameras were in order to smash those Nest cameras, plural. Okay? And as far as the TMZ ransom note, my source says that they don't believe that this is real. They think it's just troublemakers trying to insert themselves into this story. Could that change? Yes. Just want to give you a little bit of information on Thomas O'Cioni, Annie Guthrie.
Damn, she blazed right over that ransom. She said they don't think it's nothing, and then she went right back to Tomas.
Ransom note. My source says that they don't believe that this is real. They think it's just troublemakers trying to insert themselves into this story. Could that change? Yes. Just want to give you a little bit of information on Thomas Osioni, Annie Guthrie's husband, whom at this point I am told again may be a prime suspect in this case. He's 50, from Tucson. His bio from a website that said an
So these are the bandmates again. She's showing all three of these guys, not just Tommaso. These guys look dangerous to me. I don't know why. I get chills down my spine, and I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Why does she keep showing all three of them? And then she's like, it's not just one person involved. Like, ugh.
Italian website, an official Italian website for the Taparulan Society, Cultural Association, the Taparulan Cultural Association, a nonprofit focused on promoting contemporary artists. His bio says, I was born in San Giovanni, Valderno on June 18th, 1975. Since 2006, I have lived in Tucson, Arizona. I write when I have the chance.
Where did he live before 2006? I wonder which one's the federal prosecutor or federal defense attorney.
Since 2006, I have lived in Tucson, Arizona. I write when I have the chance. I study lizards. I play the electric bass. I make homemade pasta.
How did he just come here?
LinkedIn reports that Thomas Osioni is a teacher at Basis Oro Valley School from 2007 until present. Says he's a primary instructor for 6th grade science and AP biology.
See, I was right. Science and biology.
Verb Nation, that's a music website, says that he put out an album with a 3-man music group called Early Black. Music is apparently available, but that's all I know about Annie Guthrie's husband, who, again, one law enforcement source, very connected, highly regarded, impeccable credentials, knowledge of this investigation.
Hey, Gone Girl.
Says that Tommaso Cioni, Annie P. Guthrie's husband, may be the prime suspect in this case, and Annie's vehicle has been towed, impounded, and is now...
Dude, did Annie meet him online or something and bring him here? Good morning, Tintin. We're up late this, what is it now, Tuesday? I wonder why nobody has interviewed any of the teachers at the school. I mean, how did she meet him? They've been married since he got here in 06 or 07.
In evidence. Very distressing. So Brian Enton is with me from News Nation. He's been doing some incredible work since landing on the ground in Tucson. Brian, you have done, again, some outstanding reporting out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home.
I think that maybe she was swindled. I think maybe Annie was swindled. 90-day fiance. What? Yeah, his socials have been scrubbed. Oh, he's off the school website and Facebook page now, too. He could have met her in Italy. 20 years married? Huh. Before moving to the U.S. in 06, he lived in Italy. This is wild.
When the crime scene was turned over to the family, you found a blood trail.
Jennifer McIntyre, I noticed a huge change. And I know people get older, but it was more than just getting older. She looked vibrant and had like a gleam in her eye. Now she looks dark and soulless. Right, I wondered that too, Colette. Yeah, they married right away.
Yeah, we did. And I was kind of surprised, Ashley, that it was not a crime scene anymore. I don't know why I just expected that they would still have some tape outside. Or, when you cover these things, they'll have like one police car that stays behind. Everybody left. I mean, it was just empty, except there were some, what I thought were family members coming and going today. I don't know who they were. So we decided, let's just go knock on the door and see if anybody is home, just to kind of see what's going on, since it's not a crime scene. It's all opened back up. And so walking up to the front door, you could see that there was blood right outside the front door on the ground, like on the stoop right there, right near the front mat going in. Just, not a ton of blood, but it was definitely blood. It was all right there. And then when you looked up, you could see where the camera was, right by, almost like where it looked like a doorbell, but it was a camera, and the camera was gone.
Well, and my information from my source is that those cameras were smashed. Not just the front one. There was a second one. Whoever did this knew there were two, smashed them. So presumably the fact that you...
Oh, I thought of that too, Lily, but I was like, with all the media... There's no way anybody was coming back to that scene, Lily Pad said, here's an idea. Maybe they left the crime scene unattended with the intention of hoping Tomas would go back to the place and try to, change something. Criminal Network says he was scrubbed from the family tree now. It was there yesterday. Oh, boy. I bet he's lawyered up. But maybe even if he's innocent, he might scrub himself too. You know what I mean?
You saw that they're gone means that the police took them for evidence.
Yeah, well, what's interesting, though, is when I asked the sheriff, I was at the press conference and I asked the sheriff, we noticed that the camera is gone in the front. Do you think the perpetrator took the camera? He said, we noticed that too, and all of that is under investigation. So it was kind of strange. He didn't give me an answer. Was it the perpetrator who took the camera? Was it the police who took the camera? But he acknowledged that they also noticed that the camera was gone.
Woohoo,
I think
Franny.
he's having to answer in real time to, investigative information and evidence that he doesn't want out there, probably. And having to, tap dance in front of live cameras, which is really hard. I mean, this is a small place. Tucson has barely had, massive crime. I think one of the biggest things was Gabby Giffords, 15, 20 years ago. So this is a lot. This is a big crime for them to process, and the media attention is sort of stifling. It's really, really hard. Let's just talk a little bit about that blood trail a little bit before we go more into the cameras. But you find the blood trail at the front door. The front door is closed. At least it is now. My law enforcement source has told me the back door was wide open, which sort of gives you just so many questions. Is that where the perpetrator came in? Is that where the perpetrator went out with Mrs. Guthrie? Did Mrs. Guthrie answer the front door at 2 a.m. and there was a pitched fight and that's why the blood is there? Because I think you mentioned the blood doesn't go further out along the stones to the driveway.
Yeah.
So if that blood doesn't go further out towards the driveway, was she trying to get out? Good night, Mama Bear. I hope you sleep well. Was Nancy trying to get out the front door and was pulled back in? Could that be it? Ugh.
That's right. We looked and it was just in that area near the door. It's not like there were droplets that went out to where the driveway is or even in the driveway, which made me think, did they take Miss Guthrie out the front? And like you said, the back door being open, maybe they came in the back and took her out the front and into a car. And maybe that's why the blood just stopped right there. We just don't know.
I will tell you this in my half-hour-long conversation with the sheriff last night. I said, so you think that perhaps when you say Mrs. Guthrie was taken out of that home, she did not walk out of that home, are you telling me she was carried over the threshold of the front door? And he said, I did not say the front door. So that was a clue to me. Wait, front door? And he's home. She did not walk out of that home. Are you telling me she was carried over the threshold of the front door? And he said, I did not say the front door.
God.
So that was a clue to me. Wait, okay.
Oh.
Not the front door. And then I learned.
Oh, Lucy. Lucy said, I thought that, and maybe the foliage was from an inside bouquet used as a weapon. Like a vase. You guys said you saw glass somewhere, too. Wow.
Today that the back door is open. So I am very curious. There were some erroneous reports about Mrs. Guthrie was dragged from her bed. The sheriff actually put out a statement saying that is not what I said. So we, at this point, the sheriff was walking back anybody who reported she was dragged from her bed. We don't know if the bedroom was, the epicenter of this crime yet. We don't know if there's ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, and Mrs. Guthrie comes down at 2 a.m. What's going on? And something happens at the front. But why then would the back door be wide open? It's very, very confounding. Why would the blood be in the front, but the back door is open? Or did they, like you said, come in the back door, go up to the bedroom, but then take her out the front?
Yeah, and I'm just looking behind because there's more cars in the driveway now. Step out of the way. You see that white Volvo, and then there's a truck. I think they've maybe brought security people in to just kind of keep an eye on the house. But one thing that you don't know until you're here, I didn't realize, is this isn't like a normal neighborhood, actually. It's right in the foothills. Every house, I would say, is on at least an acre, maybe 2, 3, or 4 acres. They're almost like little ranches. And it's pitch. I mean, we've got our lights on for, because we're doing our camera work, but it's pitch.
Well, isn't that weird that Tommaso would be scrubbed criminal? Alex, isn't it wild that he would be scrubbed but not Annie? That's interesting. Why just him? What are his bandmates' names? Or I don't know them offhand, but are they scrubbed as well now? We need to see if the bandmates are scrubbed, because I found the federal defender's LinkedIn.
Black out here. There is not one light out here. And it's a ways to the next house. So I'm just thinking if they came in through the back door, to take her out the back door, though, it's not like there'd be a little alley back there. There's like cactus. This is not, it's like kind of wild land out here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But whoever smashed the cameras maybe thought it would be an easier way to get in the back door to smash the camera without being seen, go in the back, and then maybe smash the front camera from the inside of the house coming out. Who knows? But whoever it was, my law enforcement source said they knew there were those cameras and where they were in order to smash them. We're getting to that in a bit. But helicopters overhead while you were doing your live shot earlier today. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, that kind of came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, there was a sheriff helicopter that got very, very low over the house with 2 men looking out and down. And my first thought was like, sometimes they'll just kind of come by to come look real quick.
I wonder
and then they'll
where
leave.
They were at.
But they stayed for over an hour over the house and then across the street. And then in like kind of, again, it's almost like fields out here, but with a lot of cactuses in the vicinity of the house.
That's weird. An hour? I am throwing my email in the chat right now.
Very low, looking around, and then we saw a search and rescue truck out here, which we hadn't seen all day. So I don't know if there was kind of like, hey, we left some stone unturned and we just want to go back out and look one more time, or if there was a specific tip that came in, something specific that they were looking for. But it was very clear that they were looking for something. Because again, at first I thought like, the helicopter's doing a pass. The sheriff's office just wants to show that they're keeping an eye on the area. But no, they were searching for something.
Yeah, and I think Jennifer Coffendoffer mentioned they might have gotten called a tip, and they were out trying to find whatever it was they thought might be within the vicinity of that.
When did she talk to Coffendoffer? When she talked to Coffin?
House. Or maybe they thought, Jennifer Coffendoffer mentioned they might have gotten called a tip, and they were out trying to find whatever it was they thought might be within the vicinity of the house. Or maybe they thought, whoever took her couldn't manage for too long. And maybe there was something in the wilds. Like you said, it's pretty rural out there. The other thing that's upsetting, and I don't want to think this, is that, you know, if you're going to leave a body somewhere, there are so many wild animals in that area at night. It's very, very hard to keep the integrity of a potential body. If there.
Hello, Nikki. She said she's watching from the UK. What do we mean by scrubbed? So, like on the internet, wiping their existence, basically. Anything associated with their name. If you look them up, there's just nothing. Just removing everything from the internet.
There is one, you know, intact for a long time with all the wildlife. And let's hope that that's not the situation. The ransom notes, let's talk a little bit about that. One to TMZ that was detailed about what she was wearing, details inside the house, and then asking for Bitcoin. And another one to a local TV station. Let me see which one it is. I think it's KOLD TV in Tucson. KOLD, yeah. You know, my law enforcement source says he's not putting a lot of stock in that. There's a lot of crazies out there that want to insert themselves. But what are you hearing from where you are?
Yeah, so you mentioned with the TMZ note, we learned that in the note there were some specifics about what Nancy was wearing and then specifics about the inside of the house. But we don't know if those are...
Okay, I didn't catch that. There were specifics about what she was wearing. Okay, so... Yes, Savannah's husband was a scrubber for the Clintons, basically. Mm-hmm. And Al Gore as well. Anyways, I don't think that has anything to do with this right now. I think we're onto something. I think it's someone close. I don't think it's deep into the Epstein files at this point. Right now, I'm thinking that it's close. Listen to that again.
Specifics about what Nancy was wearing.
Specifics about what she was wearing. But we've never heard what she wore to Annie's. Like, hey, Annie, what was she wearing? When she came over for dinner, what was she wearing? We never heard. Were the clothes she wore to dinner found at her house from when she changed into maybe pajamas? Well, was she in her pajamas or was she in her clothes that she wore to Annie's? Thanks, John. What do you mean, let's stay with Jay? What do you mean, is she? Right, we've been asking, did she change, right? But the note had something specific about what she was wearing. Nancy drove in the daytime. She just didn't drive at night.
Note, we learned that in the note there were some specifics about what Nancy was wearing and then specifics about the inside of the house. But we don't know if those are true. I mean, like, that was just coming from TMZ. We don't know if it actually, you know, is going to check out with what she was actually wearing.
Yeah, like TMZ got it. Like TMZ got that.
And it was an email, by the way.
In an email, right, exactly.
Yeah.
But is it just some, you know, lunatic who's going to be traced to charged, you know?
Right. And here we have no clothing description and they want our help. It just doesn't make sense. Oh God, the classic what?
No, and also the sheriff said that they don't know what she was wearing. So how could you know, anyway, that's part of the idea here is that emails can be traced.
Yeah, they can be traced. I don't know. I think the whole thing is a little weird. Like, why would the kidnapper reach out to TMZ? And then I noticed that TMZ, Harvey Levin, was saying they were having a hard time getting in touch with the sheriff initially, which I just found to be kind of strange if the sheriff was taking it that seriously. But the sheriff's office did put out a statement later acknowledging these. And
did you hear that? Harvey said they were having a hard time getting in touch with the sheriff initially. And then remember the sheriff put out that thing like, hey, don't send condolences over the tip line. We're getting inundated. Dude, Harvey got the fucking ransom letter and had a hard time getting a hold of the sheriff.
And then I noticed that TMZ, Harvey Levin, was saying they were having a hard time getting in touch with the sheriff initially, which I just found to be kind of strange if the sheriff was taking it that seriously. But the sheriff's office did put out a statement later saying, acknowledging these and saying that they were investigating. Yeah, there it is. And when I was at the press conference earlier, we asked, have there been any ransom notes? And I thought it was interesting. Again, the sheriff didn't answer the question. He just said, we're looking into every. And yesterday he was much more open, Ashley. I mean, you had him on your podcast. He was all over the place. He was answering every question. He was kind of like hard to follow it sometimes. I'm like, he was talking about his gut feeling about things. And I'm like, is it really what he's saying actually fact? Or anyway, but today he was much, much more careful.
Yeah. And obviously, like I said before, they're a little bit new at this. I mean, they don't get this kind of stuff going on in this rural area in Pima County. But, upsetting just to think that somebody, if it's true, may be trying to insert themselves. Let's get to some of the other breaking stuff that my source told me that's just kind of blood curdling, that they did indeed find blood inside the house. You found the blood outside the house. The confirmation from my law enforcement sources that there was blood inside the house as well. And that they have towed Annie Guthrie's car. Annie Guthrie being Savannah Guthrie's sister and the last person to have dropped Mrs. Guthrie off at 9:45 the night before, but that they have towed and impounded her car Guthrie off. Annie Guthrie being Savannah Guthrie's sister and the last person to have dropped.
Wait, what? Now we have Annie being the last one? Are they switching stories? What's going on?
Guthrie being Savannah Guthrie's sister and the last person to have dropped Mrs. Guthrie off at 9:45.
The fuck? Didn't she say the day before that it was Tommaso? In the previous interview when she interviewed the sheriff, didn't she say in that one that Tommaso dropped her off? And then the next day we've got Annie. Now we'll just say it's family. What? And then a couple days ago, we'll just say it's family. We'll just go with family.
And that they have towed Annie Guthrie's car. Annie Guthrie being Savannah Guthrie's sister and the last person to have dropped Mrs. Guthrie off at 9:45 the night before, but that they have towed and impounded her car into evidence. That is sort of the ground shook when I learned that.
That's interesting because we had heard that the FBI was at the sister's house, the Savannah sister's house.
I mean, why would that be up in the air at this point? A week in and they don't know who the fuck dropped her off? I mean, what? That's what I don't get. Right, first it was Tomato, then it was Annie. Now it's just we'll just go with family. I mean, they can't even definitively say who dropped her off. I mean, they haven't even gotten that down. I mean, I don't understand.
Earlier tonight, I hadn't heard the towing of the car, and I just kind of assumed that the FBI was at the sister's house, the Savannah sister's house, earlier tonight. I hadn't heard the towing of the car, and I just kind of assumed like they were over there talking to them, trying to get more information about, what was going on in Nancy's life in the days up to this. But yeah, the towing of the car, I'm trying to sort of wrap my mind around the reasons that they may have done that.
I mean, I guess I can understand. I'm trying to think of all the reasons why it's not a big deal. And
right.
It's the last person to have seen Nancy Guthrie. My law enforcement source says, who takes an 84-year-old woman with limited mobility? It's a burden for the kidnapper to do so unless someone has a vested interest in gaining something from it, like insurance benefits or a family debt that needs paid off, anything like that. This was just the musings, not the evidence of this investigator. But
hey, Googie, I'm good.
The other sort of earth-shattering information that this source told me is that Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law, Annie's husband, Thomas Ocione, is now maybe considered prime suspect in this case.
Wow. Yeah. So I haven't heard Like I said, the most I heard was that the FBI was at their house earlier today. I haven't heard that at all. I don't know much about them. I mean, I think they were the last ones with her, right? On Friday night.
Two reports that Annie dropped her off, or that Annie and Tomaso dropped her off. It's a little unclear, but this law enforcement source specifically pointed to her car being towed, impounded, and in evidence, and the son-in-law, Tomaso Sione, age 50, may be the prime suspect in the case.
Well, and it would make sense.
I just had a question in my head, and it left as soon as it hit my brain. It left. Hey, learn and grow. We're doing a long live today. I'll probably be exhausted tomorrow, but I'm really enjoying this. This is interesting. Going back.
Sense, even if they hopefully did absolutely nothing wrong and this is their mom, and it's like makes your heart hurt. I mean, I feel terrible for everyone in the family, but it would make sense that they don't want to leave any stone unturned. So even if investigators are thinking like, we don't think these people had anything to do with it, but the fact that they were the last ones with her, she was in that car the night before, like maybe they're just going to check everything regardless.
And that, my source said there's a lot of familiarity. This kidnapper had a lot of familiarity with this home, with the 2 different Nest cams that were smashed. And, that they said an 84-year-old woman with limited mobility is not an easy person to kidnap. There has to be a benefit in some way. You think about a break-in. No, you've caught me breaking into your house. Now you've seen me. Well, you don't typically kill someone and take the body.
Well, the weird thing is that we found out in reviewing these was that in the press conference, the sheriff was asked, did they see her inside the house? And the answer was yes. But now it comes out that the garage door opened and was only open for 2 minutes and then closed. They don't want Tomato to realize they are on to him, says Lisa Discovers. I think so too. Cute crochet. I like that.
Or take the live person with you. That's not usually how a burglary that's foiled ends. It's far more complicated and odd. The mystery is more. It just takes you in a different direction. Your thoughts, anyway. The other thing is that my source said they are obviously looking at all cell phone pings and geofencing to find out what was in that neighborhood. This is the kind of thing that, trips up just about anybody. It may have tripped up Dr. Michael McKee in the Tepe murders. He left his phone in the hospital. But
I wonder, Ackerman, if you're onto something. I thought of that too. And I was thinking, okay, so they take Annie's car on the 3rd day. So obviously they're thinking something's up. Ashley's reporting the dude's a suspect. They take Annie's car. Let's say nothing comes back in Annie's car. And they're like, well, what the fuck? Maybe they used Nancy's. Then they came and got Nancy's. And now they're processing hers. Do Annie and Tomaso have 2 cars? That's a good question. That I don't know. It's really strange. We've only seen them last Tuesday in that like white SUV, I think it was. Oh, white SUV.
But the car was seen. Brian Kohberger shuts his phone off right as he's leaving and puts his phone back on right as he's returning home, right around the times of the murders. These are things that some people just don't think about.
Yeah, and it's not just phones. I was talking to a FBI agent who just retired actually from this area earlier, and he was reminding me that, it's iPads, it's like all sorts, it's iWatch, it's all sorts of electronics now, that can track you. And he was emphasizing to me that is the number one thing that the FBI is doing right now, and that they can literally like narrow it down in such a way through the cell phone towers, to who was right in this area and then try to follow that device. And he thinks that's
Yeah, we learned that in the Sebastian Rogers case. They can, when they do that geofencing, it's really cool. They can figure out any like device that has been in that area in a certain time frame. Did Nancy have 2 cars? Not that I know of. Just the one that we know of. I find it strange that Savannah and her brother have made videos individually, but Annie is not. Right, we're waiting for Annie. Where's Annie? Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie needs to make her individual one. Because you're right. One is different than the other. One is different than the other. Oh, did the band members have a van for their frickin' equipment? Oh my gosh. Bing bong. Did the van members have a van? Y'all are tripping me out.
really what's going on behind the scenes right now. And there's also just like questions about, do they have a suspect that we just don't know about? I mean, I was thinking back to Brian Koberger earlier when you and I were talking every night, and it was like, gosh, these police, they don't seem like they know anything. And then come to find out they knew a lot. You know, do they just have their poker face on in these press conferences, and they actually know a lot?
And it's true. They do. I mean, that has to be, we have to be kept in the dark about.
But Spider Monkey, you think that was done in 2 minutes? With a lady with limited mobility? No way they pulled in the garage. I just don't think that's possible.
About things because they've got to keep the suspect in the dark.
Welcome back, Scott.
Dark about a lot of things, you know? Super interesting, though, you know, just about the fact that family members are always number one. Like I mentioned earlier in the podcast, Ed Smart. Ed Smart was like one of the number one, you know, suspects in the disappearance of his daughter, Elizabeth, because does the boogeyman really come into your house and steal your daughter out of her bed beside her little sister? I doubt it. Well, he did. You know, the boogeyman did come in. Brian David Mitchell did come in and steal Elizabeth, and it wasn't Ed Smart. But the way law enforcement works is you have to start from the inside of the concentric circles and then work out to any potential other suspects. So if this ends up being prime suspect, but not the only one, and we're just eliminating him.
Oh, could it be his buddies? We're just eliminating him. Or there's more than one suspect.
Eliminating him. That could definitely be the case. But I also feel like, would you tow and impound the car of Savannah Guthrie's sister, of Nancy Guthrie's daughter, and if there weren't something bigger to it? I mean, it's very loud. It's a very big move.
Do you think it's strange? And you're more, I mean, you've been in the bigger media world more than I have.
Love this part.
Do you think it's strange that Savannah Guthrie hasn't said anything? I mean, could that be an indication of maybe some drama in the family behind the scenes?
Oh. Do you think that was a planned question from Mr. Enton? I think that was a planned question from Mr. Enton. You know, kind of doing the switcheroo like they did with Meghan. They had Ashley go on Meghan, so like she was being asked the questions. More like Ashley was being interviewed. This is kind of like the switcheroo, the bait and switch.
Do you think it's strange that Savannah Guthrie hasn't said anything? I mean, could that be an indication of maybe some drama in the family behind the scenes?
You know, so many things could be happening there. If I were in Savannah's shoes, I would be mute. I would be, you know, catatonic. You're a big media person. This massive thing is swirling around you. You don't even know what to say and what not to say. You have a million friends in the media business. Everybody wants a comment from you. And the police may have just said, we'd like you not to say anything. And I know Savannah. Savannah is a lawyer. She is a long-studied crime reporter. I met her at Court TV. We worked together at Court TV. She is brilliant. And so Savannah will be doing the smartest things to aid in this investigation. She will do everything that the police are asking her to do, and she will not go rogue. I know that. And I don't know, the other aspect of that is that if the FBI was over at Annie's house, they've towed her car, they're looking at her husband. If I were Savannah, yeah, that would be enough for me to just say, I need to just stay out of the limelight. I need to stay out of everything.
Oh, damn. She had an answer loaded, didn't she, Kelly Kell? We need to listen to that answer again because I think that was a plan. All right, here we go. Here we go. If I was in Savannah's shoes.
Than I have. Like, do you think it's strange that Savannah Guthrie hasn't said anything? I mean, could that be an indication of maybe some drama in the family behind the scenes?
Because why would Brian Ensign ask that? Why would he think there was drama in the family? That's not like him. He's really not like that. He would more think, oh, the family's probably just really upset and wants their privacy. But instead he says, do you think that means there's drama? I mean, we're like day 2 or 3.
You know, so many things could be happening there. If I were in Savannah's shoes, I would be mute.
Hey, Shauna,
I would
you're
be,
not blocked.
You know, catatonic. You're a big media person. This massive thing is swirling around you. You don't even know what to say and what not to say. You have a million friends in the media business. Everybody wants a comment from you. And the police may have just said, we'd like you not to say anything. And I know Savannah. Savannah is a lawyer. She is a long-studied crime reporter. I met her at Court TV. We worked together at Court TV. She is brilliant. And so Savannah will be doing the smartest things to aid in this investigation. She will do everything that the police are asking her to do, and she will not go rogue. I know that. Yeah. And I don't know, the other aspect of that is that if the FBI was over at Annie's house, they've towed her car, they're looking at her husband. If I were Savannah, yeah, that would be enough for me to just say, I need to just stay out of the limelight. I need to stay out of everything.
Yeah, it makes sense. I was just wondering about that because if there is a family dynamic here, might be a reason for her to, like you said, just sort of stay quiet. Although I hate to even think that. I mean, I hope that's not the case. I know you have your source, but it's like, you know, gosh, that's just terrible.
I was interviewing Ed Smart and Lois and having to ask them about that. It was awful and so awkward and so uncomfortable. But I do understand it's how law enforcement has to work. They can't ignore that or they wouldn't be doing their jobs. What about the neighbors? Have you heard from anybody out there?
Yeah, we've talked to several neighbors. You know, people loved Nancy. We're hearing a lot of that. I mean, she lived here since the early 90s. I think 1992 is when she moved in, which a lot of people were saying, oh, Savannah probably bought her the house. It's a really nice house. I mean, apparently not, because she's lived here for a long time. So a lot of people know her. And people are on edge about the whole thing. You know, the police have been to all of the neighbors' houses. There was one neighbor who told me police had been there twice looking for videos. Yeah. So it seems like, you know, we've done other stories where you show up and you're like kind of surprised, gosh, how are we the first ones here? That doesn't seem like the case here. People have been going to all the different neighbors' houses. There was one neighbor who told me that they were even trying to talk to the landscapers because there's a lot, I mean, they're really nice houses out here and there's a lot of like landscape crews and stuff. So they were talking to them because they kind of know the area. So yeah, people have been cooperating with the police for sure.
Well, I remember a case, Nancy Woodrum in Paso Robles, California, well over a decade ago. Elderly woman disappeared from her home. It was this sort of freaked me out a little because it seemed so similar, but it ended up being a painter that worked at the house. So they will be canvassing. And I think the sheriff did say that to me. They're canvassing every single person from caretakers to landscapers to pool, service contractors, etc. Anybody who had any kind of connection at that house, that would be absolutely number one. They would do that right away and get alibis and check for DNA. The other interesting thing is, Brian, that the sheriff today said that they have tested some of the DNA that was discovered at the house, but that nothing that's come back so far has indicated a suspect.
Hey, Ronnie.
Right. They confirmed that the DNA connected back to Nancy, which I guess is no real surprise. She lived in the house. But they wouldn't say what. Was that blood that was tested? Was that the blood outside that was tested? I do too. I do too, but they didn't confirm it.
I mean, you're seeing blood outside that's it's still red. I could see your video still red. You're testing that. You're testing that right away, because what if there was a pitched fight and a knife was being used and, you know,
She just mentioned a knife. I don't know anything about the power of attorney stuff. She just said knife. I don't like that.
Right away, because what if there was a pitched fight and a knife was being used and, you know, the assailant was cut? There'd be mixed blood. So that would be the first thing but it was devastating.
Oh, mixed blood in the inside of the house. And what, tomorrow would be day 10 for the DNA?
To hear that so far nothing's come back, indicating a suspect. This is going to be a hard one. This will be a really, really hard one. Like you said, it's so dark out there and so rural, and it's not like a lot of ring cameras and license plate readers are going to lead to whatever vehicle, and I do say vehicle. Nancy Guthrie couldn't move more than 50 yards on her own. She needed to be conveyed in some kind of a vehicle.
I wonder if they already have a vehicle description. Because, you know, with the FBI being involved so early, and there are traffic cameras out, like on the main road out here, and they're just not giving it to us at this point for a specific reason.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they're going to look at every single vehicle that was in that area and find out who they were, where they were, who they were with. You know, that's not tricky. That's what led us to Dr. Michael McKee in the Tepe murders, you know.
Yeah.
What am I missing?
I think you covered it pretty well. I mean, we hit the ransom. The blood is really alarming. The cameras, which you had new information on. I don't know if you caught the press conference, Ashley.
I did.
It was a little strange. I mean, there was not a lot of new information. The FBI was there for the first time. They had the special agent in charge of Tucson who was there along with the sheriff.
I think tomorrow we'll go over some of the other press conferences after this when the FBI was there.
FBI was not there yesterday. I thought it was, I don't know.
Vegas, I've been pinning that every time you've typed it. Dominic Evans, Tommaso's friend and bandmate, has arrests for burglary, robbery, embezzlement, and DUI. Thank ya.
It was interesting. The sheriff started by saying, well, I said some things maybe I shouldn't have said yesterday. And, I had to do all these interviews. It was just kind of strange. I thought, like you said, I guess they don't deal with that a lot here. And then I thought it was interesting that he said, next press conference will be Thursday.
That's right.
Yeah.
No updates unless needed.
Correct. And I was just like, okay, kind of like nothing to see here, everybody. It's just a little odd, I thought.
You know what? I thought it was strange when he said,
what? I shouldn't have said yesterday. In charge of Tucson, who was there along with the sheriff. The FBI was not there yesterday. I thought it was interesting. The sheriff started by saying, well, I said some things maybe I shouldn't have said yesterday. And, I had to do all these interviews. It was just kind of strange. I thought, like you said, I guess they don't deal with that a lot here. And then I thought it was interesting that he said, next press conference will be Thursday.
That's right.
Yeah.
No updates unless needed.
Correct. And I was just like, okay, kind of like nothing to see here, everybody. It's just a little odd, I thought.
You know what? I thought it was strange when he said no updates until Thursday until something happens. And then when I got my information from my law enforcement source, I thought, oh,
yeah,
maybe it's because you do have your prime suspect. And that's why you're saying we don't need to do any updates right now. I don't know. Again, it's a great, impeccable source that I have, extraordinarily connected to this. So, and somebody who's very high in law enforcement too. So, I don't have any reason not to believe that. I do want to mention that there was dispatch chatter, which was super interesting. Dispatch audio that was like dispatch talking to responding units.
Nancy, a white female, 84 years of age, 5'2" medium build, brown blue. Nancy has high blood pressure, pacemaker, and cardiac issues.
Saying that there was high blood pressure medication, a pacemaker, and cardiac issues. So they seemed to know right away, even as before they got there, that there was some medical issue with this missing person. Maybe that came from the family. Yeah. Really.
Well, and you've heard right about the pacemaker connecting to the iWatch, and she was charging her iWatch in the room, and they were able to review the data in the iWatch, and the last time the pacemaker connected to the iWatch was at 2 a.m. So that's sort of how they've been able to, I just want to look again and see what. Yeah, it's interesting. This must be security out here.
And taking pictures just to say what things look like out there. The My source said to me that the separation from the pacemaker at 2 a.m. is the time of abduction. That's what the police believe. They refused to narrow the window for us in the press conference today, but my law enforcement source said, yes, it's 2 a.m. That's when they believe she was abducted / kidnapped. The sheriff said kidnapped to me. I don't think there's a big difference. And that they believe that it absolutely happened at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, which would make sense. And again, just as dark as it is out here, I'll just show you. Like if I pick up my camera, my phone, or my, we have all our lights, but look like down the street, Ashley, it's like, you can see what it's like out here. It's like totally pitch black. So
Only thing you can see are the vehicles. That's it.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Makes it real hard for an investigation, Brian. My God. Well, listen, you were unbelievable today in what you were able to.
So I guess this guy back here is the security guy. This is, and where is he from? This was on the 4th of February, guys. Who is he back here in the white SUV? Didn't the family just recently hire, or is this the NBC security? Do you guys remember? Criminal Network, ask Vegas in chat. Vegas is the one that looked it up.
I think the blood trail is some of the biggest news that's come out of this, as well as the notion that that Annie and Tomaso's vehicle has been impounded, is in evidence, and that they may be considering him a prime suspect. It's very disturbing. It's very distressing. But listen, thank you, because I know you're so busy. Every single show on News Nation you've been on and updating them all, and just getting your crew out there, fantastic.
All right. We went through a lot today. It's a lot. My mind is literally mush. All right, let's check out our poll, you guys. That was really interesting to re-listen to, though. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. I know, Zooey, and I'm about to get off here because I am extremely tired. Okay, we got 3,300. Oh my gosh, we got 3,343 votes. Ishi, it's a I think it's a what do you call that? A record. See, my brain is mush. Ronnie, will I marry you? I can't do that. Don Bagingo. Lisa, can you email me the link and we could watch it tomorrow? We've been going almost 9 hours, dude. I've got to get off here. I got to get some sleep. After the trespassers. Oh, okay. Thanks, John. All right. So the question was, do you think there was an actual kidnapping? No, 71%. Yes, 29%. 71% of you guys think the ransom is bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Did you ever get the question back? What question, honey? What, Brandon? Gosh, thank you guys so much for being here. We will catch up again tomorrow. Actually, there are tire marks. Mystic, you're back already? Girl, did you sleep and then come back? I got to get some rest. Ishi, thanks for sticking it out with me. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate you. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll see what's going down. We'll check in with JLR. We'll check in with Brian Enton, Ashley, the whole gang. Megan. I think this is becoming a little more clear. Oh, the interview room. Yes. The interview room is doing good work on this too. Thank you, Lisa Discovers. Send me anything you'd like to review that you think is interesting. I appreciate all of you guys. Oh my God, I almost did a 9-hour live. All right, good night, folks. Thanks again. I'm going to run our credits. and you guys could see your way out, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe if you are not already subscribed. Everybody have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another marathon tomorrow. Good night, everybody. For watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further? Bring it all in. And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.